Chapter 28. Quintessence of the Jewish Revolutions. Secular attacks on the tradition of the Church. Rabbi Benjamin of Tudela, in his famous Itinerary, manifests that the situation in the Islamic world is magnificent in the 12th century, with the reign of the Prince of the Captivity giving his title to the rabbis and cantors of the land of Sinai or Chaldea, of Persia, Kherson, Sheba or Arabia Felix, Yemen, Mesopotamia, Alania, Sicaria, as far as the mountains of Georgia, as far as the Jian River, Tibet and India. All those synagogues received, according to the illustrious traveler, his permission to have rabbis and cantors, who went to Baghdad to be solemnly installed in their orders and to receive their authority from the hands of the Prince of Captivity, called by everyone Son of David. On the contrary, in the Christian world, in the same 12th century, another outstanding authority of Judaism said, "These are the days of exile in which we now are, and we have neither king nor prince in Israel, but we have the dominion of the Gentiles and their princes and kings." In reality, according to the data we have, the prince of the exile, diaspora, had jurisdiction only over the Hebrew communities of the East. Those of the West, although in close alliance with the former, were governed by communal councils and general synods of directors, one of which we have seen took place in Toledo. But the interesting thing is the confession of the said rabbi in pointing out that, in the 12th century, the Jews dominated the Gentiles, among whom they include us Christians, and their princes and kings. This was a sad reality, not only in the East, but likewise in the West. Jewish imperialism, as confessed by the distinguished rabbi, had already made enormous progress in its task of dominating the Gentile nations. It is true that in Christendom, in certain kingdoms and signories in accordance with the canons of the Church, the Jews were forbidden access to the offices of government, but, for one thing, some monarchs disobeyed the canons, and for another, those who adhered to their mandates, could not prevent the clandestine Jews, under cover of generations of false Christianity from the way back, from infiltrating by well-organized plans into the offices of government in France, Germany, Italy, England and other countries of Christendom, as they likewise got themselves into the laity and the religious orders, reaching to the hierarchy of the Church. Judaism in those times already had a gigantic invisible power which penetrated everywhere, without the popes, emperors and kings being able to avoid it. Nevertheless, this occult power encountered serious obstacles in its attempt to obtain rapid domination of the Christian world. In the first place, the monarchy and nobility in which the title was inherited by the firstborn, made the task of the Jews secretly to scale the supreme authority of the state with rapidity, very difficult. They could gain the king's confidence, get to be ministers, but it was almost impossible for them to become kings. In the second place, their position in the royal government was somewhat insecure, and they were liable to be removed at any time by the monarch who appointed them, thus bringing down a dominion brought about by many years of preparation and effort. On the other hand, the princes of the blood royal could only wed princesses of the blood royal, thus safeguarding the headquarters of these states with a wall of blood, which made it impossible or almost impossible for a plebeian accession to the throne. Under these conditions, no matter how much the Israelites were able to infiltrate into the government offices of a Christian society, the wall of blood impeded their attaining the throne. Something similar occurred during several centuries with the nobility. Notwithstanding, as we have already seen, the Hebrews in some exceptional cases succeeded in penetrating that wall of blood of the aristocracy, which resulted disastrously for Christian society, for, with mixed marriages with members of the aristocracy, they succeeded in achieving important positions from which they supported their schisms and revolutions. But the blooded aristocracy was, especially in some countries, an exclusive case, difficult to penetrate by the plebeians, so that in order to infiltrate it and control it, for example in England, the Israelites were obliged to work for several centuries. By contrast, in other places such as Italy, Spain and France, they achieved in a few decades great progress in the penetration of the aristocracy, although the Inquisition upset their conquests which were greatly reduced. Nevertheless, During the 18th and 19th centuries they were sufficiently powerful to facilitate the triumph of their Masonic liberal revolutions which overthrew the monarchies. In one way or another, the nobility presented a barrier of blood which, in many countries, obstructed the infiltration of the Hebrews into the upper spheres of society. Hereditary monarchy presented the principal obstacle for the Jews, disguised as good Christians, in capturing the offices of chief of state. Although whenever they could they attempted infiltrating into royalty, in almost every case they failed, with the exception of Ethiopia, where they succeeded in installing a Judaic dynasty, and in England, where it is said they have already Judaized royalty. It is understandable that the Israelites of the 12th century should not want to await the fruition of a long and frustrating labor of centuries, consistent with the progressive infiltration of the royal and noble dynasties. For that reason, without ceasing for a moment their attempts to do so, they nevertheless thought out a more rapid way to reach the desired goal, the destruction by revolutionary means of the hereditary monarchies and blooded aristocracies and the substitution of republics for these regimes, thus making it possible to scale the offices of chiefs of state quickly and with little difficulty. That is why the revolution organized in Rome by the Jewish Giordano Pierleoni, which reached quickly the highest office of government in the small republic, is of such importance. Although this revolution was not directed against a king, by this coup de main, which in a few days placed him in the apogee of power, the brother of the Jewish anti-pope had shown universal Judaism how to penetrate and destroy in short order that barrier of blood presented by hereditary monarchy. In some of the heresies of the Middle Ages, in addition to the reformation of the Church, there was projected the overthrow of monarchies and the extermination of the aristocracies, and in modern times they have been succeeding in doing so, raising the flag of democracy and the abolition of privileged classes. Nevertheless, the attempt to achieve so many goals with a single blow, only succeeded in the Middle Ages in uniting the kings, the nobility and the clergy, who, as long as they remained united, defeated the revolutionary intentions of Judaism. Faced with these failures, they finally understood that it was not possible to achieve at one stroke so many ambitious objectives. The Hebrews have always had the great characteristic of being able to profit from the lessons of the past. For that reason, in their new revolution, which began in the 16th century, they no longer attacked simultaneously the kings, the nobility and the clergy, but, on the contrary, attempted to reform and dominate the church with the help of monarchs and aristocrats in order later to overthrow these with new revolutionary movements. Another obstacle which interfered with the rapid domination of the Christian peoples by the crypto-Jews, was the Holy Church, its clergy, its hierarchies and, above all, its religious orders. It is understandable that for these false Christians, Judaizing secretly, it entailed a great sacrifice to infiltrate the clergy, especially the religious orders, without having a real vocation, and solely for the purpose of controlling the hierarchies of the church in order to prepare its ruin. If they did it and continue doing it, it is because they have a paranoid mystique and fanaticism, but doubtless a more rapid solution entailing fewer sacrifices must have seemed to them preferable. Faced with the impossibility of destroying the church, due to its roots among the people, they chose to attempt a revolutionary reformation by heretical methods, while it was yet possible to destroy it completely. Therefore, the heretical sects organized by the secret Jews from the Middle Ages until this day, among other objectives, always favored the following. 1. First, suppression of the monastic orders, whose vows of poverty, communal life, hard discipline, and difficulty in satisfying their sexual appetite, made difficult their infiltration. Incontrovertible documents, among them the inquisitorial processes, demonstrate to us that the crypto-Jews, in different times, achieved dangerous penetration in the monastic orders which it was important for them to infiltrate, as, for instance, at one time the Dominicans and Franciscans, and later, the Jesuits, and others as well, demonstrating that the Judaizers as well as the Christians were capable of major sacrifices for their cause. But undoubtedly for subterranean Judaism the most convenient way was to destroy these difficult barriers, by achieving in some way or other the dissolution of the religious orders. 2. Suppression of celibacy among the clergy. Although the records of the Inquisition show us that the crypto-Jewish clergy always had a way of having their women clandestinely with the help of their coreligionists, Jews, or of introducing into the Christian clergy young crypto-Jews with homosexual tendencies who did not have that problem, for undercover Judaism, wearing the mask of Christianity, it was much more convenient to contrive a revolutionary reform of the church which would do away with the celibacy of the clergy. That is why, wherever they could in an heretical movement, they abolished clerical celibacy. 3. Suppression of the hierarchy of the church. The actual hierarchy is difficult to achieve, albeit the Jewish fifth columnists have reached the pinnacle. It is also true that this work has always been very difficult and slow. Holy Church has gradually, with time, been accumulating natural defenses in its own institutions. That is why, in those heretical movements of the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, which were controlled by the Jews, the ecclesiastic hierarchies were suppressed, being substituted by councils of presbyteries and by a kind of religious democracy. It is clear that in the Soviet Union, where they have absolute dominion, they, the Jews, have no great interest in suppressing the hierarchy. Having assassinated the independent bishops, they have replaced them with Jews placed in the dioceses, according to various writers. Under these conditions, the hierarchy also serves them by giving them a more secure control over the churches. But in the Middle Ages, and later in the time of the crypto-Jews Calvin and Zwingli, the situation was different. In those times the shortest road to domination of the Christian churches was by the revolutionary suppression of the ecclesiastical hierarchy, because, in this way, any crypto-Jew could elevate himself to the leadership of the church, without having to go through the long and uncertain process of rising from presbyter to pope. That is why in the Protestant monarchies they fought bloodily against the episcopal churches, attempting to establish those of a Presbyterian character, and, if they failed in their endeavor, it was because of the support given by the kings to the former. The fact that the monarchs played a decisive part in the appointment of the bishops, if it did not completely prevent it, at least hampered the infiltration of the crypto-Jews into the Protestant churches, as was also the case with the Orthodox churches of Eastern Europe. The control of the kings over them, the churches, saved them for several centuries from falling under Judaic dominion. The Jews had been for centuries infiltrating secondary positions of command in both church and state, but, commencing with the 11th century, they felt themselves strong enough to decide to scale the highest posts, resolving then that if it could not be done by slow and difficult infiltration, they would do it by rapid and impressive revolution. In order to accomplish this it was necessary to destroy the obstacles preventing it, by revolutionary reform of religious, political and social institutions. This plan could not be executed by Israelites identified as such, who practiced their Judaism publicly, since the Holy Church and the Christian monarchies had, over the centuries, created ecclesiastical and civil laws which prevented their access to the governing positions of society, and, although this legislation was violated by some monarchs, it remained in effect in most Christian states. Besides, in cases where this legislation was forgotten, giving right of way to the Jews to the peaks of power, as in the example we examined in Castile, the Redeeming Crusades, organized by other monarchs under the auspices of the Holy See, saved the situation. But the clandestine Jews certainly were in a position to attain these objectives. Identified with the other inhabitants of a region by baptism, their subterranean Judaism, transmitted from father to son, from one generation to the other, was becoming less visible, until already in the 11th century it was impossible to detect it in the Christian states in which a very secret Judaism existed in many families which appeared to be Christian for generations back, some of which, although in small numbers, had managed to keep the tithes of nobility acquired in the manner we have already analyzed. The great majority of these secret Jews belonged to a social class which was arising, the bourgeoisie, yeomanry, in which they were without a doubt the most powerful element and, above all, the best organized and the richest. It cannot, therefore, be considered a coincidence that, as the yeomanry grew in power, Judaism was increasing its potentialities for dominating the peoples. To understand the decisive strength the Jews had in medieval yeomanry, It is necessary to take into account that in some cases they monopolized commerce and in others played the principal role in its control, that of the bankers and usurious money-lenders. At the same time, the sons of Israel formed a good percentage of the artisans. 4. Another thing that disturbed exceedingly those undercover Judaizers disguised as Christians was the veneration they had to render to the images of Christ, the Virgin Mary and the saints. The business of having to go so frequently to churches filled with images was most repugnant to the crypto-Jews, not only because of their religious convictions which consider such adoration as idolatry, but also because of the hatred they have for the Virgin Mary and for the saints, especially those who distinguished themselves as anti-Jewish leaders. The most odious thing of all for these false Christians was to be obliged to have their own homes filled with images in order to avoid suspicion from their Christian neighbors and friends. Therefore a form of worship devoid of images was, for these undercover Hebrews, much more comforting. So, whenever they could, in their heretical movements, they abolished the veneration of images. Nevertheless, there are instances of Christian churches, already under their control, in which they cannot yet accomplish this for fear of hurting the people's feelings. But we have good reason to believe that they will do so as soon as they can do it without losing control of the masses. 5. Another of the objectives of the crypto-Jewish action in Christian society was to suppress what is now called anti-Semitism, because they realized that, as long as the Christian were aware of the danger of the Hebrews for them, for the Holy Church, and for the Christian nations, they stood a better chance at defending themselves against the conquering action of Jewish imperialism, provoking, as they did provoke, constant defensive reactions which would continue to cause the failure of the synagogue's attempts at dominion now and again, as was the case at that time. On the other hand, if the Holy Church and the faithful lost this sense of their peril, they would have less chance of defending themselves against their dominating action. That is why, in the first millennium, and especially in the Middle Ages, one notes a tendency to achieve the transformation of the Christian mentality and that of the authorities of the Church and State intended to change their anti-Semitism into a philo-Judaism, a plan which originated those constant pro-Jewish movements organized by the Hebrew fifth column infiltrated into Christian society and the clergy of the Church. Thus we see obtruding in many of the medieval heresies these philo-Jewish tendencies, defended with ardor by many of the most distinguished great heretics of Jewish stock, a phenomenon which was repeated in various Protestant sects of Unitarian or Calvinist origin in the 16th and 17th centuries, sects which were denounced by the Spanish and Portuguese Inquisitions as enterprises secretly controlled by the occult Jews disguised as Christians. But how achieve all the foregoing if the doctrine of the Fathers of the Church, of the popes, of the ecumenical and provincial councils and of the principal saints of the Church condemned the Jews in some way or another? Did it have to be embraced by loyal Christians? The Israelite conspirators solved this problem by cutting through the live part of the branch and including in their heretical programs ignorance of the tradition of the Church as a source of revelation, and maintaining that the only source of the truth is the Holy Bible. This war to the death against tradition was renewed by the crypto-Jewish clergy, that is, by the worthy successors of Judas Iscariot, whenever they could, repeatedly from the 11th century until now, with a perseverance worthy of a better cause, achieving their first success in the Protestant Reformation. With this fierce, bloody, struggle against the traditions of the Church, the Judists and their agents, infiltrated in the clergy, strove to throw out the anti-Jewish doctrine of the Fathers of the Church, the popes, and the holy councils, in order to instill in Christianity a philo-Jewish thesis which facilitates the work of the synagogue of Satan in achieving dominion over the Church as well as the Christian people. In all this there is astonishing coincidence in all the heretical sects of Jewish origin which arose between the 11th and the 20th centuries. On the other hand, as in the rituals and liturgy of the Church there were included frequent allusions to Judaic perfidy, the crime of deicide, etc., in order that the clergy might have constant and frequent reminders of how dangerous was the mortal enemy and be prepared to defend their flocks, sheep, against the ambush of the fiercest of wolves. The first accomplishment of heresies of this type was the suppression of all these anti-Jewish allusions from the liturgy and the ritual, which is a very significant fact. Removing from the sacred tradition all authority as fountain of revealed truth, There remained as such only the Holy Bible, and, although the New Testament has many allusions to the wickedness of the Hebrews, the only thing left for the Jews to do was to attempt to falsify the Holy Gospels, suppressing in them those concepts odious to the ears of the Israelites. And, incredible as this may seem, in some heretical sects they have gone to the extreme of truly falsifying certain portions of the New Testament, alleging that the Vulgate is an apocryphal Bible which falsifies the original documents. 6. Another of the proposed objectives, with the change in Christian ideology from an anti-Semitism of centuries to a philo-Semitism, was to repeal all civil and canonical laws which impeded the action of the Jews, in order to gain dominion of the people, especially of the Hebrews who lived, and live, identified as such, that is to say, of the publicly admitted Jews. By this is meant those who could achieve what they call the liberation of the latter would have to be the clandestine Jews, who, upon achieving by infiltration or revolution the control of the Christian governments, could repeal the laws which prevented their Hebrew brethren, open practitioners of their sect, from participating in the dominion of Christian or Gentile nations. In the Middle Ages, the underground Jews had some isolated and fleeting successes, and only commencing in the 18th century were they able to emancipate their brother Jews, publicly avowed Jews, with the help of Freemasonry. 7. Another of the maximal aspirations of the Hebrews has been that of appropriating the wealth of other peoples. Elsewhere we have seen how they gave this pretension theological basis, affirming that it, wealth, is the product of the will of God. By means of usury, they were able, during the Middle Ages, to achieve in part this goal and accumulated gigantic wealth with cruelest plunder. Even in some of their medieval heresies they already preach communism, the abolition of private property and the general expropriation of the properties of the church, the nobility, royalty, and the yeomanry. Their expropriation of the rising yeomanry did not affect the Jews, since the only ones to suffer were the Christians and the Gentiles, since the Israelites, controlling the new communist regime, in their hands rested the riches of kings, clergy, nobles and yeomanry. However, experience showed the Jews that the wish to achieve so many objectives all at one stroke only succeeded in uniting all those affected, resulting in violent defensive reactions against them, which altogether succeeded in smashing their revolutionary intentions. They learned that they could not defeat all their enemies at once, and in the following centuries they preferred achieving their great revolution piece by piece, dividing the enemy camp and making use of one part to attack the other, until they gained their objective, little by little, but at a safer pace. But these sinister ends of the Judaic revolutions have been carefully concealed from the masses, which have always been deceived with attractive programs designed to carry them along, making them believe that the heresy or revolution is a movement arising from the people themselves, for their benefit, to establish democracy and liberty, to suppress the abuses and immoralities of the clergy or the civil authorities, purify the church or the state, end tyranny and exploitation until the earth is converted into a paradise. The crypto-Jewish leaders have always been masters of deceit, dragging with them the people with a beautiful program, whereas, in secret, they are planning something quite different. This clever stratagem has always been another of the keys to the success of the Jewish heretics and revolutionary leaders. The universal fact that the Israelites, under cover of Christianity or some other religion, are scattered among the people, using their own names without anyone suspecting they are Jews, that is, foreigners planning conquest, has made their heresies and revolutionary movements seem to spring from the people themselves. True, in the Middle Ages the Hebrew origin, recent or remote, of many false Christians was still remembered. This permitted the clergy, monarchs and aristocrats to trace the Jewish origin of these revolts and these sects. But, as centuries passed, the origin of these families was forgotten. They, for their part, did everything possible to erase the memory of their Jewish descent until one fine day nobody suspected that, under the appearance of a pious Christian, was concealed an undercover Jew who conspired constantly against church and state, and who never missed an opportunity to organize revolts and conspiracies, which, in such circumstances appear to spring from the people themselves and to be internecine wars between members of the same nation, while being in fact real wars inflicted upon and people invaded in the worst manner, against disguised invaders, deliberately utilizing for this purpose a large portion of the same people caught in the nets of the fifth columns by clever revolutionary plans. Very fine programs with which they make their future victims believe that, by helping them, they are laboring for their own betterment and that they are fighting for the improvement of their political, social and religious institutions. This has been the deception of all the crypto-Jewish subversive movements since the 11th century and until our times, and this has also been the cause of the victories of the Israelite deceivers and swindlers, in guise of being sincere redeemers of the people, saviors of the nation or reformers of the churches, initiating a revolution with the highest and noblest ends in view in order to take it later into the most perverse objectives, has been the traditional tactics of Judaism for 900 years. Naturally, these unwary people, entrapped by the deceitful leaders and by programs as fake as they are attractive, one day become aware of the criminal deceit, but sometimes this occurs when there is no longer any remedy and the betrayed ones are either annihilated or enslaved, suffering the consequences of their ingenuousness. If we analyze the cases of the heretics of the Middle Ages, comparing them with the crypto-Jewish or above-board Jews, revolutionary leaders of the present days, we are frequently confronted with individuals who have known how to surround themselves with a hypocritical aspect of kindness and sincerity, with an aura of sanctity, such that anyone not familiar with Judaic fables will wind up believing he is actually face to face with a true apostle, when in reality they are false prophets and false apostles, against whom we were thoroughly warned by Christ our Lord and by St. Paul, who knew better than anyone else what Judaic hypocrisy was capable of. Add to this that their crypto-Jewish gang which assists them knows how to cover them with incense to consolidate their good name and prestige, converting them into actual fetishes to gain the unconditional support of the people, later using their influence in favor of the Judaic plans for dominion and their subversive enterprises. In the records of the Spanish Inquisition, it can be seen how the new Christians, Judaizing, would give one another prestige in order to elevate them to positions where they dominated the old Christians, Spaniards of Visigoth and Latin blood, and how they managed to pass off as good Catholics men who, being clandestine Jews, cursed the Holy Church in secret. In few words we have just summed up what we could call the quintessence of Hebrew revolutionary movements from the 11th century on. Whoever desires to dig deeper into this theme and learn it thoroughly must study the archives, not only of the Pontifical Inquisition, but also of the Spanish and Portuguese Inquisitions, which we have enumerated elsewhere, since those institutions were able to penetrate the innermost secrets of undercover Judaism and of the heretical and revolutionary movements it concocted in secret, since these inquisitions had the means of making the most secretive Jews talk and forcing them to reveal their greatest secrets. In addition, they utilized another system of great utility for this purpose. Chapter 29. Secret Jewry and the Heresies of the Middle Ages. The Albigensians. It is a significant confirmation that, particularly in the regions of the Christian world where a great percentage of the population were Jews and the Israelites were most influential of all, the most important heresies and heretical movements in the Middle Ages without doubt won the greatest power. Mostly they began as protest movements against the apparent immorality of the clergy, against simony and the accumulation of riches by the clergy. They demanded a return to the poverty and asceticism of the first Christians and attacked the apparent oppression and tyranny of the popes, kings and nobles. The church hierarchy should be abolished. Since they were against the priests, their religious leaders much resembled the rabbis of Judaism, who are not actual priests but religious and political leaders, who lead the same life as the other Jews, from whom solely their calling as rabbis distinguishes them. In several heretical movements the social revolutionary aspect was especially important, for they also revealed the tendency to free the poor and they often showed strivings to set up a communist government. In all heretical movements, however, it is rather noticeable that they are begun with programs which are very enticing for the people but are gradually deflected towards aims which no longer have anything at all to do with the original ones which were successful in binding the beginners. In a word, cheating was at the bottom, which is characteristic of all revolutionary movements of Jewish origin. The Archbishop, Bishop of Port Louis, Monsignor Leon Murin, S.J., says citing here in his work Innocent, p. 50. In France in 1184 a carpenter, named Durad, pretended to have had a vision of the Virgin Mary. For this reason he gathered a large number of fellow citizens around him, under the name of the Brothers of the White Cap. He applied all principles of heresy and wished with all strength to take by force the highest power. He pretended to wish to create the state of equality of primitive men, in which all must be externally equal. Every worldly or spiritual power was declared to be harmful. His supporters worked out a pact of brotherhood, in order to prepare the sudden rule of their sect. The new thing about this sect, to which all elements opposed to order joined themselves, was the fanatical zeal of their supporters and promoters. However, the support given by the Jews was nothing new. This is the absolute limit. To use a vision of the Virgin Mary to influence the masses and then to make this influence felt in the founding of a sect, which wishes at one stroke to abolish the existing order and to found a new one with similar principles as those of present-day communism. Bishop Lucas Latouille, a chronicler from the 13th century, writes that the heretical teachings found admission with the princes of the state and the judges of the cities through their Jewish relatives and friends. With good reason the Third and Fourth Ecumenical Councils issued an order from the Lateran and Pope Innocent IX, which divided the Jews from the Christians, so that they did not infect the latter with their rebellious teachings. The Rabbi Louis Israel Newman writes in his already mentioned and valuable work Jewish Influence on Christian Reform Movements on page 135, the presence of the Jews in southern France favored the rise of liberal thought, and on page 136 he states, simultaneously with the increase of liberal thought in southern France gradually developed a more liberal conduct in the face of the Jews. This circumstance favored Jewry in Provence and not only gave heresy an upward trend in general, but made it possible that the Jews and Judaism also contributed decisively to the development of heterodox movements, and caused, wherever heresy prospered, diverse Jewish tendencies and groups to arise. On page 137 it is stated, not only the scholarly Christians but also Jewish researchers, among them Levy, have observed that the decline of hostility against the Jews went hand in hand with the opposition against the secrets of the Church, which offended reason, and the visible abuses in church circles. In the ensuing, the interesting Rabbi Newman gives proof for his facts and mentions that the Jewish writer Lieb, in his work La Controverse religieuse, pages 25-26, also alludes to the fact that a relationship exists between Jewish activity and the religious movement in Languedoc. Saint Bernard for his part describes in his letter number 241 his stay in Languedoc and laments that there the churches are regarded as synagogues, and the sanctuary of the Lord is no longer holy. In the monumental work of Spanish Jewry, the Spanish Jewish Encyclopedia, it is stated expressly, from the 11th to the 13th century the regions in southern France most affected by heresies enjoyed a material and spiritual well-being such has never yet again been encountered in the Christian world and can only be compared with the cultural rise of Moorish Spain. There the Roman Church became more and more corrupt and the clergy more and more worldly. This called forth in all strata of the population a great number of rich Jewish communities that were respected by the rulers and the people. In addition a mutual tolerance was practiced, which in Europe was no longer possible until the Enlightenment. The Jews had admission to public offices, were active in the land and community government and respected in academies and schools. They lived together peacefully with the heathens, Gentiles, who frequently shared table with them and even jointly celebrated the Sabbath. Jewish rabbis, physicians, scholars, bankers, merchants and farmers cultivated close contact with their Christian colleagues and mutually influenced each other on the cultural realm. It was thus only natural that the Jews, with their original Bible, powerfully supported the anti-papal movements which, in spite of their different teachings, were united in the struggle against the falsification and distortion of early Christianity through the Church. It is strange how the Jews regard the mutual tolerance between Hebrews and Christians which, according to their assertions, prevailed in regions where the Jewish influence was very great, and which is only comparable with the tolerance at the time of the Enlightenment. The fact must be alluded to that the Jewish-Christian brotherhood and the mutual tolerance which then degenerated into a powerful support for the anti-papal movements, bloody revolutions and murder of Christians, was also a prelude at the time of the Enlightenment of the French Revolution for the murders of Catholic priests and laymen, which the Freemasonic Jacobins exerted under the control of the Jews, as we have already proved, through the apparent tolerance and the peaceful coexistence, as they now call it. The Jews desire namely not only to attain freedom of movement, in order to be able to control the Christians and their political and religious institutions. The terrible revolution, not only against church but against the existing social order in general, which could be prepared in the shadow of this apparent tolerance in the 17th and 18th centuries, proved clearly what these clever, seductive demands signify for the Jews. The writer Dr. Hezekiel Tsier, who bases himself among other sources on the Handbook of Freemasonry, supported by Condorcet, describes the important Albigensian revolution in the following words: "They formed a giant group, to which belonged citizens, soldiers and even such important personages as the King of Aragon, the Count of Toulouse, the Count of Toix, the Viscount of Béziers and Carcassonne." They apparently gained great public power. Their theological theory was the deadly dualism. In the social sphere they strove for anarchy. This occurred in the 13th century. The Pope and the kings soon learned about it. Since they saw themselves discovered and held themselves to be powerful enough, they called for rebellion and made a revolution which put that of 1792 in the shade, and which had its headquarters in Albi. Hence also the name Albigensians. Their weapon was terror, common ownership, the independence of men from every authority, hatred for social institutions and especially for the Church. They revealed their secret only to persons whom they had previously subjected to long, difficult examinations, and laid a duty upon them of maintaining secrecy even to their relatives. Their leaders were unknown to the masses, likewise the signs of recognition by speech and manner of agreement. Condorcet, Manuel Mesa. The Albigensians were protected by powerful magnates and instigated fires, caused devastations and committed countless hideous crimes. With armies of 100,000 men they plundered the cities and above all destroyed the churches and monasteries. Every kind of crime was familiar to them and delighted them. The peoples were seized by terror. Thus ended the peaceful coexistence of Jews and Christians in southern France. In order to defeat this widespread revolution which threatened to destroy the whole of Christianity, the Papal Inquisition had to be introduced and a great crusade organized by Pope Innocent. This army of 500,000 soldiers, which belonged to the most powerful of that time, was able to defeat the revolution after a long bloody war. The revolutionaries in their most radical regions strove for the collectivization of property. That is communism. Another was that they skillfully understood and understand how to turn to their own advantage all shortcomings of the ruling government and the immorality of respected clergy and politicians, so that they then get themselves to be regarded as reformers of these shortcomings and correctors of this immorality. Thus they secure the support of the people, which is later deceived. If in fact the existing order is once abolished, the Jewish liberators usually fall into worse shortcomings and greater immorality than those which they pretended to correct. In the Spanish Encyclopedia Española it is recognized that, among other things, the immoral conduct of many clergy has favored the development of the heresy of the Albigensians. One of the first acts of these heretics was a robust opposition to the clergy, upon whom they could let loose the hatred of the people. For certain clergy left much to be desired with regard to their knowledge and virtue. The people sided with the heretical party. The anti-Catholic historian Henry Charles Lee confirms this and writes, "From the other side we hear that the principal arguments were based on the pride, the avarice and the impure mode of life of the clergy and prelates. Even if these attacks are also much exaggerated, then we nevertheless all know that, in relation to the conduct of life of various clergy, they were certainly well justified. In this case also, as always, the Jewish plotters skillfully used the faults, the bad conduct or the immorality of the civil or church personages of a ruling government, in order to arouse the people against them and the government. In order to prevent the victory of the Jewish rebellions, it is therefore indispensable to moralize our own ranks and to avoid that the enemy on grounds of their real shortcomings can justify his rebellions and can deceive the masses." This was also the opinion of Saint Bernard, Francis of Assisi, Santo Domingo de Guzman and the Popes Innocent N and Innocent Ni, who then fought bitterly against the corruption of the clergy and through this truly purifying work triumphed over the heresies of their time, by their taking from them one of their principal rallying cries to gain supporters and spread their heresies. In the official publication of the respected Jewish historian N. Levin, intended for internal use by Jewry, 50 Years History, the Universal Jewish Alliance, 25 copies in Japan paper and 50 copies in Dutch linen, numbered 175, which was intended for highly regarded Jewish leaders, it is stated word for word. At the beginning of the 13th century the Church faced the heresy of the Albigensians, which had arisen in southern France. The Albigensians are not the only Christians who attack the Church and its dogmas. On the other side also there are unbelievers. For this the Jews are guilty. The Albigensians received their instructions from them, and many a one admits that the Jewish doctrine is to be preferred to the Christian. The Jews are the founders of heresy. The Church recognizes this, and therefore the Jews alarm it. They were destroyed in material aspect, but in all their spiritual power they have received no harm. Pope Innocent III, who strove for domination over Europe, encountered in this little people, Israel, a hindrance which he had to overcome. At the commencement of his period of office he wished for neither the death of the Jews nor their compulsory conversion. He hoped to be able to triumph over them through humiliation and leniency. The Pope directed his attack against the Albigensians. South France is conquered with blood and fire. The Jews are thrown into one pot with the Albigensians and die with them. When in 1197 he took over the pontificate, he had forbidden the Crusaders to rob the Jews and to convert them with force. In 1209 they were confused with Albigensians and cut down with them. The Council of Avignon later obligated all barons and free cities under oath to remove the Jews from all positions and services with Christians and to compel them to practice the Christian religion. The last refers concretely to the false Christians who were secretly given up to Judaism. Admittedly then Holy Church forbade the conversion of the Jews to the Christian religion by force. However, the Christians of Jewish origin who practiced the Jewish religion in secret were certainly very well compelled to abandon this and to honestly confess to their official religion. One thus wished to exterminate the fifth column. On the other side it is not remarkable that, together with the Albigensians, many Jews lost their lives, for they were indeed the instigators and founders of this heresy and therefore lived together with the heretics. In addition it is recognized in this important Jewish work that the Jews were also the instigators of other heresies and unbelief. The historian Vincente Risco reveals that, in Provence and in Languedoc, under the rule of the earls, the Jews enjoyed great well-being and influence. They had positions and public offices and even occupied the stewardships and exerted a real influence on the Christians in philosophy and religion. Therefore several Jewish authors assert that they were responsible for the origin of the heresies of the Carthusians and Albigensians. The learned rabbi and writer Louis Brown writes, if the truth were known, then one would know that the instructed Jews in Provence were partly responsible for the existence of this Freemasonic sect of the Albigensians. The doctrines which the Jews have spread for centuries long in all nations must positively undermine the power of the Church. However, it is known that the heresy of the Albigensians therefore became a serious danger for Christianity, because many southern French nobles supported it and even led this enormous movement of revolution which caused blood to flow in streams and true Christians and devout priests to be murdered. Jules Michelet, the renowned Gallic historian of the previous century, who was one of the directors of the French Spiritual Archive, establishes in his monumental work French History, it was amongst the nobles of Languedoc that the Albigensians found their principal support. This Judea of France, as it has been called, was peopled by a medley of mixed races, Iberian, Gallic, Roman and Semitic. The nobles there, very different from the pious chivalry of the north, had lost all respect for their traditions, and Michelet expressly asserts, there were few who in going back did not encounter some Saracen or Jewish grandmother in their genealogy. No particular importance is attached to the existence of a Saracen grandmother, for the Musulmans in France generally converted sincerely to Christianity. The matter of a Jewish grandmother in a family tree is, on the other hand, very serious, for all Jews regard it as a duty to be fulfilled fanatically, to guide their children to the synagogue, be it only concealed, if it is publicly impossible. In fact, the Count Raymond VI of Toulouse and the Count of Comminges among others were repeatedly accused, at the time of this terrible revolution, of being only apparent Christians and in secret practicing the Jewish religion. Both counts supported the heresy very assiduously. The cautious English historian Nesta H. Webster confirms the assertions of Michelet, and adds in addition that then, the south of France was a center from which went forth much of the basic occultism of Jewry as well as its theosophical dreams. She writes in addition, the Comte de Comminges practiced polygamy, and, according to ecclesiastical chronicles, Raymond Vi, Comte de Toulouse, one of the most ardent of the Albigensian believers, had his harem. The Albigensian movement has been falsely represented as a protest merely against the tyranny of the Church of Rome. In reality it was a rising against the fundamental doctrines of Christianity, more than this, against all principles of religion and morality. For whilst some of the sect openly declared that the Jewish law was preferable to that of the Christians, Greets, History of the Jews, 3, p. 517, to others the God of the Old Testament was as abhorrent as the false Christ who suffered at Golgotha. The old hatred of the Gnostics and Manichaeans for the Demiurgus lived again in these rebels against the social order. Forerunners of the 17th century libertines and 18th century Illuminati, the Albigensian nobles, under the pretext of fighting the priesthood, strove to throw off all the restraints the Church imposed. The famous Rabbi Louis Israel Newman mentions certain anti-biblical doctrines of the Cathars, the forerunners of the Albigensians, and writes later in his work The Jewish Influence on the Christian Reform Movements, on pages 173 and 174 of the edition quoted, the chief dogma of Catharism, namely the dualism of God, has a parallel in certain aspects to Jewish tradition. In spite of strict monotheism, there existed in Judaism an original dualism, which was founded on declarations of the Haggadah and even on apocalyptic allusions in the Old Testament. During the period of flowering of Catharism we encounter a sharpening of the Jewish discussion about dualism, in the contemporary Kabbalah. And on page 176 it is stated, between the ideas of the Cathars and of the Kabbalah exact parallel passages can be found. One must not forget that the heresy of the Albigensians not only goes back to the Cathars but also, exactly like the latter, retains the theological dualism. The influence of the Jewish Kabbalists on the Cathars and Albigensians and on their theological dualism is recognized by distinguished Jewish writers. On the other hand, it seems evident that Jewry unscrupulously introduced into the movement of the Albigensians, and especially among their foot soldiers, an apparent anti-Jewish ideology in which Jehovah was frightfully slandered, just as today they show no scruples in spreading atheism in communist lands. But this is understandable, since in Europe then the great mass of Christians was strongly disposed against the Jews. They could not be awakened through a pro-Semitic movement, but, in order to capture them it was necessary to surround the sects, especially in the lower strata, with an atmosphere which caused the incautious to believe that the Jews were not participating in the movement. The best suited means for this was to slander Jehovah, to renew the Gnostic theories which identified him with the maleficent demiurge, and to take over the teachings of the Manichaeans. Since the leaders of the sects were in addition secret Jews who pretended to be Christians, it was not easy to recognize at first sight, as centuries later with Freemasonry and the conspirators, that many of them were Jews, since they had disguised themselves very well and had taken on their Christian origin, their Christian baptismal and surnames according to the religion. Holy Church not only discovered that the sect was directed by secret Jews, but also that this ideology, apparently anti-Jewish in the lower spheres, was little by little being transformed in the higher circles, to such a point that the Jewish law, that is the Jewish religion, was asserted to be better than the Christian. Also in the Freemasonry of the 18th century the ideology of the founders was gradually altered, always according to the different grades. The latter joined an official Christian association, which seemingly refused Jews admission in its ranks. However, gradually the ideology was altered through lectures, addresses, liturgy, ceremonial and special instruction in the different degrees, always according to how the Freemason rose, and anti-Semitism, which ruled in the then society, was transformed into pro-Semitism. So it was successful for the secret Jews, who gave themselves out as Christians, to create legions of allies among the Freemasons, who were ready to organize the liberal revolutions, to pass laws, which emancipated the public Jews and placed them equal to the rest of the population politically and socially, and to abolish the churches, and civil laws, which for centuries had represented the principal bulwark of Christian society. When the secret Jews had brought the anti-Jewish disposition to silence through Freemasonry and liberalism in the society of the 18th and 19th centuries, they dropped the pretense and left out from the Freemasonic constitutions the articles which forbade the Jews admission in the organization. Soon afterwards the leading places were occupied by Jews, who openly confessed to their religion. Several free men, like Benjamin Franklin, were astounded and alarmed about this invasion. In conclusion, we will add an interesting revelation concerning the principles of the Albigensian heresy, which Rabbi Jacob S. Reason makes in his work Gentile Reactions to Jewish Ideals. The revolution against the hierarchy was especially strong among the Albigensians. They appeared for the first time in Aquitania in the year 1010, and in 1017 we have evidence of a secret society in Orleans, to which 10 priests of a church and a father confessor of the Queen belonged. A short time later we find them in Luttich and Arras, in Soissons and Flanders, in Italy and also in Rome, where many nobles and the people enthusiastically joined them. One called them good men, bonhommes, and the rabbi quoted continues, in spite of the repression ordered by the church, the heretics remained stiff-necked, continued to preach their doctrines and were able to win over several archbishops and noblemen. The details given by the zealous rabbi are very interesting and give us an opportunity to allude to one of the tactics which the Jews use in the founding of their revolutionary movements in Christianity. These movements consist at first of a group of secret Jews who give themselves out to be Christians. Hence it appears as if there are in this circle no Jews, but in reality it consists only of such. In addition, they usually provide a secret society or the public movement with Catholic, Protestant or Orthodox priests, always according to the religion of the land in the individual cases. This is easy for them, for through the fifth column and the clergy they have at their disposal priests, prebendaries or clergy of high rank. This measure should make possible that the true Christians believe with their admission into the association that it is the matter of a good cause, which indeed a devout prebendary or a respected cardinal belongs to. The clergy of the fifth column are thus in this case used as birds of decoy, in order to capture the incautious. Thus the heresy of the Albigensians began with prebendaries and even a father confessor of Her Majesty the Queen. Afterwards bishops honored the secret gatherings through their presence, in order to allow it to appear as a good cause and thus to easier capture the naive people. The same method was used centuries later with Freemasonry, which as a result up to their lowest grades appeared to be a Christian institution and humanitarian society. Their lodges were occupied with priests, prebendaries and even with clergy of highest rank. Thus Jewry could mislead the church and the Christians for a long time and guide thousands of the disillusioned to the sect. The secret Jewish clergy were principally responsible for this deceit. They were aggressive Freemasons, who served as bait to capture the incautious. When the Holy See and the monarchies noticed this swindle, the Pope excommunicated the Freemasons. However, the Brotherhood had everywhere obtained such a great power, that neither the Church nor the monarchs were successful in holding up the onslaught which pulled away with it, for the initial ties had revealed decisive results. The secret Jews in England and the USA still represent Freemasonry as a Christian institution, and in its lowest strata as a humanitarian association. They even make outcries, which have nothing to do with politics, so that the chivalrous Anglo-Saxons, when they have once made the oath, remained caught in the mousetrap and unconsciously serve Jewry as pliant tools. Thus the synagogue of Satan maintains its rule over two great powers. With communism the Jews apply similar methods. There are secret Jewish priests in the clergy of the Catholic Church, in the Protestant and Orthodox churches, which have joined the communist parties. They attempt to lead Christians astray and to convince them that communism is not all too bad and that alliances could be made with it. It is the task of these Jews to lull the free world to sleep, so that it neglects its defense, and to weaken the anti-communist resistance of the peoples, whose shepherds these priests wish to be, in order to introduce the final triumph of Jewish communism. The tactics applied at the time of the Albigensians in this respect are today essentially the same. The higher the fifth column rises in the hierarchy of the clergy, all the greater harm can it cause Christianity in every respect. Also among the members of the present-day existing Jewish Christian brotherhoods we find hypocritical and seemingly devout clergy of the fifth column who through their membership of these organizations deceive and entice many good-willed personages of the Church. Since they do not know the secret aims of these brotherhoods, which make the Christian members into satellites of Jewry, they join themselves to these. As a result, the believers are naturally led still more astray, and these organizations can capture them more easily and then make use of their activity to serve the synagogue of Satan and to oppress the patriots who defend the Church and the peoples threatened by Jewish imperialism. Chapter 30. The Jews as most dangerous enemies of the Church. The Waldenses. Then in the 12th century Jewry attempted to gain control of the papacy with help of the Jewish Cardinal Pier Leone, and the sect of the Albigensians also prepared in secret the greatest revolution of the time. Through this Christianity was to be destroyed, and simultaneously in secret other sects were founded, which wished to master all Europe, abolish the existing order and destroy Holy Church. Jewry thus restricted itself not only to organizing one sect, one revolutionary movement, but caused secretly several, differing from one another, to arise. The ideologies and principles were different and suited to satisfy the taste of all. If one did not agree with the program, the dogmas or the confessions of faith of one sect, then perhaps the others would convince him. And if one sect failed, another would triumph. At all events they supported each other mutually in secret, even if also following apparently opposing and incompatible programs. Thus Jewry began to apply another of its tactics, not to trust to the victory of one single organization, but to found many organizations with different and even contrasting ideologies, which did justice to the most diverse wishes and opinions. The Jews do the same today. They found Christian democratic parties, extreme right parties, without the name playing a role, center parties, socialist, anarchistic and communist parties, as well as Freemasonic, Theosophical and spiritualist organizations, Rotary clubs, Boy Scouts organizations and many others. It would require too much space to mention all those which, as well-known writers have proved, are controlled by international Jewry. Thus the synagogue can control men of the most different tendencies and ideologies, watch over Christian and Gentile peoples and drive onward their plans for world rule. Before we investigate other heretical sects which participated together with the Albigensians in this great Jewish revolution in the 12th century and which nearly conquered Europe and destroyed Holy Church, we will quote highly regarded Jewish sources, which provide us with details about the role which the Jews played in the heresies of that time. The Jewish Spanish Encyclopedia mentions the attitude of the Church to the medieval heresies and confirms the assertions of priests and writers of most different epochs, who made the assurance that the Jews were the fathers of the heresies. Then it is stated expressly. In the same way as the Inquisition, it accused the Jews of having instigated the medieval heresies, and all heterodox movements were for the Church the result of a Jewish conspiracy, and the instigators and leaders Jews. It is clear that neither Holy Church nor the Inquisition lied. In addition, they had sufficient proofs to base their assertions upon. The Rabbi Louis Brown writes in addition in his interesting History of the Jews, in a chapter with the title The Disunion of the Church and the subtitle The Help of the Jews in the Protestant Reformation, it is more than only a thorn. Since the synagogue was represented in all Christian lands, it had the effect everywhere like a network of small swords, which injured the self-satisfaction of the Church. This explains the fact that the Church allowed the Jews no pause to rest. It was her most dangerous foe, since everywhere it wandered, it promoted heresies. This learned rabbi expresses not only completely openly the greatest of all truths, by his describing the Jews as the worst enemies of the Church, but also gives us the solution to what was for many a great mystery, that is the rapid spreading of the medieval heresies, later of Freemasonry and finally of Marxist communism, over the individual lands. Since there have been Jewish organizations all over the world for many centuries, which have the effect of a network of small swords, being represented in all lands through influential personalities and having everywhere great financial power, it is naturally an easy thing for them to spread with astonishing rapidity every revolutionary, public and secret movement or every other kind of connection and to provide it with international regard. Only an institution like the synagogue, which has been rooted for centuries in all parts of the world, could provide so many perverse movements rapidly with an international character. As a result it has attempted and still attempts through its favorite weapon, deceit, to rule the peoples and to make freedom impossible. In connection with another of the great heretical movements, which in the 12th century, threatened to tear down the existing social, political and religious order, we will once again quote very highly respected Jewish sources. Rabbi Jacob S. Raisin writes about the Waldenses. Another heterodox group went back to Waldo, a rich merchant from Lyons. He diligently studied the Bible and commissioned 2 priests to translate it into French. The rich young man had the wish to set the counsels of Jesus into deeds and divided his wealth among the poor and also among those from whom he had acquired it, and praised poverty. 1175. Many men of the city followed his example, and the poor of Lyons, under this name the Waldenses were known, were imitated not only in North France, but also in Spain and Italy. The motto of this sect could thus not be more attractive, especially for the poor population strata, who as always were in a majority. The appearance of holiness and purity, with which its leaders surrounded themselves, was extraordinarily captivating. All this caused the revolutionary power of the movement to become enormously great. It is understandable that, with such a pure, clean and, for the lower classes, so beneficial exterior, great masses of believers were captured. However, later the poison made itself perceptible. The same rabbi writes, "For these devoted pupils of the Ebionites the Roman Church was the scarlet woman of the Apocalypse, and its idolatry, revering of holy images, was the same as the cult which they had displaced." Up to then, however, everything alluded to a movement of unblemished purity, which was led by men who divided their wealth, followed exactly the rules for perfection of our Lord Jesus, and fought against the immorality of the clergy, for which reason they, as they pretended, compared the church with the scarlet woman of the Apocalypse. It is natural that great masses allow themselves to be deceived by this appearance and joined the heresy. On the other hand, their doctrines departed less from the orthodox than that of the Cathars and Albigensians who were Gnostics and Manichaeans, and would therefore be more easily accepted by the masses, who would even suspect that behind so much beauty was also concealed a renewed dark attempt on the part of the Jews to control Christian society. We quote once more the Jewish Spanish Encyclopedia, that official work of Jewry, in which the later course of this apparently purely humanitarian movement of the Waldenses is described. The Waldenses, a sect which arose in 1170 in Lyons under the leadership of Peter Waldo, represent that aspect of the Jewish movement which also later the Protestants Huss, Munzer, Zwingli and other reformers of later centuries made use of. This heresy took on a considerable extent and stretched from Lyons and Provence up to Lorraine and South Belgium in the north and Hungary and Moravia in the east. It is certainly not by chance that it arose in Lyons, as also the sect of the Passighi in Milan, since the 2 cities were great centers of Jewish life and influence. The Waldenses Bible, which is preserved in some copies, Ms. Cambridge, 14th century, and Grenoble, contains no less than 32 Jewish books. It was read at the secret gatherings under the direction of the preachers or ancients. One assumes that this word originates from the Hebrew. The Waldenses also held themselves to be the real Israel, or, as their leader Muston expressed it, Israel of the Alps. Kumba and Muston spoke of Exodus and the scattering of the faithful. Peter Waldo is the Moses of this little people which migrated from the land of slavery, and the father, the Abraham of Israel of the Alps, before he became Moses. The ancients of the Waldenses sent missionaries to Italy in order to call for repentance and to feed the lost sheep of Israel in the valleys of the Alps. The ancients themselves, who were well skilled in the sciences, the languages and scripture, compared themselves with the ancients of Israel, whose communities consisted of the Israel of the Alps, and whose Levites and judges they were. The tactic of the Jews of accusing their enemies of what they themselves do, attained its peak in the attacks of the Jewish heresy of the Waldenses against the absolute anti-Jewish tradition of Holy Church. As the Rabbi Louis Israel Newman assures us, it was asserted that the tradition of Holy Church was the tradition of the Pharisees. This reproach is frequently made by heretics. The Waldenses of Lombardy asserted that their separation from the Roman Church was justified, for it was no longer the Church of Jesus Christ but was ruled by scribes and Pharisees. Later on page 236 and 237 of the work mentioned, the rabbi, in connection with the personal relation between Jews and Waldenses, states that cities, as for example Lyons and Metz in which the Jews were powerful and influential, were also important centers of the Waldensian heresy. And he asserts, not only during the 12th and 13th century did the Jews and Waldenses join together. On page 238 of the work quoted it is finally stated, "It is not only evident that a personal relationship existed between the Jews in Provence and the Waldenses in the 13th century, but in the 15th century also the Hussites were frequently in contact with the Jews, and the Hussites and Waldenses were directly and indirectly connected with one another. During the 16th century, before and after the Reformation, the personal relations between Jews and Waldenses became strong. And as late as the 19th century we find the Waldenses and Jews associated, not in intellectual relations, but in governmental ones. Thus, on 13 September 1849, in Italy, a ministerial committee was founded which was to regulate anew the special government of Waldenses and Jews. In conclusion we will quote an interesting revelation of the Jewish historian Gerson Wolff. The latter asserts that the Jews in the 15th century were accused of having conspired together with the Hussites and Waldenses against the then government. This Jew was prosecuted by the Austrian government on account of his book Democracy and Socialism, which reveals revolutionary tendencies. One finds valuable details concerning the said Jewish conspiracy in a report which is contained in the protocols of the theological faculty in Vienna, and in fact in the protocol of the 10th of January 1419. Those who are interested in investigating still further this Jewish Hussite Waldense conspiracy in the 15th century, which wished to abolish the existing order, can refer to the original mentioned. Chapter 31. The Great Pope Gregory VII, Hildebrand, destroys a Jewish theocracy in North Italy. Another movement provoked by the members of the fifth column in Christianity was that of the Passagiai, the Sabbatarians or the circumcised. These sects naturally made the greatest progress in North Italy and South France, that is in the regions of Europe, where the synagogue was then particularly strongly represented. These sects can be regarded as the left wing of the manifold revolutionary movements of the secret Jews in the 12th century against Christianity. In order that the reader can form an idea of this revolutionary movement, we will take over word for word in the following interesting passages from the already mentioned Jewish Spanish Encyclopedia. The sects of the Passagiai, of the Sabbatarians or circumcised, arose in Lombardy, where Jew-friendly erroneous beliefs had always found favorable ground. Approximately between the years 884 and 1058 there ruled over Milan and neighborhood a theocracy founded by Angelo Brito da Pusterla and José de Ivers, which held faithfully to the Old Testament. Its sanctuary in Carroccio received the Bundeslade. The people was ruled by captains, judges, and Levites, priests, and its entire political and spiritual life bore the imprint of the Old Testament, as later with the Baptists and the Puritan communities in Europe and the New World. This theocracy was at once overthrown after Gregory VII became pope. The Jews in Lombardy occupied a leading position in it. The Pierleoni family, who provided the Pope Nicholas II, 1130–1138, and from which one queen, the wife of Roger II of Sicily came, has made itself a name in history. The Jewish influence in Lombardy was so great that in many cities Christians honored the Sabbath, Saturday, instead of Sunday, and even the Cathars in this region accepted parts of the Old Testament in contrast to the Provencals. Arianism had left behind deep traces in North Italy, and its tolerance towards the Jews favored their position and at the same time prepared the climate for countless anti-papal sects, among whom stood out the Jewish. Without doubt the most important, that of the Passighi, was strongly influenced by the flourishing Jewry in Lombardy. One must read this paragraph over again before one grasps its entire importance in every respect. Here we will limit ourselves to seeing in it a further proof that tolerance towards the Jews, as is admitted in the encyclopedia, prepared the climate for countless anti-papal sects, as the Jews called them. This tolerance towards the deadly enemy thus signifies giving him freedom of action, so that he can destroy the Church and rule the Christian peoples. On the other side, Gregory VII, one of the most important popes of the Church, the famous Hildebrand, has given us an example of how one should proceed against Jewish rule. When he entered the pontificate, he at once began to fight and suppress the Jewish theocracy on Christian soil in North Italy. Oh, if only all of us in our struggle against the communist and atheistic forces, which are led by the same foe whom Gregory VII destroyed, would behave in the same way as this great pope. Concerning the confession of belief of the Passighi, it is stated in the Jewish encyclopedia mentioned, their teaching prescribed the literal following of the law of Moses, the law of circumcision, the diet instructions, feasts, etc. However, sacrifices, in agreement with the then rabbinical teaching, were rejected. They recognized Jesus and the New Testament, which they attempted to bring into harmony with the Old Testament, so that the latter became in time most important of all. According to the extent, it is assumed, that Jewish scholarship increased. Here the Jewish encyclopedia gives us a revelation which yet again confirms the development of this tactic. The movements are introduced with some demands which are suited to capture the Christians and pagans, Gentiles. Afterwards there is a gradual alteration, in the same measure as those captured are prepared to accommodate themselves to this development. Great as Jewish influence may then have been in North Italy, it was naturally nevertheless difficult to induce at the first attempt the Christians, who knew the apostles had lifted the Jewish law and given preference to the New Testament, to join the sect which represented the exact opposite and did not recognize the teaching of Paul and the apostles. The more the Jewish scholarship of the neophytes increased on the basis of the instruction given by the sects, the more members were prepared to be convinced of the opposite. The rescinded law of Moses was declared as valid and the Old Testament given privilege over the New. As a result, a decisive step was taken on the way to the ideological influencing of Christians through the Jews and their control through Jewish imperialism. But let us allow the synagogue to speak further through its quoted monumental work. The Passighi universally believed in general that the Jewish law was better than the Christian and naturally rejected the dogma of the Trinity. In this sense their leader Pinay declared, they, the Passighi, say that Christ, the Son of God, was not equal to the Father. Father, Son and Holy Ghost were not a single God, no single being, and Maurice asserts, thus it is said, Christ was a first, pure creature, that is God created Christ. Rabbi Louis Israel Newman writes in his work Jewish Influence on the Christian Reform Movement about the Passighi. The sects of the Passighi visibly represent the Jewish aspect of the heterodox movements in Christianity of the 12th and 13th century. Particularly when the Catholic Church seemed strengthened, violent protest movements began, which placed its authority in question. In the 12th century arose many sects, which in spite of all efforts to destroy them, maintained themselves. Whoever has not occupied himself thoroughly with these questions, confuses these sects of Jewish Christians and the circumcised who celebrate the Sabbath and follow the law of Moses in all rigor, with the false Christians who are Jews in descent and practice their religion in secret. The latter are described in the terminology of the Inquisition as Jewish heretics. However, the Papal Inquisition with its effective methods of investigation exactly laid bare the difference. Although it was known that the Passighi, Sabbatarians or circumcised were controlled by the Jews and practiced a religion which stood closer to Judaism than Christianity, the Inquisition separated them clearly from the actual Jews. The archive of the Inquisition in Carcassonne, South France, supply us, among other things, with the proof that the Holy Office was very well informed about this. The Inquisition asked the captive Jews or the false converts from Judaism, who were called relapsed. How does the circumcision of Christians differ from that of the Jews? Quomodo circumcidat Christianos aliterquam suos? Interrogatoria ad Judeos. Further enlightenment concerning this point is given us in a treatise about the heretics written in the 13th century, in which the appropriate differentiation is made. Take ye to knowledge that the Jews circumcise their own sons in other manner than the grown-up Christians who confess to Jewry. With the latter they cut only a semicircle into the upper skin, while with their own sons they cut a whole circle. As we will investigate still more thoroughly in a sequel to this work, the Jewish religion is very racially conscious, destined only for the chosen people. The new converts at the door, that is, the Gentiles, who are converted to Judaism, are always kept remote from the real Jewish organizations and used only as satellites and common tools of the really pure-blooded Jews and lower organizations. Although they look like Jewish communities and synagogues, they are nevertheless simple mousetraps for the incautious, who are controlled by secret pure-blooded Jews, and the naive adherents or pure Jews are radically excluded from the circles where decisions are made about the important affairs of Jewish imperialism. The pantomime Jewish organizations are watched over by pure-blooded Jews who give themselves out as new converts or spiritual Jews, and so it appears that these organizations rule themselves. However, they do not know that they are influenced by a secret circle of pure-blooded Jews who belong to these communities, watch over them in different manner and use the new converts simply as tools of Jewish imperialism. They do the same with the Freemasons and Communists. They make the unwary believe that they belong to the elite which directs the affairs of the synagogue, so that they fight with the greatest dedication for the cause. Chapter 32. The Jewish Fifth Column and the Russian Orthodox Church. Before Jewry took root in Russia, the Jews had become powerful in the Ukraine. Their revolutionary activity was suppressed, and the consequence of this was that many of them were apparently converted to the Christianity of the Greek Orthodox and later to the Russian Orthodox Church. As with Catholicism, they were also in these churches the spreaders of the heretical revolutionary movements. Concerning one of these revolutionary organizations which shattered the Russian Church and Christianity, the Hebrew Encyclopedia studied by us reports the official work of Jewry. The sect was spread by the Passagiai. In the encyclopedia it is stated literally, the concealed Jewish nucleus of the Passagiai revealed itself in the development of its doctrine with the Shidovstvia Judaizers, in Russia in the 15th century. This sect, whose first apostle was the Jushkaraya of Kiev who even won over the princes and the highest clergy of Moscow, believed that Christ had still not come, and, if he came, then not as Son of God, as essence, but through his good deeds like Moses and the prophets. As one can see, this sect first spread itself in the Catholic world and was then introduced by a Jew into the Russian Orthodox Church. Other sects, on the other hand, such as those of the Cathars, arose apparently in the Byzantine Empire and were later spread in Christianity. How serious this crisis was, can be recognized from an assertion of the Jews in their encyclopedia mentioned, where it is stated that the heresy provoked by a Jew in the middle of the 15th century, that is approximately 500 years ago, gained to its side the greatest part of the Orthodox clergy of Moscow. Also under the word Rusa, Russia, in Volume 9 of the Jewish Spanish Encyclopedia this powerful heretical movement is mentioned, and it is asserted that the Church attributed it directly to the influence of Jewish preachers, and other sources see a connection between it with the sects of the Sabbatarians which were very widespread in South and East Europe during the time of the Reformation, and concerning which the Jewish Encyclopedia affirms that they had unquestionable nexuses with Judaism. Accordingly this monumental work of the synagogue quotes the opinion of Dubnov's. At the same time there arose in Moscow, as result of secret Jewish propaganda, a religious movement, which is described as Jewish heresy. According to Russian chronicles, its founder was the learned Jew Zajaria, who, together with several fellow believers, emigrated from Kiev to the old Russian city of Novgorod. During the religious unrest then prevailing in Novgorod, the new sect of the Strigalniki, named after their founder Karp Strigalnik, had come into existence in this city, who announced the lifting of the Christian rites and did not recognize Christ as God. Zajaria approached various representatives of the Orthodox clergy and was able to convert them to Judaism. The leaders of the rebels of Novgorod, the priests Denis and Alexei, went in 1490 to Moscow and there converted a great number of Greek Orthodox believers. Some of them even had themselves circumcised. The Jewish heresy soon took firm root among the Moscow nobility and in court circles. To their adherents belonged also Helene, the daughter-in-law of the Grand Prince. The Bishop of Novgorod Hnadio declared the spreading of the Jewish sects to be dangerous and made courageous efforts to root them out in his diocese. In Moscow the struggle against the new doctrine was exceedingly difficult. However, there also it succeeded in finally blocking their further progress thanks to the vigorous efforts of Hnadio and other righteous stalwarts. Upon decision of the Church Council of 1504, and upon command of Ivan III, the chief rebels were burned alive and their supporters taken prisoner or concealed in monasteries. Through these measures the Jewish heresy was destroyed. And the quoted Jewish encyclopedia closes with the following interesting commentary: however, the Jewish tendencies did not completely die out in the Russian people and occasionally made themselves perceptible centuries later in a way and manner which disturbed the imperial government. The Jewish fifth column and the Russian Orthodox Church later gained in strength through the following mock conversions of the Jews to Christianity. In the 17th century apparently many Jews were converted to Christianity and pretended to be good Christians. But in their innermost heart they remained secret Jews and hated the Russian tradition. These secret Jews were known in Jewish circles by the name Shabbatnik. Several studies were made of them. Chacham Joseph Israel Benjamin, the famed Jewish leader, compiled, for example, the historic data about the Shabbatnik and published it in Temzin, Algeria, under the title 4 Years' War of the Poles against the Russians and Tartars, 1648–1652. The Tsar Nicholas I attempted to solve the Jewish problem, but made the tragic error of compelling the Jews to be converted to Christianity. The catastrophic result was an enormous number of mock conversions. The Jews displayed in public a dishonest Christianity, while in secret they were as Jewish as before and had their sons ordained as priests, infiltrating them into the hierarchy of the Orthodox clergy, just as their crypto-Jewish brothers had done in the Catholic and Protestant clergy. One must, however, recognize that the Tsars, the Orthodox Church and the Russian people in equal degree violently opposed the Jews penetrating into Russia. Although the latter at first came in great masses, especially at the time when Russia conquered a great part of Poland, the Orthodox Church, the state and the people continued to fight heroically against the Jewish communities, which became as numerous as no others in the world. With the aid of international Jewry the Jews were finally successful in triumphing at first in the March Revolution of 1917 and later in the Bolshevist October Revolution. The help of the Jewish fifth column in the Russian Orthodox Church was thereby decisive. It would otherwise have been impossible for such a weak communist party, which in a land with a total population of 100 million inhabitants had only a few thousand supporters, to triumph so easily and quickly. It triumphed because the members of the Jewish fifth column possessed the key positions of the parties of the right, of the center and of the extreme left, sabotaged the defense of traditional Russia and with evil-willed intrigues destroyed and brought into discredit those who could have saved the country. At the decisive moment the Jew Kerensky and his accomplices handed over power to a band of Jewish criminals, who tyrannized the Russian people from then onwards. As soon as the Jewish band under Lenin imposed their bloody dictatorship in Russia, it had archbishops, bishops, priests and clergy of all ranks who held firm to their faith, murdered and replaced them with Jews in the Sudan, as intellectuals who have fled from the lands ruled by the beast have informed the free world. These Jewish communists in priestly garb, in the sequel to this work we will prove, that they do in fact exist, snatched to themselves the patriarchate and the bishoprics of the heroic old Russian Orthodox Church. Although the latter favored the schism of Constantinople to the harm of our Catholics, it must nevertheless be recognized that it fought bitterly to preserve the nation from falling into the hands of the synagogue of Satan. As the exiled bishops of the real Orthodox Church of the free world have informed us, today both the Patriarch of Moscow as also the remaining clergy are communist agents in priestly robes, who use their holy office in order to carry on Bolshevist propaganda. in order in various ways and means to make easier the triumph of communism. They wished to weaken the defense of the free world and to deceive it with the myth that communism does not persecute the church and that a peaceful coexistence is possible with atheistic Marxism. As we already know, with this coexistence only the intention is followed, of causing the Holy Catholic Church to conclude an alliance with the Antichrist, in order to demoralize the activity of the Russian exiles and the patriots in Poland, Hungary, Romania, Yugoslavia and the other tyrannized lands, and to nullify the efforts of those who fight persistently and tenaciously to free their states from the bloody criminal yoke of the Jewish Marxists. This pact with the devil would finally also demoralize the Christians in the USA, who, in spite of high taxes, make great sacrifices in order to finance the defense of the free world. The American people, which is already weakened through the treachery of many rulers, would be completely demoralized if it noticed that Holy Church threw its sheep into the gullet of the wolf and concluded a league with the devil. This is the plan for the next ecumenical council. As we have experienced, they will then make use of the communists in the Sudan, who have illegally appropriated the offices in the Russian Orthodox Church, as well as of the World Church Council, which controls a great part of the Protestant churches. Protestant patriots of the USA have repeatedly accused the World Council of Churches and the press of treachery against Protestantism, the USA and the free world, for its policy was clearly directed to a pact with the Kremlin and the betrayal of the free world. However, we are convinced that God will allow His Holy Church to continue to exist and will once again cause the rancors of the dragon of hell and its synagogue to fail. At the council in New Athanasius, Ambrose, John Chrysostom or Saint Bernard will appear and at a critical moment cause the failure of the dark plans of Jewish communism and its fifth column and the clergy, even if they believe they already have the council under their control, and break out into a cry of jubilation. They claim to be able to cause the council to approve reforms which would finally ruin the church and would allow international communism to triumph. Among other things, they wish to attain that the ban against communism is lifted and peaceful coexistence with the Antichrist is approved. The Jewish bands of the Kremlin and their clergy of the fifth column wish that the Soviet authorities should suddenly liberate bishops and priests imprisoned for years, in order to then lead them in triumphant procession through Rome. Exaggerated goodwill letters to the Pope and the Holy Council from the side of the communist authorities and other proofs of friendship shatter the resolution of the Fathers of the Council to continue to fight against communism and are intended to cause them to approve the policy of peaceful coexistence, which Jewry and its satellites wish to force upon the higher clergy of the Church. The communists know how to negotiate, and in exchange for a few gestures, which shows goodwill, to obtain in exchange the destruction of the Church defense against Marxism, and to attain that a peaceful coexistence is made possible, which shall only occasion Holy Church to no longer fight against atheistic communism, so that the latter can more easily rule the world. For relatively insignificant concessions they wish to attain essential advantages, which secure to them the victory over the free world. Why do they not abolish the atheistic materialism of communism if they really wish to conclude peace with Holy Church? Why do they not release the Catholic Poles and Czechoslovakia from slavery, withdraw Soviet troops from these lands and allow free elections? Why do they not do the same with the remaining Christian nations which they have subjected? Why do they not abandon the anti-Christian and anti-religious propaganda which takes their faith from the true Christians? But they wish that the hands and feet of the Church are bound in practice and that the red beast is able to gradually consume the whole world. In exchange they make a few gestures which show apparent goodwill but stand in no relation to the concessions which they demand. A learned Romanian academician, who fled to the West from the communist tyranny, gives us a valuable report about the present position of the Russian Orthodox Church, which we reproduce below. Among the thousands of priests whom the Jews have murdered in Russia are the Archbishop Veniamin of Petrograd, the Bishop Panteleimon of Polotsk, the Bishop Nicodim of Belgorodsky, the Archbishop Gregory of Katharinenburg, the Archbishop Tian of Voronezh, the Archbishop Vladimir of Kiev, the Bishop Mitrophanes from the province of Arkhangelsk, the Archbishop Vasily from Chernikovsky, the Bishop Makary Orlovsky of the Russian bishopric in the north, the Archbishop Andronik of Perm, the Bishop Ambrosia of Vyatka, the Bishop Ermogin of Tobolsk, the Bishop Grigory of Novgorod, the Vicar Isidore of Novgorod, the Bishop Pimen of Turkestan, the Bishop Ephraim of Vladivostok, the Bishop Laurentius of Nizhny-Novgorod. In the same way as the churches, all monasteries, seminaries and printing works of the church were closed. The entire church organization was destroyed and every Christian cult forbidden. Religion, naturally not the Jewish, was regarded by the Jews, as Lenin had said, as the opium of the people. After everything had been destroyed and many millions of Christians were murdered, the tyrants of communist Russia considered it convenient to again seemingly reintroduce freedom of religion, in order to deceive the still free Christian peoples and to diminish the hostility of Christians towards the communist regime. The murderers of the Kremlin, continues the Romanian Traian Romescu in his report, found among themselves a capable man, who could play the role of Patriarch of Moscow, and provide the impression that the Russian Orthodox Church again created patriarchs. But the latter is no Christian. The Patriarch Alexei is in reality called Reuben. He is a Jew from Odessa in the Ukraine, and his family there owned a transit house in the harbor before the revolution. The present Russian Orthodox Church is only a secret tool of the communist regime and its representatives abroad, just as the Russian Orthodox bishops in North America, Paris and Jerusalem are members of the Soviet Secret Service and are just as dangerous as the Soviet spies who come to the West as diplomats. This representation of facts, which we have taken from the work The Great Jewish Conspiracy of the Romanian academician Traian Romescu, brings before our eyes how the Jews at first murdered the true Christian bishops in masses, in order then to hand over manu militari the direction of the Russian Orthodox Church to the Jewish fifth column. It is thus not remarkable that the members of the fifth column in the Catholic clergy can easily come to an agreement with their secret Jewish brothers in the Orthodox clergy. The scandalous events which await us in the next few months can only surprise those who do not know what goes on behind the scenes, to use the aptly chosen words of Benjamin Disraeli. Chapter 33. The Jews spread the cult of Satan. Adolf Jacob Frank, a Jewish leader of the past, 19th century, writes in his interesting work about the Kabbalah in connection with Jewish demonolatry, worship of demons. If in Judaism traces of dark superstition are present, then one must above all seek the cause of the terror which it inspires through its devil worship. The confession that there has existed a devil worship in Judaism is therefore so valuable, because it comes from an important leader of the synagogue who was no less than vice president of the Israelite Church Council in Paris, the highest Jewish authority in France, collaborator in the Israelite archives and assistant director of the Imperial Library at the time of Napoleon III. The Jews spread the Lucifer cult at first in various Gnostic sects and later through the secret Luciferian and Satanic sects and chiefly through the devilish magic which is universally known as black magic. Their doctrines go back to the Jewish Kabbalah, and their chief diffusers were at all times the Jews. The most perverse phenomenon of this magic is the adoration of the devil. It must be made clear that some circles of Jewish Kabbalists with their secret gatherings have really honestly worshipped Satan. Without doubt, however, most Jews who spread Satanism have not held this terrible superstition to be true and have only used it as an effective means to disrupt Christian society and prepare its destruction by their declaring evil to be good and conversely. The Jews in an unexampled infamous way and manner made use of the motto, "The end justifies the means." How better in the Middle Ages could they have been able to demoralize Christian society than to cause it to worship Satan and to despise God? As one sees, the wickedness of the Jews knows no bounds. Not in vain did our Lord Jesus call them sons of the devil and describe the synagogues as synagogues of Satan. Satanism was another octopus arm of that great Jewish revolution in the 12th century, which in many respects was so terrible or even more terrible than that of modern time. The English writer Nesta H. Webster writes, towards the end of the 12th century Luciferianism spread eastwards through Styria, the Tyrol, and Bohemia, even as far as Brandenburg. By the beginning of the 13th century it had invaded western Germany. In addition, this writer asserts that it spread out as far as Italy and France. It must be pointed out that, at the time of the Crusades and afterwards, Thousands of Jews in Germany and Central Europe were apparently converted to Christianity and in these lands took unusual family names. As a result, they joined themselves to Christian society and strengthened the Jewish fifth column. Upon this invasion of false converts followed as usual the spreading of heresies and revolutionary movements, among which Satanism played an important role. In Bohemia the false converts had flooded over the church in this land, like South France and North Italy, became a veritable center of heretics. Later the same occurred there as today in Switzerland, which became the cradle of the Jewish Protestantism of Calvin and Zwingli, which differed from the nationalistic and in many cases anti-Semitic Protestantism of Martin Luther. Eliphas Levi describes the conjuration ceremonies of hell, pointing out that those present must unconditionally dishonor the ceremonies of their religion and debase the most holy symbols. This method attains its high point in the polluting of the Holy Sacrament. The secret host was fed to mice, pigs and toads, and disgraced in an indescribable way and manner. In the course of centuries there have again and again been scandals when it became known that Jews or converts or even Christian clergy, who were secret Jews, used hosts, Hoschen, to commit terrible pollutions at their secret gatherings. Through magic the Jews, in their great hatred towards Christ, were successful in inducing many Christians infected by the teachings of the Satanists to do the same. Nesta H. Webster, quoting Deschamps, writes, that science of demoniacal arts, of which the Jews were the initiators and in which cannot be ignored the Jewish Kabbalists in some form or other in any comprehensive analysis of the situation. Eliphas Levi, an authority whom no one can accuse of anti-Semitism, asserts, the Jews who believed most of all in the secrets of the Kabbalah were in the Middle Ages almost exclusively the grand masters of magic. Another personality whom one cannot accuse of making common cause with the Catholic Church is Voltaire. He accused the Jews of spreading black magic and in his work Henriade describes a revolting ceremony, in which the devilish name is named together with the name of the Eternal in the same breath. The priest of this temple is one of those Jews who were respected as world citizens, etc. And in a footnote to this splendid sentence he adds, it was universally customary that the Jews gave themselves up to magical actions. This old superstition goes back to the secrets of the Kabbalah, whose sole preserver the Jews regard themselves. Nesta H. Webster closes after a calm thorough study, demonology in Europe was in fact essentially a Jewish science. Monsignor Murin, the Archbishop and Bishop of Port Louis quotes Leo Taxil in the Kabbalist Handbook of Brother Constant, 30th grade of Freemasonry, and writes, this report confirms the opinion of almost all authors who have dealt with this devilish magic, that all branches and practices of sorcery have their origin in the Jewish Kabbalah. Since the Jews were without doubt the founder and secret leaders of Freemasonry, they also introduced into some Freemasonic organizations the cult of Lucifer. This is proved by Leo Taxil, who has employed himself thoroughly within this material. Concerning the 20th grade, degree, of certain rites he writes, the Prince of the Tabernacle is now prepared for the Freemasonic revelation, for in the 20th degree of the Grand Patriarch he has worshipped a glittering star on a golden cloud, which was described to him as Morning Star or also as Lucifer, and here's the summons of the President, be like the morning star, who announces the day, bring the world light, in the holy name of Lucifer, dispel the darkness. 300 Concerning the purpose which the Jews follow with this reversal of values, the renowned, learned Jesuit, Archbishop and Bishop of Port Louis writes the following, as our readers know, the Jewish Kabbalists have reversed the value of words, in order to turn away their followers from the truth. Thus, for example, God signifies Satan and Satan God. Good is evil. Virtue is vice and vice is virtue. Truth is lies and lies are truth. Light is darkness and darkness light. Revelation is obscurantism and obscurantism is revelation. Religion is superstition and superstition religion. Chapter 34. The Church and the Christian states build up their defense against the great Jewish revolution of the Middle Ages. In the face of the revolutionary activity of this network of secret societies led by Jewry, which endangered Holy Church, the Christian states and the whole existing order of that time was threatened and set about building up an effective defense. Several popes were effective one after the other in this task, and especially the great Innocent III, Domingo de Guzman, Francis of Assisi. The Third and Fourth Ecumenical Lateran Councils and other provincial synods distinguished themselves. The most astounding thing about the matter is that, in the organization of this effective defense, a free-thinker, an unbeliever and bitter enemy of Pope Innocent III participated, since he realized that Europe was close to falling into the bloody claws of the Jews and their heresies. We are speaking of the German Emperor Frederick II, who on the one side fought against the papacy, but on the other side was so spiritually with his time and far-sighted and correctly evaluated the great deadly danger which hung over the European nations. Frederick too was perhaps more concerned to save his people than the Church, but fortunately he was conscious of this deadly threat and did not disturb the work of defense, but supported it energetically and successfully. May all German patriots, who today fight against the beast, follow his example, and even if there are also unbelievers among them, may they not nevertheless strike out on the false disgraceful path of the Nazis and turn against the Christians. The edicts of Emperor Frederick formed to a great extent the foundations for the Inquisition court and were later recognized by the popes. The decisive intervention of this unbelieving enemy of the papacy proves to us that not only was the Church threatened but Europe itself, and that the Inquisition court was indispensable for preserving Europe from falling under the rule of Jewish imperialism. Our present situation is just as serious as in the 12th century, even more dangerous if one reflects that today neither the hierarchy of the Church nor the civil rulers pay heed to the danger and arm for defense, as if they wore a bandage before their eyes, or as if a similar crisis like that occasioned by the Jewish Cardinal Pier Leone was played out in the high hierarchy, which apparently is much undermined by the fifth column, which resolutely with all means scatters sand in the eyes of those who could save the Church and Christianity. Before we investigate the defensive measures adopted against Jewry and its heresies in the bulls of various popes and in the Third and Fourth Ecumenical Lateran Councils, we will in this chapter briefly summarize these measures. Since the Jews sought with all means to destroy Europe and did not allow the smallest opportunity to escape them in order to conquer and subjugate the Christian peoples, measures were naturally seized upon to prevent these aliens and traitors from causing further harm. The most important thing was to prevent their close connection with the Christians, for only thus could they deceive them and infect them with decomposing doctrines. For this purpose the laws of the Holy Church Councils were to be strictly followed, which had already arranged this division over centuries. These laws were in fact in force, but in several regions had fallen into oblivion, and it sufficed to summon the civil and religious authorities to observe them. Later new laws were passed by the ecumenical councils, which declared universally authorized and obligatory the prescription that the Jews should wear a sign on their clothing, so that the Christians could recognize them and protect themselves from deception and deceit. If a Jew who wore the sign attempted to preach a heresy or the overthrow of the social order, no one listened to him, for they knew that they were dealing with a deceitful Jew, about whose falsity the faithful were constantly warned from the pulpit. The clergy were reminded through the ritual and the liturgy, where there were repeated references to Jewish falsehood. Among this fell the entire revolutionary heretical activity, the infiltration into the clergy of the Church and completely generally the wickednesses which distinguished the actions of the Hebrews in Christian society. Accordingly for defense the obligatory ghetto was erected and the Jews compelled to dwell in a fixed part of the city. They were forbidden to live with the Christians and to pervert them with their destructive doctrines and intrigues. For the same reason they were excluded from the craftsmen's guilds, the rising universities and fundamental institutions of Christian society, which were thus freed from their domination. As a result, the Jews were prevented from abusing to bring to a successful conclusion their frequent conspiracies against Holy Church and against the unfortunate peoples who had opened their frontiers to them and had bade them hearty welcome. Put briefly, the Church and its shepherds set themselves to fulfill their duty and to preserve their sheep from the cunning wolf, just as Christ commanded. At the present time, the fifth column in the supreme hierarchy of the clergy wishes to attain that at the current Vatican Council two certain reforms which it represents as apparent improvements, are approved, which are intended to deliver the sheep to the wolf, for in secret they wished to make easier the victory of communism and prevent the peoples from defending themselves against the imperialism of the Jews and their perverse conspiracies. They attempt to achieve that vague theses about uniting of the peoples or churches are set up by the council, which later communism, Jewry and its accomplices and agents in the Catholic clergy can misuse. While Holy Church and the Christian states undertook the former mentioned measures in order to make impossible the revolutionary activity of the public Jews or nevertheless at least to make it difficult, their attention was also especially directed at the problem of the secret Jews, Jewish heretics, and their revolutionary movements, various heresies. Since the secret Jews appeared in public as honest Christians, lived outwardly as devout Catholics and even joined themselves to the clergy, in the course of centuries their Jewish origin had fallen into oblivion, and it was therefore very difficult to discover it, since they were represented in all realms of religious, political and social life. They were far more dangerous than the Jews who publicly admitted to their religion. On the other side, the heretical sects also founded by them were just as secret as their Judaism, for the heretics lived outwardly like Catholics. Their organizations and gatherings were strictly secret. Like their concealed leaders, the secret Jews everywhere undermined Christian society, without the church or the state being able to prevent it. Only when the conspiracy was ripe and strong enough in order to carry out the decisive stroke, did the sect cause one of those bloody revolutions to break out which caused medieval society to shudder. If it had not been completely defeated, then the catastrophe which faces the world today would already have occurred several centuries earlier. This sore must be expunged, if the peoples wish to live in peace, the church and Christian society to save themselves, and the nations not to fall into the hands of the Jews. Everyone understood that one could only proceed against this network of secret organizations with a likewise secret organization, which would destroy all arms of the octopus and especially the head, clandestine Jewry. Thus the institution of the Holy Office of the Inquisition was set up. At first the popes left the hearings to the bishops. Since, however, the prelates were concerned with affairs in their dioceses and little time was left to them, they could not devote sufficient time to this task. Experience taught that the bishops' inquisition was ineffective, since in addition it lacked the required coordination. Secret Jewry had spread over the entire Christian world, and likewise its revolutionary heresies. The enemy represented a supranational or international, as we call it today, organization, and it was therefore impossible to combat it with local institutions. The civil courts could on account of the reasons mentioned not attain the intended goals, for they were not in connection with the corresponding authorities in the other states. As a result it was impossible for them to carry out a general repressive action, indispensable against such a foe. With this splitting up of Christianity into several states, some of them dumbly rivaling with one another, the papacy was the sole connecting link, the sole supranational institution which could face such a sizable enemy. The papal inquisition was therefore unconditionally necessary. At first various bishops, instigated by the clergy of the fifth column, opposed this measure. But fortunately then the fifth column was less powerful than at the time of the Purlianists and could not prevent the setting up of the papal inquisition. The examining judges were delegates of the Pope and the directorship was finally taken over by a Grand Inquisitor. Thus an organization was created which could defeat the foe. It could also have destroyed it, if upon various occasions the Jews had not utilized the natural kindness of the popes and abused their good faith, in order to achieve general pardoning for the secret Jews and heretics. The latter later destroyed with one blow the strenuous work of the Inquisition completed over many years. The secret Jews skillfully utilized the goodness of the popes, in order to preserve themselves from greater catastrophes and to gather strength for a new onslaught. Because it would forgive them again and again, the secret synagogue, after the Holy Papal Inquisition had preserved Europe and Christianity for 3 centuries from Jewish rule, was able to deliver the blow at the beginning of the 16th century which shattered Christianity and made it possible for Jewish imperialism from then on to make greater and greater progress and finally to threaten Holy Church and all peoples of the world with atheistic, murderous, tyrannical communism. As a result of that, the problem was attacked from all sides. The defense by the Inquisition was so effective for 3 centuries long. Experience had taught the Church that many rebels were of right faith, so that it was impossible to accuse them of heresy. However, in a strange way, in spite of their orthodoxy, they provided the heretics and revolutionary movements with such valuable support that they frequently caused the church and the Christian peoples more harm than the real heretics. In one word, these individuals worked in the ranks of the true believers together with the heretics and in favor of heresy. In our 20th century language, we could say that they were a fifth column of heretical sects in the ranks of Catholicism. And still more, they bragged about their orthodoxy, in order to obtain better positions in Catholic society or in the hierarchy of the Church, which they accordingly used to carry on successful espionage for the heretics or to cause the Church injury, by their providing valuable services to the sect to which they belonged. These individuals, who were in fact not actual heretics, but supported heresy and its adherents in some kind of form, were described in the church laws and by the Inquisition as accomplices of the heretics or accomplices of the heresies. Their crime could be punished in the case of clergy with immediate deposing or imprisonment, confiscation of property or even with death, always according to the harm which they caused Christian society and the church. Here we are not only concerned with a religious affair, for it was not a question of proving if the individual was orthodox or heterodox, but it was far more a pure political problem, for it had to be investigated whether the priest or layman had supported the heresy or the heretics in some kind of form. With this step the church and the princes hit the sore point and began to dam up the revolutionary movements of Jewry and even to fully overthrow them, for then already the secret of Jewish successes was the activity of the fifth column, that is the accomplices of the heresies. The later remained unconditionally orthodox and rose in the hierarchy of the church, in order to there stand by Jewry and its heresies and simultaneously with intrigues and condemnations to eliminate the true defenders of the church. At the end of the 12th century, Holy Church and the Christian states suppressed the fifth column in all severity and could yet again, even if also only for another 3 centuries, defeat its deadly enemy. In our time, on the other hand, these accomplices of heresies, cardinals, bishops and clergy of all ranks, while they boast with their orthodoxy, contribute in different ways to the advance of the Freemasonic and Communist revolutions and betray the Church and their fatherland, without their being deposed on account of their criminal activity. Simultaneously they attack with inexplicable rage the Catholic rulers who defend their lands against communism, Freemasonry and Jewry, or condemn and discredit the anti-communists who try to really fight against a red dictatorship. This was the principal reason for the successes of the Freemasons and Communists in the Catholic world, for since these successors of Judas Iscariot were not punished, their power becomes greater and greater, and they are already threatening to gain power over the entire Church. At the time of the Papal Inquisition, they were without doubt locked up, deposed from the priestly office, and in some cases reduced to the position of laity, in order to be executed. Only if freed from the fifth column could Christianity successfully ward off all attacks of the enemy. However, the defensive work of Holy Church in the Christian states was still not at an end here. There were individuals who were neither heretics nor accomplices of the heretics, but concealed them. These simple protectors, be they clergy or laymen, were severely punished. As a result, the defense of the Church in the Christian states was enormously strengthened. For when the priestly accomplices and protectors of the heresy were deposed and energetically punished, there were fewer cases of archbishops, bishops or clergy of all ranks who supported the revolutionary heretical movements, since they knew that they would lose their positions and be severely punished. At the present day an archbishop can support unpunished Freemasonry and communism and betray the Church, for he knows that, although he aids a bloody Freemasonic or communist revolution to victory and is therefore responsible for the subsequent murders of priests and the persecution of the Church, he will continue to occupy his comfortable bishop's seat as if nothing has happened. We, who wish to save the Church, should reflect upon this. Chapter 35. An archbishop and 7 bishops are accused of worship of Lucifer. So that the reader can form an idea of the alarm of the people in Europe on account of the heretical movements because of the reasons previously mentioned, we will reproduce here the opinion of the anti-Catholic historian Henry Charles Lee, who was an enemy of the Inquisition. He refers to an abbot from Langers, who was accused of heresy and whom the Pope handed over to the Archbishop of Sens and the Bishop of Nevers for examination. 2 years later he excused himself in Rome with the following words: "He had fear at the appointed time to place himself before his judges, for the people was so much against the heresies and burned not only all heretics but also all suspects. He therefore begged for the protection of the Pope and for permission to repent of his guilt in Rome. Innocent sent him back again and commanded that the prelates should provide him a letter of conduct and grant him protection until his case had been appropriately decided. These and similar facts allow it to be discerned that the demands of the popes and princes to the people, to combat the heresies and reveal the heretics, even made difficult the harmful work of the clergy who aided these revolutionary movements, for in spite of their church offices they ran the danger of being burned alive by the mass of the people. In this position naturally the clergy of the fifth column, which had previously betrayed unpunished the church and made easier the progress of the Jewish revolution, had to withhold their hand. Thus the fifth column had very much less opportunity to cause harm to the church and the Christian states. For the church, a priest, who hypocritically supports the heresies and revolutionary anti-Christian movements was and is more dangerous than a layman. For the priest has, on account of his respected position, greater possibilities to harm the Catholic cause. Therefore the Church in civil law made it a duty of all the faithful to immediately denounce heretics as well as accomplices of heresies, including priests of every rank. The writer and historian, H.C. Lee, who was against the Inquisition, quotes in this respect a very revealing case. In the year 1318 Jean de Drassic, the Bishop of Prague, was summoned to Avignon by Pope John XXII, in order to answer the accusation of being an accomplice of heresy brought against him by Frederick von Schönberg, abbot, Stiftsherr, of Visegrad. The accusation ran that the heretics were very numerous and that among them were found an archbishop and 7 bishops, who each had 300 pupils. As far as their belief is concerned, they must have been simultaneously Waldenses and Luciferians. As we see, a zealous abbot fulfilled his duty and accused at the right time that Bishop of Prague, not because he was a heretic but an accomplice of heresy, that is because he gave himself out to be orthodox but supported the revolutionary movements. Therefore Pope John XXII, who fought against the Jews and heretics of all kinds, had the traitorous bishop arrested and sent him to Avignon, where he faced the accusation. The confirmation is also interesting, that, as also emanates from the complaint handed in by the devout abbot there were in that region an archbishop and 7 bishops who were Luciferians, that is who worshipped Lucifer. From this we see that the problems which Christian society had then to solve were as weighty as the present, with the sole difference that then both Holy Church and the Christian states defended themselves successfully against the enemy, while today those communist bishops and cardinals or clergy who aid communism and Freemasonry could severely damage the Church and the peoples who believe in her and trust in her. One must recognize that Pope John XXII is worthy of all respect and all praise, for in this case, as also in others, he proceeded rapidly and energetically without discrimination against the clergy who practiced treachery against Holy Church. He understood that a Luciferian bishop or accomplice of the Luciferians could cause greater harm than a simple layman, just as today also a prelate who supports communism can cause greater harm than a civic leader. Lee then clearly elaborates that the Waldenses and Luciferians had shaken hands in spite of their different ideologies, and the Luciferians hoped that Lucifer would rule one day. This strange connection of two sects with such contrasting ideologies is comparable to the present agreement between different so-called Catholic and socialist Marxist parties who carry on a very suspicious game. The aim is the same. Jewry has always excelled in uniting different ideologies, in order to be able to control individuals of the most opposed disposition and diverse tastes. When they proceed against the good and wish to collect forces for the victory of their revolutions, they are compelled to conclude remarkable alliances, which often become a stumbling block for those who do not know the secrets of Jewry. The fact is that the associations of parties of different tendencies are controlled by a secret power, concealed Jewry. Jean de Drassic, the Bishop of Prague and accomplice of the heretics, appears to have been a worthy predecessor of the Archbishop Baron of Prague, the primate of Czechoslovakia. When the communist Gottwald carried through his coup d'état, in order to introduce the Bolshevist dictatorship in Czechoslovakia, he received, to the consternation of the clergy and the Catholics of the land, the Red Leader with a Te-Deum in the cathedral. In this way, and by forbidding Christians to fight against the communist regime, he effectively contributed to strengthening the victory of the socialist dictatorship. Even if a great part of the Czech bishoprics were horrified at the treachery and later rose against the archbishop and primates, the confusion which all these events had called forth in the conscience of the Catholics led to the victory of communism. Since then Czechoslovakia has been tyrannized by the Reds, who also murdered a great number of priests and Christians. How can it be right that, through the mode of action of treacherous priests, the true clergy are murdered and taken captive and Holy Church is persecuted? But Baron paid for his treachery. After the communists had made use of him, they threw him into prison. What has the fifth column and the clergy to expect from a socialist regime, in which leaders of the Soviet Revolution like Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev and thousands of others were later murdered by their Jewish brothers Yagoda, Beria and Stalin? It is painful to recall the mode of action of an archbishop and primate of our days. But it is even more painful that, through the communist victory which he aided, so many faithful priests were murdered and the church in Czechoslovakia was so infamously repressed. Here we come back once again to the virtuous Pope John XXII. His zeal to defend the faithful against the cunning of the devil is clearly shown in reference to Jan Muscata, the Bishop of Krakow, to whom the meritorious Pope imparted a severe reprimand, not because he was heretic or accomplice of the sectarians, but simply on account of his indulgence and neglect, which had the effect that the heretics in his diocese had become courageous. It is easy to understand that Christians and mankind would never, with such popes, have stood before such a catastrophe as today. Also it would then have been avoided that so many souls were lost to the Church and so much blood was shed among the Christian peoples. It may appear strange that there were bishops and archbishops who were Luciferians or accomplices of the Luciferians, just as it also appears remarkable today that there are cardinals or bishops who are secret communists or support atheistic communism, even when they are themselves of right belief. What possibilities had then a man who entered very young into the priestly class, rose in the hierarchy up to archbishop or cardinal and passed his whole life in the service of Christ, to succumb to such confusions? What kind of interest could he have had then to support the cause of Luciferianism, and today to help the victory of the atheistic, priest-murdering communism to victory? This problem was thrown up by the Christians of all times. The enemy could assert that the Luciferian errors were the truth and the Church was in error, and therefore many priests of the highest ranks supported the former. However, this is not only completely absurd, but we have already explained and proven through facts that the Jewish fanatics in the clergy in fact gave themselves out as Christians, but in the bosom of the clergy carried out the most perverse sabotage in favor of Jewish interests or their revolutionary activity. On the other hand, this is the normal activity of all fifth columns in the world. The most important among them is that of the secret Jews, because it exists already 1,000 years and is represented everywhere in the world. When the Inquisition was able to successfully investigate cases of this kind, it transpired that these priests of high rank who spread the most terrible heresies or supported them, were secret Jews or in our modern language priests of the fifth column of Jewry. That is really the most logical explanation for many, astonishing and scandalous cases. We are certain that, if today there existed a court with such effective methods of examination as the Inquisition then, it would be known that many of those cardinals, archbishops, abbots, prebendaries, priests and monks are Jews, who so expressly and zealously, even if also hypocritically, aid the progress and triumph of Freemasonry and of communism or so fanatically and successfully defend the Jews, as they have never done in the case of Holy Church. It is difficult to understand that men who have devoted their whole life to the sacred calling of the priest could aid in good faith such objectionable, openly criminal movements opposed to the Christian faith and every moral norm. The most logical thing is that it is a question of a couple of those Jewish plotters who favor these movements and who belong from their youth on to the clergy as members of the fifth column. If a Jew, Pierre Leone, could become cardinal and could conquer the throne of St. Peter's, Then it is not remarkable that those who rise today in the hierarchy of the clergy use their office to facilitate the victory of the Jewish revolutions and to destroy the defense of the Church, just as their predecessors in the Middle Ages have done and as was proven by the Inquisition and the civil and church authorities of that time. In fact, it was more the activity of the treacherous priests than those of the aggressive heretics which compelled the Holy See to set up the effective papal inquisition. The Pope perceived that the heretics represented the greatest danger for the Church and the Christian peoples, and especially dangerous were those who remained apparently orthodox or supported the revolutionary movements. Henry Charles Lee, the renowned historian of the Inquisition, who bases himself upon chronicles, archives and contemporary documents, asserted, it was diversely said that the Inquisition was founded on 20th of April 1233, when Gregory, 9, published the bulls and made the persecution of heretics the principal task of the Dominicans. Really the direct cause seems to have been the punishment of priests and other clergy who were accused of supporting the heretics and teaching them how they could escape examination by concealing their faith and feigning orthodoxy. The other bull is directed against the abbots and monks of the order of the inquisitorial preachers. Allusions are made to the damned sons who defend heresy, and then it is stated further, therefore shalt thou and every other who have power where they preach, if they do not upon admonishing leave off from this defense of heretics, and rob the clergy of their privileges, proceed against them and the rest without mercy, in case of need request the lay order to aid and overcome all hindrances without consideration by means of church censure. Chapter 36 The Lateran Council excommunicates and deposes bishops and priests who support heresies or fail to oppose them energetically. The Pope had struck a sore point. A special organization had to be created, which uncovered the traitorous activity of the seemingly orthodox clergy who in different ways and means supported the revolutionary movements, which then revealed themselves as heresies. For this he made use of a group of idealistic fighters, who were exclusively to devote themselves to the combating of the revolutions. First of all he chose the Dominican monks, to whom later the Franciscans were added. The prelates were busy with the affairs of their dioceses and had not enough time for this kind of activity. The same held for the secular clergy. On the other hand, the idealistic monks of the Dominican and Franciscan orders, who had made a vow of poverty and zealously defended the Church and Christianity, a remarkable fact in the then clergy, which in general was apathetic and complacent as also in our time, were suited for the great struggle of the Church against the Jews and their heresies. These monks, who had abandoned the world and riches, the Jews with their principal weapon, bribery, could not bring under control, in order to destroy the defense which the remaining peoples had built up against them over the course of centuries. The Jews were successful in buying for themselves at enormous prices favorable prescriptions from kings, nobles and respected members of the secular clergy. However, the Pope was certain that their attempts with the monks, who in addition had praised poverty, lived in communities without every luxury and were subjected to strict chastity and sacrificial discipline, would fail. The resolution of the Holy See could not have been cleverer and more appropriate. In addition, Francis of Assisi and Santo Domingo de Guzman had founded their meritorious orders in order to preserve Holy Church from the catastrophe threatening it and had for this purpose provided it with a corresponding organization. Admittedly there existed previously a bishop's inquisition and also a kind of papal one. But Henry Charles Lee asserts correctly that the final papal inquisition arose through the bulls which commissioned the beggar monks with it. Another pressing problem related to the monks, who filled the whole day with prayers and activities which were prescribed to them by the rules of the order, and spent their whole time with these devout duties, so that they could not effectively fight against the anti-Christian forces. The popes grasped this serious problem and allowed the inquisitor monks to specialize in this kind of activity and to spend the necessary time on conducting the deadly struggle against the Jews and their satellites of other heresies, even if as a result the time for prayers and the rest of the duties laid down by the rules of the order became very much contracted. This skilled measure placed legions of monks directly in the service of defense of the Church. Their activity was decisive for their victory over the forces of Satan. In addition, the Pope gave the inquisitor monks full authority, so that they could overcome the resistances, which were always enormously large, since the Jewish fifth column and the clergy did not allow itself to be overthrown without violent resistance. He also gave them the possibility of receiving support from the lay class, laity, that is the civil authorities, so that if necessary it could be attained with force what was not possible through persuasion. As is known, Francis of Assisi and Santo Domingo de Guzman founded their beggar orders in spite of the resistance of certain bishops and contributed effectively to perfecting this distinguished defensive network, which preserved Holy Church in the European peoples, during the 3 centuries when the popes in general maintained this condition, from being subject to Jewry. It is, however, noteworthy that besides some suspect bishops who were against the founding of the Franciscan and Dominican orders and also later against the institution of the Holy Inquisition, the overwhelming majority of prelates, full of virtue and zeal for the defense of Christian order, furthered the origin of these institutions and welcomed them. It is only natural that the Jewish fifth column and the clergy has attempted to prevent Holy Church from building up a defense which should destroy and prevent the fifth column from causing further harm. But all lies, cunning and slander of the fifth column, all their efforts and intrigues before the popes and the councils to prevent such a defense and to denigrate and to destroy the true defenders of Europe and Christianity, failed completely in face of the firm conduct of the well-orientated popes Innocent III, Gregory IX, and John XXII. Hence the embittered struggle could once again end with the victory of Holy Church in the defeat of the synagogue. In order to discern the great importance of this victory, we need only to compare the gloomy 12th century and the first years of the 13th century, which were distinguished through anarchy, bloody internal struggles, the devastating crusade against the Albigensians, dark plots and constant crimes of the secret Jews and their tools, the heretics, with the rest of the 13th century, which after the lasting victory of Catholicism passed with justice into history as the golden era of the Church. This was possible due to the effective defensive measures which the European peoples carried out, under the leadership of the Holy See, in the struggle against the synagogue of Satan. If these measures had not been effected, the 13th century would have taken on the disastrous features of the gloomy 20th century, when Jewry and its present-day heresies, Freemasonry and especially communism, are close at hand to strangle humanity with their claws. Also the activity of the laity was very dangerous for Holy Church in Europe. They pretended to be unconditionally orthodox and in some cases even enemies of heresy, however stood secretly in connection with it and supported the sectarians and their revolutionary enterprises in the ranks of the orthodox, to whom they caused great harm. The accomplices of the heretics were without doubt the forerunners of those apparently strict Catholic worldly leaders who at the present day pretend to be loyally bound to Holy Church and utilize Christian Democratic or Catholic and right parties, to whom they give the most diverse names, in order to promote the triumph of Freemasonry and communism. They even make use of the meritorious Catholic action, in order to carry through their most godless activity. At that time, these kinds of traitors who committed the crime of helping heretics, even though they passed themselves off as Catholics, were vigorously combated by Holy Church as partisans of heresy, just like clergymen who adopted the same behavior. The great, renowned Third Lateran Council, which began in 1179 in the Basilica of the same name, approved in its Law 26 a series of measures for prevention of a close association of Christians and Jews. It was emphatically affirmed that it was necessary to separate the Christians from the Jews, since one only allowed the latter to live among the Christian peoples out of humanity. Not only were the heretics punished, but also the pseudo-orthodox who supported or concealed them. In Law 27 it is stated about the heretics, that they no longer keep their wickedness secret but publicly spread their error and influence the simple and the weak. They and their defenders and protectors are banned, and we forbid anyone to take them into his house or do business with them. Whoever takes this guilt upon himself, will be excommunicated and can receive neither under the pretense of our privileges, nor through approval or from another reason receive sacrificial gifts of a Christian burial. One thus sees that not only heretics were punished with excommunication but also all who supported or concealed them, laymen and clergy alike. This law imposed punishment for these criminals without regard to their standing or the circumstances. The Catholic leaders, therefore, who fight in their lands to avoid being subjugated by Freemasonry or communism, are constantly betrayed. Again and again ostensibly Catholic leaders, clergy or laymen stab them in the back, men who pretend to serve the Church, but in reality promote in a hypocritical but effective way and manner the triumph of the Freemasonic or communist revolutions, or work for the dictatorships which these heretical sects could set up in many Christian states. If the anti-communist, anti-Freemasonic and anti-Jewish leaders of Catholicism do not attack the internal enemy with the same energy and efficacy as the outer, they will finally be subjected to the fifth column. Therefore it is not only necessary to unmask the false Catholics in the press or pamphlets publicly, but an organization must also be created which collects proofs from which is revealed that they are accomplices of Freemasonry or of communism. Action must then be brought against them by the church courts on account of heresy or, if their orthodoxy does not allow this, because they are accomplices of heresy, that is accomplices of communism or of Freemasonry. If the trials are published in the press in a seemly way and a commission sent to Rome with the mandate of establishing the truth, the destructive activity of this fifth column and the clergy would be hampered, and as a result it will be avoided that the good are consumed by two fires, the Jewish left and the secret Jewish right, which supports this left. All political parties who defend their respective nations should therefore make special efforts, if they do not wish to fall victim to the traditional technique of the pincer movement which secret Jewry has already used for a long time. It may therefore not be tolerated that one people after the other comes under the rule of the Jews and the patriots and real defenders of Christianity are cut down. The parties should have technical advisors for the church law, for there are countless laws of different councils and bulls of the popes upon which they could support their accusations against the imitators of Judas. At the conclusion of this Canon 27 there is in addition a terrible punishment decreed, not only against the clergy who support the heretics, but also against those who simply do not energetically oppose them. This punishment consists in immediate dismissal from their offices, including episcopal sees when it is a matter of prelates. In the sacred canon this stated concerning the heretics mentioned, but the bishops and priests who do not energetically show resistance to them shall be deposed from their offices, until the Holy See has mercy on them. That is the conclusion of the Third Lateran Council, one of the most renowned ecumenical councils approved by the Church. If already at this council the bishops and clergy who did not energetically oppose the heresies were dismissed from their offices, what punishment do those cardinals, bishops and clergy then deserve who not only show the Freemasonic or communist heresies no resistance, but even support them in the most diverse way and manner, as well as those chiefly responsible for the successes of Jewish Freemasonry and of Jewish communism in the last centuries and are the secret immediately effective weapon of those sects, who make possible their successes. Today Christianity, if it wishes to save itself, must seize upon the same defensive measures which freed it then. If it does not do this, we are facing a certain catastrophe. It must also be stressed that the monastic orders could again play the same role in the salvation of Holy Church and of Christianity. These legions of men, who have sacrificed everything in order to serve God, can be today as in the Middle Ages the deciding factor in the victory of the forces of good. The difficulty, however, is again the same. The strict rules of the order and prayers take up the greatest part of their time or, better said, almost all their time, and they have therefore no opportunity to participate in the struggle against the synagogue of Satan and its new heresies, Freemasonry and communism. We recognize the values of these rules and prayers. But not only the Holy Church but the whole world is on the brink of the abyss, and we are of opinion that today, as at the time of the Lateran Councils, the moment has come to make a heroic resolution. It is today urgently necessary that the rules of the order be altered as then, so that the monks can devote a part, and, if possible, the greatest part of their time to the active struggle against communism, Freemasonry and the synagogue of Satan, just as the Franciscans and Dominican Inquisitor monks did in the Middle Ages, and later the Jesuits. At a time when the world is on the point of perishing, when Holy Church is threatened by destruction and the monastic orders see themselves facing the danger of extinction, it is impossible that those numerous legions of most important men, who are ready to give all for God, are crippled, without participating actively in a struggle whose outcome is vitally important for themselves. Their direct participation in this new crusade could be decisive, especially if one bears in mind that that religious order is already in itself an international organization, and that the enemies of Christ, his church and of mankind are also organized on an international basis, and only such organizations could effectively combat them. May God our Creator provide the superiors and all other fathers of this order with the courage to make a decision which does justice to the circumstances, and adjust the rules of the orders to the requirements prevailing today. Naturally they will encounter cunning and energetic resistance from the Jewish fifth column and the clergy, and especially from the crypto-Jews infiltrated into these orders, whose characteristic activities are perceived to a much greater extent than those which the synagogue fears, as for example the Society of Jesus, and to a lesser extent in others. Today, as in the 12th and 13th century, the good must make zealous efforts to overcome all hindrances, and doubtless God will stand by the faithful who courageously and resolutely tackle this noble task, even if they, like Santo Domingo de Guzman and Saint Francis of Assisi, are defeated. In the sequel of this work we will, as always, on the basis of documents and sources of penetrating proof, investigate details about the infiltration of secret Jews into the monastic orders and reveal the harm which they have caused to the defense of the Church, and especially to the Jesuits. Chapter 37. The great Pope Innocent III and the famous Fourth Lateran Council impose as a good and a duty what the Jews call racism and anti-Semitism. Pope Innocent III, who is recognized with justice as one of the greatest popes of Holy Church, undoubtedly played a decisive role in the struggle to save it from the devilish Jewish revolution in the 12th century, and at the same time he made possible the flowering of Christianity in the 13th century, which is rightly called the Golden Age of the Church. But in order to achieve all this, it was first necessary to really fight and conquer the principal enemy of Christianity and of all mankind, the synagogue of Satan, and in this realm the renowned Pope distinguished himself as with all his holy actions. It is therefore not remarkable that the Jews in their spite heaped the meritorious Pope with poisonous disdain. The Jewish leader Moses Hess, forerunner of Zionism, collaborator of Karl Marx, from whom he later separated, and who like the latter exerted a decisive influence in the Jewish world of the past century and in the development of socialistic Jewry, writes concerning Innocent III and his work Roman Jerusalem as follows: Since Innocent III conceived his devilish plan to destroy the Jews, who at that time made Christianity accessible to Spanish culture, and compelled them to sew a disgraceful mark on their clothing, which under the rule of Cardinal Antonelli led to robbery of a Jewish boy, Rome became an unconquerable wellspring of poison against the Jews. It is, however, important to remark that the same thing happened with Pope Innocent III as with many devout men who do not know the extent of Jewish wickedness. Through the intrigue of the Jews who speak of injustice and cruelty and assert that the Jews were not so bad as made out to be, they finally believe that it is not justified to fight them, which in reality was only a natural defense of the peoples attacked by them. Thus Innocent III ascended the throne full of sympathy for the Jews, and in 1199 passed a succession of statutes for protection of the development of the Jewish cult and of the legal foundations of their life, their person and their property. With this policy the idea definitely played a role, which first Saint Bernard and later the renowned Spanish minister Alvaro de Luna had, that one should not make the life of the Jews impossible by compelling them to convert to Christianity. Afterwards Jewry became more fearful and dangerous. It was to be preferred that they were publicly Jews and not false Christians who destroyed the Church from within. This idea ruled the policy of several popes who practiced tolerance towards the open Jews and provided them with a certain protection, while on the other side they combated with fire and sword the Jewish Christians who were secretly linked to their old religion, undermined Christianity and threatened to destroy it. But as in the case of Pius IX and other popes, the traitorous schemes of the Jews and the proof that they were the instigators of the heresies forced Innocent III to alter his first well-meaning policy. Like many things painful experience must have taught this great pope, in order to bring him within a few years to replace his original policy of protection of the Jews with this devilish plan to destroy the Jews which respected and authorized Israelite Moses Hess attributes to his holiness. At all events Innocent proved at the Fourth Lateran Council that he was ready to combat them with the necessary energy, in order to save the Church. In order to attain these goals, to organize the defense of Holy Church against the deadly enemies through a corresponding reform in a balanced way, and to solve the problem of the Holy Land and other important questions, he summoned a new ecumenical council, the Fourth Lateran, which up to the present day illuminates the conscience of Catholics. Besides the prelates, abbots and priors, who participated in this, the Emperor of Constantinople, the kings of France, England, Aragon, Hungary, Sicily, Jerusalem, Cyprus, as well as respected princes and ambassadors of other states were present. This General Synod was opened on 11th November 1215. How widely those innovations and reform of the Lateran differ from those which the representatives of the interests of Jewry and of communism wish to set through at the forthcoming Vatican Council. While the former tended to strengthen the Church in her struggle against the synagogue and its heresies, those who now hatch Jewry and communism plan, by means of their agents in the higher clergy, to destroy the fundamental traditions of Holy Church, to make impossible to Catholics every defense against Jewish imperialism, and to open the gates to communism. All this naturally under the deceptive cloak of outwardly clever but deceitful demands, which have the purpose of concealing secret aims which pursue the aforementioned purpose, under the pretense of fighting for the unity of peoples and of Christians, sublime demands which we all call good. The fifth column in Holy Church wishes to provide false bases which shall in the future make possible the victory of its age-old foes. They are not so concerned with modernizing the Church, adapting it to the modern time and abolishing obsolete traditions which no longer have any justification for their existence, but they wish particularly to destroy the traditions which are the strongest support of the Church and which protect her best against the spite of her enemies. We do not oppose the reforms which make easier the fulfillment of the task of the Church and strengthen her against her worst enemies, atheistic communism and Jewry. But we view these apparent reforms as a deadly danger, since they are directed at the opposite, that is the defeat of the Church in the face of these enemies who are also enemies of free mankind. The Fourth Lateran Council gave universal force to the measures approved by the provincial synods, to the effect that Jews must be marked so that they might be distinguished from Christians. Thus it is ordered in Canon Lux VI, so that they cannot escape or misuse this harmful mixing through a similar error. We determine that all of both sexes, in every Christian province and at all times, must distinguish themselves publicly from the other peoples through their clothing, as Moses also commanded them. This Lateran Council has always most of all called forth protests and furious outbreaks by the Jews against Holy Church. Thereby they do not pay heed to the law of Moses, which they pretend to follow so zealously, in which it is commanded them to make themselves distinguishable by their clothing, as the Holy Synod asserts. The Jews follow the law of Moses only insofar as it appears convenient to them and do not follow what does not please them. If they are so very enraged about Holy Church on account of this law, they must logically also be dissatisfied with Moses, who commanded it to them. But this commandment of divine providence must have its good reasons. Whoever belongs to a really honest good organization can be proud of wearing a uniform which honors him before all the world as a member of this institution. If on the contrary he belongs to a godless association, the uniform is naturally a sign of disgrace before all people. One thus sees that the command which God laid in the mouth of Moses was based on his eternal foresight and wisdom. For, if the Jewish nation followed his commandments and acted honestly, this sign on their clothing would be occasion for honor and pride. If on the contrary they acted badly and faithlessly, then it would be a sign of shame and dishonor and would warn the other peoples of the cunning of this godless sectarian people, which was admittedly chosen by God but on account of its wickedness became the synagogue of Satan. Canon Lux VI confirmed the preceding church laws and determined that the Jews should be excluded from the government offices, since they had the possibility as a result of ruling the Christian nations in a secret way and means. In this holy law it is stated, Lux VI, so that the Jews do not occupy public offices, since it is all too absurd that the slanderers of Christ have power over the Christians. The Council of Toledo has already passed corresponding statutes. On account of the boldness of the transgressors we renew them here in this chapter and forbid that the Jews occupy public offices, for as a result harm is caused to many Christians. If anyone tolerates this, he is, if denunciation is at hand, to be judged by the provincial council, which must take place yearly, with appropriate severity. Simultaneously the society of Christians in trade and other things is refused. And with shame he must leave the office which he irrelevantly assumed. One thus sees that in this law the strict prescriptions for the division between Jews and Christians are confirmed, since coexistence, on account of the dishonesty and the godless intentions of the Jews, was always so fatal to Christians. Canon Luxvi wished to suppress the Jewish tendency, as we have already elaborated, to rob the Christians of their goods, which they usually attained in the Middle Ages through unscrupulous usurers. In this respect it is stated in this law, Luxvi, concerning the usury of the Jews, the more the Christian religion is harmed through the extortion of the usurers, all the more increases the infamy of the Jews, and in a short time they destroy the goods of the Christians. So that they are not all too gravely burdened by the Jews, we dispose through a synodic decree that, if the Jews under any kind of pretense carry on excessive usury with the Christians affected by this shall take as much from them until the excessive burden is completely repaid. Also the Christians, if an appeal is proposed by the church censure, shall carry on no trade with them. And for the princes we add that the Christians for this reason may not be harmed, but they far more should attempt to prevent the Jews from such crimes. As we see, this undisputed document from the records of the Lateran which alludes to the falsehood of the Jews who in a short time destroy the property of Christians, confirms yet again the Jewish tendency of snatching away their goods from Christians and pagans, which goes back to the sacred books, the Talmud and the Kabbalah. The synagogue has been for nearly 2,000 years less a temple for worship of God, but rather more the headquarters of the most dangerous, most powerful criminal band of all times. There exists no doubt that the remaining people have a natural right to defense, as they are also justified in protecting their wealth from every other robber band. No one can take this right from the peoples, not even the clergy of the fifth column, who serve God less than the interests of Jewry. How different is this Holy Lateran Council from other apparent councils which contradicted the doctrine and the traditional norms of the Church and have been in reality heretical councils, as for example those which were admittedly called by a pope, but were subjected to the Arian heretics, as that summoned by Wittiza which we investigated in the preceding chapters. At the Lateran Council the divine dedication was clearly to be traced, for the vitally important traditions were heeded and some innovations introduced, but which only had as goal to defend the sheep against the cunning of the wolf and to combat the latter, who had principally taken shape in Jewry and its heretical movements. Canon LXX is directed against Christians who were Jews in secret, and it is stated in this that, even if they allowed themselves to be voluntarily baptized, they did not lay aside the old man, that is the earlier personality, in order to become a new one, retaining the remains of the earlier rite. They mix the Christian religion with it. Cursed be the man who enters on two ways, who shall wear no clothes of linen and wool. 22. We decree that these shall be suppressed by the prelates of the Church if they practice their old rites in any kind of form, so that those who confess to the Christian religion out of free will thereby maintain a worthy compulsion. It is interesting how this sacred canon concords with the assertion of an authorized Jewish scripture quoted by us, that the swindlers or secret Jews had two personalities, the visible, public, Christian one, and the concealed Jewish. This diagnosis is thus visibly correct, since it is recognized by respected personalities of both disputing parties. On the other side one clearly sees that at this time the job of repressing these delinquents belonged to the bishops, that is the so-called Bishops' Inquisition, which confirms the opinion of Henry Charles Lee that the Papal Inquisition arose only several years later. In addition it is clear that the revelations of many Jewish writers are inaccurate, who assert that the Jewish mock conversions to Christianity were compelled, as here it is clearly a matter of voluntary conversions and this point is emphasized, which proves that even at that time the false conversions of the Jews were not compelled but were resolved upon because they were favorable to the interests of Jewry. This is also easily explainable, for these apparent conversions gave them great possibilities to introduce themselves into Christian society and into the clergy, to undermine its foundations and to make easier its destruction. Among other things, the renowned Pope Innocent III and the authorized Lateran Council defined the doctrine of the Church and the norms to be followed. Many patriots who defend their nations or the Church against Jewish imperialism and its Freemasonic or communist revolutions are accused of race hatred and anti-Semitism. If this renowned Pope had lived in our time and the no less renowned Council of the Lateran had taken place today, they would undoubtedly have been accused as Nazis and condemned on account of race hate and anti-Semitism by those cardinals and prelates who, like those who then supported the worshippers of Lucifer and other Jewish heresies, stand today in the service of the enemies of Christ and his holy Church. Therefore the aims planned in secret assemblies of the synagogue and of communism are so dangerous, which wish to have the next Vatican Council condemn race hatred and anti-Semitism. For if the Jewish solution is entered into, Holy Church could seem to contradict itself and assert that what it had previously held to be good is now bad. This carries the serious danger that the confidence of the faithful in it is shattered. But that is a matter of indifference to the agents of Jewry and the higher clergy, since they particularly wish that the religious faith of Catholics is shattered and the churches gradually stand empty. We are certain that the Fathers of the Council, as far as this is concerned, will proceed with greatest foresight and will study exhaustively the papal bulls, the ecumenical councils, the doctrine of the Fathers and Saints, who held the struggle against the Jews for good and necessary, in order not to envelop themselves in contradictions which fatally damage Holy Church. They will doubtless have to overcome the violent resistance of the Jewish fifth column and the clergy which has stretched out its powerful feelers after the bishops' offices and the cardinals' collegium. But we believe that in this, as on similar occasions, the good will triumph over the evil with the help of God. Chapter 38. Monks, Nuns and Prelates as Secret Jews. James Finn, the English historian of the past, 19th century, writes in his work Sephar Timor the history of the Jews in Spain and Portugal about the Jews living in both lands as false Christians. They took on heraldic surnames, gained the Knight's Cross, became bishops and even judges of the Inquisition, although they remained Jews at the same time. Orobius declared that he had come to know Jews in Amsterdam who did penance in the synagogues for their brothers, who in Spain pretended to be Franciscans, Dominicans and Jesuits. This work was published by the Yard printers in the Anglican St. Paul's Cathedral and confirms to us the assertions of Jewish authors, who assert that the secret Jews attached themselves to the Dominican orders in order to later introduce themselves into the holy office of the Inquisition and to spy upon the secret organization, which was to destroy and cripple them or at least to render their activity ineffective from within. This is another of the traditional tactics of the synagogue. They introduce themselves into the secret organizations which they should fight, in order to allow no possibility to arise of effectively struggling against Jewry. Thus they behaved with the Zaristokratia and, so it is asserted, also with the Gestapo. The secret Jewish infiltration into the offices of the judges of the Inquisition, as is stated in the English work mentioned, gave Jewry the opportunity of causing the struggle of the Holy Office against secret Jewry to remain without effect. In his famous History of the Marranos, the authorized Jewish writer Cecil Roth reports to us the remarkable history of a secret Jew who entered the clergy as brother of the order and also practiced the cult which the synagogue dedicated to the brother Diego de la Asunción, a secret Portuguese Jew. This cult was particularly strongly spread in the city of Coimbra. Concerning this Roth writes, there were a considerable group of new Christians there, Marranos, who belonged to the famous university, and all or almost all remained true to the belief of the Fathers. Their leader was Antonio Homan, one of the most talented men of the educated society of his time. Great-grandson of Moises Bueno, the good, merchant and Jewish physician in Oporto. He was brought up by his mother Isabel Nunes de Almeida, who belonged to an old Christian family. Jesuits educated him, and he studied at the university of his home city, where in 1584 he matriculated in church law. In 1592 he obtained a position in the faculty. During the Great Plague in the year 1599, he provided valuable services, which brought him spiritual livings. In order to enjoy these, he entered into the Holy Order. In 1614 he became professor of church law at the university. As such, he had an incomparable reputation. Various of his treatises are preserved as manuscripts. On the occasion of the proposed canonization of Queen Isabella of Portugal, he was requested to give his attitude in 1612. Simultaneously he attained great regard as preacher and father confessor. When he had reached the high point of his fame as theologian, Antonio Holman nevertheless became spiritual leader of the Jewish group in Coimbra, to which various very respected personages of the university belonged. Among these were, Andrés de Valar, lecturer in mathematics, author of various scientific works, and monks like Holman. Then the Jewish historian whom we quote enumerates the respected professors of the university who belonged to the circle of false Catholics and reports further that a member of the Jewish circle, Francisco de Goes, who was born in Lisbon, was promoted after brilliant studies as lecturer in church law at the University of Coimbra and was also appointed as Archdeacon of Villanova de Cerveira. In addition he occupied still other lesser offices. He had already written an important book and would in a short time publish further ones. The Inquisitor General valued him greatly and particularly recommended him to the Pope. With an anti-Semitic inquisition like the Catholic one then in Portugal, the events reported to us by the Jew Cecil Roth reveal how the leader of the secret Jews of Coimbra concealed his secret Jewish activity and joined himself to the clergy of Holy Church. That is, obtained an influential position in the enemy organization and in this manner even became professor for church law and made himself a name as preacher and father confessor. Imagine to yourselves a secret Jewish blasphemer who, in his capacity as monk, utilizes the confessor's chair for espionage. This is monstrous, but countless documents, both Jewish as well as Christian, report to us an abundance of similar cases. This was one of the reasons why many religious orders were compelled to approve the so-called statutes for purification of the blood, in which entry into these orders was forbidden to Catholics descended from Jews, for one had many proofs that almost all remained secret Jews. Naturally the order of the preacher-monks applied the statute for purification of the blood in the strictest way, for since they were experienced in the struggle against Jewry, they recognized this necessity clearer than the others. As we have already seen, and authorized Jewish writers confess, however, the Jews succeeded in entering into these orders and becoming judges of the Inquisition. This was without doubt to be traced back to the fact that, even if in the Spanish and Portuguese Empire everyone had to provide a family tree of several generations, a great number of secret Jews were not established, and this for the simple reason, because many false conversions, as we have already seen, had taken place already at least 1,000 years before the working out of these family trees, and it was practically impossible to go back to such distant times. When therefore in Portugal, Spain and their dominions, Jews were not identified in spite of the family trees going back 6 or more generations, one can easily conceive what may have occurred in Nazi Germany, where it was restricted to investigating only 3 generations. It is conceivable that countless secret Jews belonged to the Nazi government as Aryans. The facts have proved that, in the wide overseas regions of the Spanish and Portuguese Empire, Jews were discovered by the Inquisition both in the higher clergy as also in government officials and in other realms of social life, who appeared like old Christians, that is as pure Catholics of Jewish origin who had everywhere admittance and also the right to occupy every kind of leading positions. We come back again to the reporting by the Jewish historian Cecil Roth concerning the organization of the secret Jews in Coimbra, Portugal, where it is expressly stated, other persons also, who were connected with the university, belonged to the secret group, among whose members were found a half-dozen clergy, several prominent physicians and countless priests. They held their religious services, the synagogue, regularly in a house of Largo de Salarias in Coimbra, and 24 people, among them various students of the university, participated in these. They were conducted by a certain Diego Lopez de Rosa, and Antonio Holman seems to have acted as rabbi. The secret was finally betrayed. On the 24th November 1619, the Inquisition took Holman captive and sent him to Lisbon, where he was to be put on trial. After 4.5 years in prison, he was condemned to death as a stiff-necked, unbelieving heretic. On 5th of May 1624, he was executed by the garrote at a public ceremony. He had not wished to confess his guilt at any price, and his body was burned, while 8 lesser members of the circle, of whom one died in prison, were handed over to the worldly authority for lesser punishment. To the group belonged 2 priests. In the following the Jewish historian quoted gives interesting details, and about Antonio d'Avelar, another Jew of the group, he writes, his 2 sons and 4 daughters, 3 of them were nuns, were put on trial, because they adhered to Judaism. The scandal had a wide echo. On 30th of April 1629, the Portuguese courts turned to Philip III and instructed him that, at recent burnings of heretics carried out by them, besides 3 monks and various Jesuits, 3 abbots from Coimbra had also been involved. A further 6, all of whom had been appointed by the Pope, were in prison. The king was therefore requested in future to approve no livings to new Christians, that is Catholics of Jewish descent, or to allow them to enter the Holy Order. The report of this renowned Jewish historian makes clear to us how a seemingly zealous monk, professor of church law, famous preacher and father confessor, was not only leader of the secret Jews of Coimbra, but, as it appears, even a rabbi of the secret synagogue in a private house. It is also revealed to us that to the secret group belonged monks, nuns, Jesuits and even abbots of the respected church chapter. For 6 centuries the Inquisition, with its effective methods of locating and uncovering such secret Jewish organizations and their infiltrations into the clergy of Holy Church, destroyed them and put them out of operation. But when the Papal and then also the Portuguese and Spanish Inquisition were abolished, the Church and Christian society saw themselves robbed of the institutions which had defended them against the disastrous infiltrations and activities of the Jewish fifth column. Thus it was possible that, from this moment on, enormous progress was made by the secret Jewish revolutions, since they now, in order to triumph, could reckon with a veritable swarm of clergy as accomplices. These made easier at first the victories of Freemasonry and today those of atheistic communism. Christianity and the whole world have need of new institutions which are adapted to modern times, but which must be equally as effective or even more effective than the Inquisition, in order to protect mankind from the strivings for conquest of Jewish imperialism. In the publication mentioned of the Jewish publishers in Buenos Aires, this secret Jewish infiltration into religious convents is openly admitted. In this connection it is stated, one could set up a long list of nuns and monks who suffered under the Inquisition or have ended their lives as Jews, and in the first footnote to the same page it is stated, the family of Manuel Pereira Quintino must be mentioned, whose 5 daughters were nuns of the Cloister de la Esperanza in Lisbon, while his sons lived in Hamburg as Jews under the name of Bendona. Among other remarkable church personages of the 17th century in Spain must be mentioned the famous dramatist and novelist Juan Pérez de Montalvan, the friend of Lope de Vegas, priest and notary of the Holy Office. Some of the priests of the fifth column burned by the Inquisition are regarded by international Jewry as martyrs, as for example the famous monk Diego de la Asunción, about whom the Jewish historian Cecil Roth writes the following. One of the most outstanding martyrs of the Portuguese Inquisition was Diego de la Asunción, a young Franciscan monk, who was born in Vienna in 1579. He had in his veins only a small percentage of Jewish blood. It was impossible for him to keep his intentions to himself. Since his situation was dangerous, he attempted to flee to England or France, but was taken captive on the way. Before the Inquisition court he voluntarily confessed everything which he was accused of, and at first pretended to repent, but later altered his conduct and proudly confessed himself to be an adherent of the law of Moses. On 3 August 1603, he was burned alive as a 25-year-old in Lisbon. A number of Jews in Lisbon founded an association in his memory which, in order to remove all suspicion, was called the Brotherhood of Saint Diego, and which maintained a perpetual light in front of the Ark of the Law of a synagogue, in a place of greater religious freedom. Thus the blood of a sacrifice fructified and strengthened the faith of the secret Jews. At the time of the Inquisition, the technical organization of the Holy Office frequently discovered the members of the fifth column, who in the Church today conduct themselves as they wish, without anyone preventing it. The defense of Christianity is destroyed or crippled, the internal enemy causes all possible harm and rapidly brings us towards communist slavery. On the other side, one sees that a small percentage of Jewish blood suffices for a Christian man to be a secret fanatical Jew who gives his life for the star cause. The Jewish historian mentioned speaks once again about the Catholic but secretly Jewish nuns and writes, to the 231 persons who were condemned, in Portugal, in the 8 years from 1619 to 1627, to public burning as heretics, belonged 15 doctors of the university, 2 of whom were professors, 11 additionally academicians, 20 lawyers and the same number of physicians and notaries, and in particular 44 nuns and 15 priests, of whom 7 were abbots. In other cases, the career of the priest serves the secret Jews for the purpose of not having to confess to the real priests. This device is especially of importance for the confession of children who, on account of their age, are unable to conceal a secret and therefore, during the first years, are true Christians and do not know that their parents secretly belong to Judaism. If then the children at the age of 13 or later are prepared for the secret introduction into Judaism, it may happen that for many of them the Christian faith is already rooted, and that they naturally wish to ask their father confessor for advice. It would thus be very dangerous if the father confessor of youth were a real priest, who obtained knowledge of the great secret of clandestine Jewry and sounded the alarm, watched strictly over the confessing child, made it attentive to the Jewish error and could strengthen it in the Catholic belief. If, on the other hand, the father confessor is also a Jew, he can be decisive for the final resolution of the vacillating child. At the time of the Inquisition this was a vitally important problem for the new Christian families, for every child was obligated, under threat of excommunication, to denounce to the Holy Office every attempt of the parents to introduce it into Judaism. And every indiscretion of the boy towards the father confessor could have the consequence that the latter convinced him that he must reveal this to the Inquisition, which represented a serious danger for the entire family. In this sense the Jewish writer quoted, Cecil Roth, writes in the American edition of his work mentioned, which was published by the Jewish Publication Society of America, that an English Jew who died in 1890 in the USA, had said about the secret Portuguese Jews, many families were, including those of merit, Jews, and in different districts the Jewish families were very numerous, often then a monk, so that he could take confession from the families in the neighborhood. In another place we will report more elaborately how other Jewish writers describe the procedure of how to introduce the young generation of secret Jewish families into Judaism, who were baptized and during their childhood had lived as Christians. At a suitable moment they are introduced in an imposing, gloomy ceremony into the dark sect of Judaism. Concerning the strict control that the Inquisition exerted over the Christians of Jewish descent and over the population in general in order to unmask secret Jews, reports to us the respected Jewish historian Frederick David Makata, who in the previous century was president of the Jewish Historical Society of England, in his work written in 1877, The Jews in Spain and Portugal and the Inquisition, the unfortunate Jews, outwardly the most devout of the entire Catholic population, followed in all secrecy the laws of their old faith in spite of the great danger linked with it. The traitors had on grounds of their denunciation such great advantages and the suspicion was so easily believed, that no one escaped with whole skin if the servants of his house, secret enemies or incautious brothers had slandered them. In spite of the greatest caution the new Christians were not secure from showing an inclination to Judaism. Their clothing, suits and especially their food were carefully watched over. The Jewish historian mentioned further reports, that it was observed how they practiced the Catholic rite, how they behaved on the Sabbath and Jewish festivals, that their expressions and gestures were zealously observed and often an unconscious action was denounced. Then an official of the Holy Office, called by the relatives, appeared at the door in order to fetch his victim, whom he kept in prison for months, years or perhaps forever. So one generation of secret Jews followed upon the other. They mixed with all social strata and occupied all state posts and especially church offices. This strict superintendence was carried through, although the secret Jewish clergy, in order to arouse no suspicion in general, pretended to be anti-Jewish, for any defense of the Jews would have sufficed for the Inquisition to regard them as suspect, to accuse them of practicing the Jewish religion in secret, and to put them on trial in order to discover the truth. In our time the secret Jewish clergy defend the Jews unpunished, for there is no Inquisition or a corresponding modern institution that has investigated and revealed the dark practices of Jewry. In another passage of his work the president of the Jewish Society for Historic Studies in England asserts, in fact the converts adapted themselves outwardly to the Catholic confession of faith, took on new names, filled their houses with crucifixes, holy images and other Christian symbols and went regularly into the church. Then he closes by remarking that, despite everything, many were discovered by the Inquisition. One can easily imagine how difficult it was under these circumstances for the secret Jews to effectively develop their revolutionary movements. In addition, the Inquisition had to be abolished or made harmless before the first revolutionary attempt could have positive and lasting results. One of the most renowned anti-Jewish works of the 17th century was the famed Century on the Tower of the Church of God. The author was the virtuous Franciscan monk Francisco de Torre, the prior of various Franciscan monasteries including, among others, that of Saint Bartolomé of Valencia de Alcántara, Our Holy Virgin of Rocamadour and Our Holy Virgin of Monticelli del Hoyo. He had also been clerk with 3 different provincial fathers. In his quoted work he writes expressly about the secret Jewish priests. In the monastery of Saint Hieronymus, says Velázquez, they once cheated one of the monks and chose him as prior and prelate. Secretly he carried out his rites and ceremonies, until he was discovered by the Inquisition, taken prisoner and publicly burned. From then on great laws and statutes were introduced in this monastery and in the entire order, that none of this race should be admitted. In the Kingdom of Murcia a superior or a prefect of a religious order preached all day zealously the law of Christ, and at night he went out with another Jew, who was doorkeeper in his foundation, in order to teach the law of Moses to the Jews of a house. Many of them were burned with their teacher and others died in prison. Here we have another scholar of the scripture, that is, secret rabbi, who, in order to conceal his true character, became at first monk and then superior of the order, which made it possible for him to secretly practice his activity as rabbi. But the Inquisition knew very well, that the greatest danger lay in the higher clergy, watched over them all, and finally discovered that the devout superior of the religious order was a secret Jewish leader, and also discovered his parish children, who were burned or met death in prison. And Father Torre further reports, if a man wished to become prelate, then he told others that he did not wish to, and since the others saw that he apparently rejected it, they gave him the office. Accordingly, he confessed that he was a Jew. These revelations of the famous protector of the Franciscan order compel us to explain a fact which other writers confirm and is also corroborated through documents from the time of the Inquisition. The rules of the monastic order, to refuse the offices to those who strove after them, were set up to the greatest part in order to prevent the secret Jewish infiltration. However, they were skillfully evaded by the Jews, which even today is still the case. The best God-fearing men do not strive in reality after such dignities, while the secret Jewish monks act as if they are not interested, but provide skilled teamwork in order to obtain these positions and even gain control of the leading positions in these religious orders, in whose control they are most interested. The same occurs with the bishops' offices, for the best, most virtuous and most devout priests are not concerned with gaining bishops' seats and often refuse to accept them when they are proposed for them, in contrast to the Jews, who mutually support one another and through the influence of their own in Rome easily rise in the hierarchy of the Church. When the Inquisition still existed, it suppressed this infiltration as far as possible and even put famous archbishops and bishops on trial, who had been seduced to practicing Judaism in secret. But when this defense of Christianity was destroyed, nothing any longer held up the infiltration of the fifth column into the supreme hierarchy of the Church. For this reason there are so many cardinals, archbishops, bishops, abbots, presidents of an order for the province, abbots, etc., who in inexplicable manner support the enemies of the Church, for it is a matter of Jews, of Freemasonry or of communism. If we wish to prevent this situation degenerating into a catastrophe, the competent authorities must build up at the right time a new defense against these infiltrations and against the otherwise traitorous activity of the fifth column. The educated member of the Franciscan order reports further in his quoted work, a treasurer of Holy Church, Cathedral, of Córdoba, pretended to fall into ecstasy in a solemn procession. A short time later he was burned, and his figure and insignia are today exhibited in this holy church. Since that time extreme caution was exercised that no new Christian should occupy an office. Another was vicar of the Bishop of Córdoba and set the entire holy church into confusion with prosecutions and dispute among the old Christians. With matters in dispute, which he had to decide as judge, he always gave judgment in favor of the new Christians. For it is ordered in their law that one shall support the other against the Christians. However this may be, everything undertaken against the Christians is just, even if it is a matter of killing us. Concerning this Pharisee, Father Torres Onslow reports in addition the following: with the midday or evening meal the Jews wish to have the best place, and in the church they also wish to have the best seating places. In Valladolid there was another new Christian in a monastery, who there instigated great dispute among 15 noble pupils. Therefore some have thought that the old custom had begun in the monastery of the Holy Cross, in memory of them, the Jews, as is described in the 5th chapter of this book. The most serious danger of the new Christians, who overthrew everything and brought their children up from infancy as Jews, is made clear through the following report of Father Torres Onslow. During confession a priest asked a child, in connection with the fast obligation, for his name. The child answered, "Are you asking me for the name which I have at home or outside? I ask about the name you have at home." And the child said, "My home name is Abraham and the other Francisquito." It is thus understandable that the false Christian families, who do homage to Judaism, undertake the introduction of their baptized children, who have been educated as Christians, into the synagogue only at an age when they are no longer incautious, and they always attempt to give them a secret Jewish father confessor. In addition they subject themselves before their acceptance into Jewry to a succession of examinations, which prove that they are capable of preserving the most closely guarded secrets. Through experience all these methods were perfected in the course of centuries, which the Jews use all over the world, and since there exists no inquisition or like organization that defends the people and watches over this devilish sect, the danger today for the Jews is very small. The uncertainty of the peoples about this problem has this consequence, that the natural lack of caution, which occur again and again, is not noticed. Here in Spain we have, for example, experienced something remarkable. A member of the Catholic Action, which was very much against Franco and for Gil Robles, once said to us, "I am a zealous, apostolic, Jewish Catholic." When we asked him what he meant by Jewish, he became excited and said, "I have made a mistake, a slip of the tongue, I wished to say Roman." Well, you see, one often says one thing in place of the other. Jewish in Spanish equals Marrano, Roman equals Romano, very similar words. The Jews are naturally men like us all and no gods, and they constantly commit indiscretions. But since the people know nothing of all this, and on the other side there exists no organization that can discover and destroy this godless sect, these indiscretions are overlooked. In Spain and Hispanic America, the secret Jews of the 20th century jokingly say to one another, "Católicos apostólicos marranos," Catholic apostolic Jews, instead of, as is correct, Católicos apostólicos romanos, apostolic Roman Catholics, and naturally the power of custom allows them to commit such indiscretions, but today, due to the reasons mentioned, they have no importance. In the monumental work of modern Jewry, the Jewish Spanish encyclopedia quoted, it is stated, "The monasteries are full of Jews. Many of the abbots, inquisitors and bishops also are descended from Jews. Many of them are in the bottom of their heart convinced Jews, even if they also, in order not to have to abandon worldly goods, pretend to believe in Christianity. As one sees, This quotation from an official work of Jewry concords with other no less credible sources. We will deal in the sequel of this work, on the basis of undisputed documents and sources, with the tragedy of Jewish infiltration into the Protestant clergy, but here we will make some allusion in advance, which particularly draws our attention to it and proves that the problem of the Jewish fifth column and the clergy is a general phenomenon that concerns all confessions. In this connection it is stated expressly in the monumental Jewish work, quoted by us, under the word Hollanda, Holland, many new Christians turned, from 1566, to Calvinism and other Reformed doctrines. It is, for example, known that a certain Marco Perez, of Jewish descent, was president of the Calvinist Church Council of Antwerp. This proves that it is not a question of a tendency but of a clear striving for domination, for this church council was the highest Calvinist church council in Antwerp, and in fact a Jew was president, that is, the highest authority. These Jewish infiltrations into Christianity had at times dangerous consequences for the Christian rulers. In the Jewish encyclopedia quoted by us, another interesting revelation is made, under the name Gaydon Stefan, alias Daniel or Daniela Yevlevich. It is stated, physician at the court of the Tsar, in the 17th century. Altered several times his religion and finally entered into the Catholic Men's Association of the Greek Orthodox Church. He was cruelly murdered on account of his friendship with the Boyars, who planned the overthrow of the Tsar. In addition, this official work of Jewry provides us with the following other details. Alexei Protopop, Russian priest and one of the leaders of the Jewish sect in Kiev, Novgorod, Pakal and Moscow, 1425 to 1448, was apparently pupil of Karatas Ageria. Ivan III, Grand Duke of Moscow, appointed him as director of the Cathedral of the Ascension in Moscow, where he succeeded in converting countless personages of the court and of the church. Concerning the Jew Bar Hebraeus, whose Christian name was Gregor Abulfaradesh, it is stated in the encyclopedia, historian and dignitary of the Syrian Church, of Jewish origin, see Bar Hebraeus. Under the name Bar Hebraeus it is then stated, Bar Hebraeus, Gregor Abul-Rafaj or Abu al-Faraj, superior of the Church of Jacob in Syria, historian, philosopher, theologian and physician, was born in 1226 in Melite and died in 1286 in Mariga, Persia. He was the son of Aaron, a converted Jewish physician and became bishop of Guba, 1246, and Dalpo, 1253, and in the year 1264 director of the Jacobus Church in Persia. He wrote countless books in Arabic and Syrian about history, philosophy, medicine, grammar, biblical commentaries and a book with histories and chronicles, which contains anecdotes and simple proverbs, of which a part refers to the wise Jews. In 1889 E.A.W. Budge translated this book into English. In another passage, it is stated in this monumental work of Jewry, Abraham Rabbi, prior of the Barefoot Monks, new convert, burned in 1270. Alexander Michael Solomon, converted Jew, first Anglican bishop in Jerusalem. Religiously educated in Germany, studied the rabbinical sciences and in 1820, when he went to England, was confirmed in the synagogue of Plymouth as cantor. In 1825 he was baptized. Appointed superintendent of the English clergy and of its men's associations in Syria, Mesopotamia, Egypt and Abyssinia. We will not tire the reader with numerous data that we have at our disposal concerning this material. After what has been said already, he can nevertheless form an opinion concerning the universal spreading of the Jewish fifth column and the clergy and also concerning the deadly danger that it represents not only for the Catholic Church but also for the whole of Christianity. In conclusion to this chapter we will mention a regrettable fact. In some lands, where the Protestant and Orthodox patriots heroically fight against the communist infiltration into their churches, the former commit the fault, when they have noticed that certain dignitaries of the Catholic Church aid communism to victory, of accusing Catholicism in general of what only the members of the fifth column and the clergy do. This conduct is unjust, and the same would be the case if we Catholics conversely were to accuse the Protestants and Orthodox, who are to the greatest part anti-communists, of betrayal. which the members of the fifth column and the clergy and the leadership of the Orthodox and Protestant churches daily commit on their chosen fatherland and the free world. We real Christians, who are also necessarily anti-communists, must therefore recognize that the Catholic Church, as also the Protestant and Orthodox churches to the same extent, fall victim to the destructive activity of the same enemies, the synagogue of Satan, which through its infiltrations into the clergy of the different churches furthers the triumphs of the communist, atheistic revolution, which in secret is directed by the synagogue itself. The fact that we are threatened by the same danger and the same enemy, should allow us to see the necessity to apply our powers in common against the enemy. As long as we remain divided through religious, racial or national hatred, the Jews will conquer us one after the other until they have enslaved us all, as they have done with the unfortunate peoples under communist rule. For self-preservation we must therefore unite our forces and as an organization represented in the whole world fight against the foe. Only thus can we counter with prospect of success an enemy, who at present solely and alone hinders the true Christians and pagans on account of the disunity among us, and rules not only the world but the entire planet. If we unite, we will become much stronger than they, easily defeat them and be able to secure the salvation of Christianity, of independence and of well-being of our peoples. Victory or defeat can thus depend on our unity or disunity. Our alliance in the political realm is relatively easy to bring about, for, if we are not blind and wish to save ourselves, we must regard it as urgently necessary. As far as the unity of all Christians in the theological domain is concerned, then it seems, even if it is an apostolic ideal, which encourages us all, very difficult for the one and attainable for the others. In every case it is clear that if we Christians, Catholics, Protestants and Orthodox form an alliance in the political sphere against Jewish imperialism, its communist revolution and its fifth column in our churches, then the struggle against the materialist atheism of communism is the best preparation for a greater approach in the theological sphere, through a friendly discussion, which allows us all to discern the truth. How different is this Christian striving for unity from that of the agents of Jewry and of communism in the Vatican clergy, which they wish to spread at the next, Second Vatican Council. Under the pretense of uniting Christians, they attempt to destroy the traditional foundations of Holy Church, the foundation of its most important defense against the Jewish communist revolution, so that atheistic materialist Marxism can easily rule the Catholic world. The same goals are followed by analogous so-called Christian unity movements, which are led by secret Jewish members of the Jewish fifth column, who are also secret communists and control many Protestant churches. In these cases simply the sublime ideal of Christian unity is utilized for the dark purposes of somehow furthering the victory of the Jewish communist revolution. In other cases they wish to control the churches, which they do not rule, through those national or world church councils, in order upon diverse ways and means to favor the triumphs of communism and to attack, by denigration, the patriots who defend their peoples against the beast. Also among Protestants and Orthodox there are efforts for a uniting of Christians against communism. Fortunately, there are many Protestant pastors and dignitaries who desperately fight with Christian zeal to free their churches from the communist fifth column. The same is the case with the Orthodox churches. In order to be able to form an idea of the violent dispute in this domain, we will reproduce what the renowned Orthodox Bishop Alejo Polipenko says concerning this in his work Communist Infiltration into the Christian Churches of America, Buenos Aires edition, 1961, page 232, and if the Patriarch of Moscow works together with all kinds of sectarians, who in reality fight the priests of Christ, supports the spiritualists who are not even Christians for they do not recognize Christ as God and do not believe in the resurrection, why should we Orthodox not work together with our Catholic brothers and fight together with them against the forces of hell? We must keep before our eyes that if, under the constant attacks of the Kremlin and of the Patriarch of Moscow, unity is lost and the power of the Catholic Church diminished, none of the Orthodox churches will remain free, but would be enslaved by Moscow. Thereupon he writes concerning the ICAB, Iglesia Católica Apostólica Brasileña, equals Apostolic Catholic Church of Brazil, which is ruled by the Orthodox Church of the Kremlin. I have reflected upon all this with the publication of this book. I have trustworthy information about the harmful work of the ICAB not only for the Catholic Church but also for the entire Brazilian people, and I have not only the right to write and speak openly, but for me this is a sacred duty. May many others follow my example and join themselves together in an anti-communist front. Why does power always lie only in unity? Assault on the independence and freedom of the peoples. As we will investigate extensively in another volume of this work, the League of Nations and the organizations of the United Nations are, in spite of their noble ideals, controlled in fundamental points by Jews and Freemasons who occupy the bureaucratic key positions and also sit in many national representations of states, whereby the most diverse ideologies and communist, anti-communist or neutralist tendencies are followed. In all three camps the Jews and Freemasons take up important positions, for they introduce themselves secretly everywhere they can and utilize all these key positions, in order to further the triumph of Jewish imperialism and its communist revolution or to attack the important patriotic governments that Jewry does not control. Thus the League of Nations and the UNO, which could have done much good to preserve world peace and to promote the progress of mankind, have failed, for frequently they are used by Jewry, Freemasonry or communism for purposes which do not justify their existence. However, the ideal of Jewish imperialism has always been to found a world state, which would make it possible for it to control the states which could not be conquered. One of the measures which seems indispensable to Jewry for the preparation of such an ambitious plan, is the setting up of a world police under the control of UNO, which has power in every state and, so they say, should serve for securing world peace and unity among the peoples. These apparent goals are only intended to conceal the real ones. These are, to have a new fifth column of Jewry in the Christian and pagan states, which is fully supported by the UNO, for it must be an effective organ within this organization. 2. To use the world police for espionage against the states which Jewish imperialism does not control, for this police will be controlled by Jewish, Freemasonic or communist agents, like almost all bureaucratic organs of the UNO. Even if these agents also seemingly represent the most diverse political tendencies, from the right to the very extreme left, and thus pursue the centuries-old tactics of the synagogue. As one sees, the possession of this world police, which in the hands of UNO is a satellite of the synagogue, would be one of the most important measures that the Jews could take in order to destroy the remaining independence and freedom of the peoples. We will discuss this matter further in the sequel of this work. Jewry wished to make the League of Nations, as also later the UNO, into that superstate which had sufficient full powers to make an end to the independence of the peoples. But the resistance of many nations, who zealously defend their sovereignty, compelled Jewish imperialism into recognition of this sovereignty, in order in these state alliances to join together most or all states. For many of them would not have participated in these organizations if their independence might have suffered. Therefore Jewry saw itself compelled to equip these two superstate organizations with limited executive powers. All this was provisionally accepted, in order to gradually give greater authoritative powers and finally to fully abolish the sovereignty of the states. One of the preparatory steps to this goal is the planned world police, which shall have the right to exercise its power in the most different states of the world. They wish to use, so they assert, their powerful influence in the Vatican in order to attain that this proposal is drawn into a document, and thus becomes the doctrine of the Church. In the same way they wish to bring it about that the Holy See is transformed into a kind of satellite of the synagogue of Satan and even serve them as a mouthpiece, if it appears purposive, so that in the name of Holy Church proposals or definitions of doctrine are made that directly or indirectly favor the political plans of international Jewry. For to this shall also belong naturally the plans that are connected with the condemnation of patriots who fight against Jewish imperialism, or with measures which somehow make easier the victory of Marxist socialism and the policy of the Kremlin. These Jewish projects seem to us not only satanic, but also monstrous and prove once again that, in the same way as the scribes and Pharisees constantly led our Lord Jesus into temptation and wished to entice into a trap so as later to have arguments in order to kill him, The descendants of these scribes and Pharisees have taken over the methods of their forefathers and attempt to constantly place traps in the way of the highest church dignitaries so that they, if they fall into these traps, can bring forward arguments against them which they need in order to degrade Holy Church and prepare its disintegration. Under the present pontificate, the synagogue of Satan behaves as at the time of the secret Jewish anti-pope or satellites of Jewry, for it believes it has almost everything in its hand. But it does not reckon with the support that our Lord Jesus has always granted his holy church and which has always condemned the hellish conspiracies of the synagogue to failure. At the time of Pius IX, for example, the Jewish Freemasonic forces had already struck up a cry of triumph. They even boasted that this pope was a Freemason. But our Lord God illuminated at the right time the Vicar of Christ, who finally opened his eyes and recognized the infamous intrigues of Jewry. One of the measures which clearly allow the change in his policy to be discerned, was the frequent enclosing of the Jews in the ghetto. Upon other occasions the pontificate had always been represented by secret Jewish cardinals, but in these cases the support was always revealed which God showed his holy church, in that he illuminated other church dignitaries and gave them strength so that they could organize the holy councils and convince the fathers of the necessity of not recognizing the descendants of Judas Iscariot as pope, and to declare them to be anti-popes and, as in the case of the Purlianists, to declare null and void their actions, declarations relating to doctrine and investiture of priests. Although they had sat for many years or a whole life on the throne of St. Peter in Rome and had been elected by a two-third majority of the cardinals, the case of another well-known pope, who at first on 1st of April 1412 summoned the Holy Council of Rome and later in 1413 the Ecumenical Council of Constance, is also revealing. At the 7th session on 2nd of May 1413 he was declared by the General Holy Council to be a rebellious, incorrigible rebel and Simonist, and at the 12th sitting of 29th May it was added to these earlier accusations that he was a notorious Simonist squanderer of goods and rights of many churches, repellent on account of his revolting unnatural morals, stiff-necked and guilty of many other crimes. The Holy Council finally deposed him as pope and took from him every power. All this was attained, as in the case of the Purlianists, with military aid, which various powerful Christian heads of state provided the Holy Council. The latter understood that it was a duty to save the Sacred Council and their lands from the danger hovering over them. The history of Holy Church shows that the divine assistance has revealed itself in a very varied manner but was finally always revealed against the infamous spite of the enemy. Not in vain did our Lord Jesus promise men that the powers of hell should not rule over them. Chapter 39. Jewish Freemasonic infiltration into the Jesuit order. In the Jewish Spanish Encyclopedia, Limburch is quoted as follows: in Amsterdam and elsewhere there are Augustinians, Franciscans, Jesuits and Dominicans, who are Jews. As we have been able to discern, the secret Jews usually strive for all positions of the secular clergy and the monastic orders. In reference to the latter we must, however, still mention their preference to attach themselves to and control those orders which are most dangerous of all for their infamous plans, since they could make them ineffective through their control. When, in the 13th century, the Templar order signified a great danger for them, they entered it and finally in all quietness conquered the highest positions, brought it away from its goals and used it against the Church and the Christian monarchies. This was a real catastrophe, and the papacy and the Christian monarchy rapidly intervened, dissolved the order and had the Grand Master executed, in order to preserve Christianity from a catastrophe. In the Middle Ages they preferred the infiltration into the orders, who worked out the plans for the Papal Inquisition, in order to make the latter's struggle harmless. Since, however, the Franciscans and Dominicans exactly knew the Jewish problem and were masters in the struggle against Jewry, they were nevertheless able, as we have seen, to assert themselves. In modern times the Meritorious Society of Jesus has fought most of all against the Jewish revolutionary enterprises, Freemasonry, spiritualism, theosophy, communism, etc. This is to be attributed to the fact that many of their members are not subjected to such strict rules and prayers and have the necessary time to devote themselves to political social struggles. Naturally the Jews, since the founding of the holy work of Saint Ignatius, have attempted to introduce themselves there in masses. It is known that the Jesuit order at first played a decisive role with the counter-reforms, which made it possible that Poland and other states were won back for Catholicism. Although very soon the new Christians flooded over this land and gained control of the key positions, the true Jesuits still fought heroically against the Jewish threat and attained that a statute was approved, which, as also with another order, refused admittance into the Society of Jesus to descendants of Jews. Even today, there is a statute which forbids admittance into the order to Jews up to the third generation. However, it is no longer heeded, for if today one investigates the family tree of the false secret Jewish Catholics of our days, it can be to the greatest part proved that they are descended since 10 or more generations from Christians, which is to be traced back to the false conversions of their forefathers before this point in time. Until now we have seen by means of recognized Jewish or Catholic sources that the presence of traitorous Jesuits, who secretly practiced the Jewish religion, was at various times a frequent occurrence. In the following we will now, even if only summarized on account of the expediency of this work, investigate this regrettable occurrence. Among other things, the Jewish Jesuits have attempted with intrigues to bring away from its goal the meritorious society which was founded for the defense of the Church, and to occasion it to exactly the opposite, that is, instead of combating the enemies of the Church to fight against its best defenders. Naturally the secret Jews, who pretended to be Jesuits, first of all set the society against the sole bulwark of the Church, the Inquisition. This we will prove by means of Jewish sources, who enjoy the greatest regard in the modern synagogue. In the Jewish Spanish Encyclopedia, it is stated under the word Bahia concerning the false Jewish Christians in Brazil, it is highly probable that in Bahia, since its foundation, there were secret Jews, for the Portuguese needed settlers for their possessions in the Western Hemisphere and made use of the suspect new Christians. Many other Jews emigrated to Brazil in order to escape the Inquisition. Also in the trade with African slaves they played an important role, since it became necessary to introduce workers more capable of resisting the climate for the heavy plantation labor than the natives. Besides Jewish planters, manufacturers and merchants there were also some physicians. During the first centuries of the Portuguese settlement, the Jews lived relatively free in Bahia in spite of the activity of the agents of the Holy Office in Lisbon. The authorities represented economic and fiscal interests for the capital and were tolerant in living together with the Jesuits, who were then against the Inquisition. The Jews secretly held religious services and maintained rabbis. In this case the organization of Saint Ignatius, founded for the defense of the Church against her enemies, was led astray and occasioned to be exactly the opposite, to oppose the Inquisition, which represented the principal defense of the Church and to tolerate its enemies. Here also we see once again the participation of the Jews in the hated slave trade, which in the preceding centuries was one of their most productive occupations. The present-day false Jewish Christians in Brazil, whose forefathers captured the unfortunate Negroes, who really deserved a better fate, like wild animals or sold them like cattle, proceed in a really shameless way when today they lead the socialist and communist movements in Brazil and give themselves out to be liberators of the Negroes or mulattoes of the population, when they brought their forefathers in chains and made them into slaves. The Brazilian Negroes and mulattoes must open their eyes and recognize that the same evil powers who condemned their forefathers to hated servitude, now lead them towards the worst slavery of all, communism, and deceive them with enticing means of liberating them and creating a paradise for them. They did the same with their forefathers who were cheated by the secret Jewish slave dealers and believed their lying promises in the hope of being led to a better life and one fine day awoke with the chains of slavery when it was too late to free themselves. Let us select one of the many cases in Brazil, for to this land we have hitherto devoted little space in this work. This terrible struggle took place 100 years later than that which we have just investigated. The details we take from another authorized source of Jewry. The most renowned historian of the present, Cecil Roth, writes in his History of the Marranos concerning the suppression of the secret Jews in Brazil by the Holy Office and continues as follows: In this time a ray of hope fell through the clouds. An interregnum in the office of the Grand Inquisitor from 1653 to 1673 admittedly did not influence the activity of the court, but diminished certainly its regard. Meanwhile Antonio Vieira, the great Jesuit, who had earned the surname Apostle of Brazil, had taken over the defense of the new Christians in Brazil. He pressed Juan IV to abolish the disappropriations and to erase the still existing differences between old and new Christians. Through his free expression of opinion he engaged upon a feud with the Holy Office. After 3 years of imprisonment, 1665–67, his writings and he himself were formally condemned. Through his experience with the terror of the Holy Office his sympathy increased with the oppressed. He went to Rome where, in the citadel of Christianity, he attacked the Portuguese Inquisition as a godless court not influenced by devoutness, which condemned the innocent just as often as the guilty and was the enemy of the best Christian interests. The Society of Jesus afflicted on account of the treatment of one of its most regarded members, supported his cause. Encouraged through the change of events, the new Christians turned to the throne on account of definite reforms, including the free pardon of those prosecuted and the replacement of the inquisitorial procedure through a more humane form customary in Rome. For such modest concessions they offered to pay 20,000 euros yearly, to send 4,000 soldiers to India and each year 1,200 as reinforcement and a further 300 in event of war. The Inquisition protested energetically, but the application was supported by many great men of the kingdom and even by the faculty of the University of Coimbra, which, as we have seen, was flooded with secret Jews, and personally supported by the Archbishop of Lisbon. It was thus approved and sent on to Rome for final decision. There Francisco da Azevedo, the representative of the new Christians, together with Vieira, prepared a sharp denunciation, and allowed it to be seen that the Portuguese Inquisition was only a means of repression, enriched itself through extortion and was out for the last blood of every new Christian. The latter, so they asserted, were all zealous Catholics, who, because they denied, that is, denied Judaism, were condemned or were pardoned on grounds of a false confession. After a long struggle, the new Christians won. On 3 October 1674, Pope Clement X took over control of the activity of the Portuguese courts and ordered that the most important cases should be transferred to Rome. Since the inquisitors refused to cooperate on the following investigation, under the pretense that thereby the secrets of the trial could come to light, an interdict was uttered against them and on 27 May 1679 they were finally deposed from their offices. The easing was not of long duration, for on 22 August 1681 the deposing was already annulled, after a couple of reforms of no further importance had been resolved. The resumption of activity in Portugal was celebrated with triumphant processions and carnival lights. In January of the following year, the first burnings of heretics took place again in Coimbra. Upon this followed a few months later the burning of 4 persons in Lisbon on 10 May, 3 of them alive, because they did not repent. To the latter belonged a lawyer viz., Miguel Henriquez, alias Isaac da Fonseca, who had himself called Misael Hasnik de Fungoca, Antonio da Aguirre, alias Aaron Coenfia, from La Munilla in the neighborhood of Madrid, and Gaspar, alias Abraham, Lopez Pereira, who were all lamented by the literates in Amsterdam as martyrs. The renowned Jewish historian reports further concerning the burnings of several secret Jews as heretics, and the Jewish researcher describes the high point of this terrible struggle as follows. This resumption was given expression in September 1683 through a command that all persons who had been pardoned on account of membership to Jewry, must leave the kingdom in the impossibly short period of 2 months. They should in addition leave behind their children who were younger than 7 years until they proved that they lived in their new home as true Christians. The rapid increase of the communities on grounds of the dispersion in that time was partly to be traced back to this measure, which first became invalid when the war with France broke out in 1704. Later this and other renowned Jewish historians assert that, despite everything, secret Jewry in Portugal and Brazil survived, that is, the repression through the Inquisition was able to be avoided. The case particularly investigated by us is an important example of how the synagogue, against the intentions of Saint Ignatius of Loyola and the other meritorious founders of this order, has utilized the Society of Jesus in order to destroy the defense of Holy Church. It also makes the serious fact clear to us that a bad Jesuit or a group of wicked Jesuits lit themselves into an unjust struggle against the real defenders of the Church and later drew in the entire order by that they utilized the noble spirit of solidarity of the meritorious society towards non-members. With all respect and high regard for the Jesuit order, we allow ourselves to give warning of such maneuvers which frequently occur in this disastrous time. In addition, the special interest of the Synagogue of Satan to introduce itself into the Society of Jesus and to control it, is proved in an official work of Freemasonry, which we have just received from one of those groups of devout Latin American clergy, who, out of the noble striving to save Holy Church, provided us with the extensive South American bibliography, which is so inestimably valuable and useful for the rapid preparation of this work and to spare us expensive travels and the search for bibliography, which would have considerably delayed the publication of this work. We speak of the abbreviated Encyclopedic Dictionary of Freemasonry, which was written by the Freemason of the 33rd degree, grade, who under the name Paschalis or Pascualis writes expressly. Paschalis or Pascualis, Martinez, Jewish theosopher and renowned enlightener, leader of the sects of the Martinists. Founded a school of the Kabbalists, made in 1754 talk about himself for the first time as founder of a philosophic spiritual, Jesuitical rite, which he describes as a rite of the chosen Coons. It is revealed from his writings that the doctrine of Martinez Paschalis goes back to the Kabbalist tradition of the Jews. In connection with this rite, it is stated in the Freemasonic dictionary under the term elegidos Coons, word for word, chosen Coons. Description for a philosophic spiritual, ultra-Jesuitical rite, which was founded in 1754 by a Portuguese Jew named Martinez Paschalis. Coons means priest in Jewish. Concerning the repeated attempts of Jewish Freemasonry to introduce itself into the society and to control it, another source gives us information about this Freemasonic rite created for this gloomy purpose. It is stated in the official Encyclopedic Dictionary of Freemasonry under the term stricta observantia, strict observance, stricta observantia. Description for a rite which had split up into many others and represents the most perfect expression of the Templar system in Freemasonry. This rite was the third Freemasonic innovation of the Jesuits, who stirred up the hope among their supporters to come into the possession of the riches of the old Templars. The chronological history of the Grand Masters corresponds to that of the generals of the Society of Jesus. The rite of strict observance was finally set up in Germany, between 1760 and 1763, by the brother Karl Gathels, the Baron of Hund, who to the 6 grades of the order at first determined added yet another. The rite was organized in the following 7 degrees: pupil, companion, master, Scottish master, novice, Templar in 3 classes, ex, socius and armiger, and ex professus. The fact that, since his grounding in this rite which was intended to control the Jesuits, a new Grand Master was also chosen if a new general of the order was appointed, shows the tenacity of Jewry and its satellites, Freemasonry, to introduce themselves in the holy work of Saint Ignatius and to control it. On the other side is the special wish to make this Freemasonic rite in connection with the Templar order very significant. We must not forget that the Templar order was founded in order to defend Holy Church against its enemies. The Synagogue of Satan, however, gained entry into it until the secret Jews occupied the leading positions, then brought it away from its original aims and made it become a serious danger for the Church and the Christian peoples. One must also bear in mind that, in the prosecutions against the Templars, the effort was revealed to skillfully conceal themselves, for, although the Christian order was watched over by the enemy, it remained in its official outward realms bound to Holy Church, even if also in secret circles the easier controlled Catholic Templars were seduced and their religious faith gradually taken from them, until they had finally become secret satellites of Jewry. The infiltrations of the synagogue and of Freemasonry into the Society of Jesus followed visibly the same aims, For this Freemasonic Templar rite of the Jesuits wishes apparently to make the Society of Jesus into a new Templar order with retention of its outer official structure, is then finally secretly ruled by the enemies of the Church and then used in order to destroy its defenders, and with the purpose of making easier the victory of Jewry and its satellites, Freemasonry and Communism. From the valuable Freemasonic document, which we study, it is revealed that even other schismatic rites of Freemasonry, which were for this reason called mixed rites, or also controlled by the Jewish Kabbalists, were organized in order to influence the meritorious work of Saint Ignatius of Loyola and to control it. Accordingly, it is stated under the expression clerigos de la estricta observancia, clergy of the strict rule of the order, title for a Jesuitical mixed rite, which was formed by Kabbalists, alchemists, black magicians and members of the Society of Jesus. This is apparently a Freemasonic rite, which emanated from a schism of the rite of the strict rule of the order, which, as is stated in the Dictionary of Freemasonry mentioned, was subjected to schisms. Both rites are of Jewish origin, and we must allude to the fact that in Judaism frequently inner dissensions occur, which are reflected in the schisms which every Jewish party calls forth in the Freemasonic organization, which at first is ruled by the Jewish cell, but then later passes through its own split. It is not further remarkable that to this Freemasonic rite, which is intended to control the Jesuits, black magicians belonged, for we have indeed already proved that the Jews were the most principal spreaders of the Lucifer cult and of black magic. On the other side, it was revealed, through many prosecutions of Templars, that in secret circles of the order the devil was worshipped, even if the open outward structure of the Templar order appeared additionally so Catholic and Orthodox as in good old times. The hair-raising facts, which we describe and have taken from official works of Judaism and of Freemasonry, allow us to clearly recognize the devilish stiff-neckedness of the synagogue of Satan in infiltrating itself into and controlling the Society of Jesus, which in modern times was for it the most combative, most dangerous Catholic order, in order then to use it against Holy Church, just as it did circa 7 centuries ago with the Templar order. But what interests the Catholic world certainly most of all is how far Jewry could realize its intentions to make the Society of Jesus into a satellite. Since today, however, there are no holy inquisitional courts or like institution which could discover this with effective methods, no balanced investigation in this sense is also possible to us. However, certain facts allow it to be concluded that a traceable process of Judaization is in progress in some domains of the order of Saint Ignatius. There are Jesuits who, to the harm of Christianity, defend the Jews and the synagogue of Satan. Others favor with any disposable means the enemies of the Church instead of combating them, while on the other side they attack cruelly and in an anti-Christian way the defenders of the Church, especially those who successfully and tenaciously fight against Jewry, Freemasonry and Communism. Others again further the victory of the Freemasonic and Communist revolution, perform tenacious disruptive work against the few Catholic governments which there are in the world. In addition, and that is the most remarkable thing in the affair, the good fighting Jesuits who fortunately still exist in great number, when they defend the Church against her enemies, especially against Jewry, Freemasonry or Communism, are in an inexplicable way and manner opposed hostilely in the order by other Jesuits themselves, who stir up rancor against them for so long until they make them harmless or can attain that the superiors forbid them to fight further against the enemies of the Church. In other cases we see well-regarded very intelligent Jesuits, who on grounds of their great capacities could do much good for the society and Christianity, set back and practically eliminated. As a result, the Order and Holy Church loses the opportunity of using these so valuable capable men. All this gives the impression as if the enemy already sat deeply in the meritorious work of Saint Ignatius. But we are convinced of the fact that the Jesuit order can still save itself from the cunning of its enemies, for the majority of members are honest upright Catholics who entered the order in order to serve God. If the members, who secretly belong to the Jewish fifth column and their Freemasonic accomplices were able at times to make progress with their attempts to conquer this fortress, it was only because they proceeded highly secretly and always with the most skilled deceit. We believe honestly, through warnings and the unmasking of the enemy, that the honest Jesuits will, with our modest aid, prosper, so that they can save the society from a possible catastrophe. As the reader will have remarked, we quote in these last chapters details from official sources of Jewry and of Freemasonry, who cannot be accused of any anti-Semitism or fanatical clericalism. Whoever wishes to carry out further research in this sphere as to what methods the secret Jewish monks and nuns have applied at various times, in order to exert their practices in the strict life of the cloisters, can deepen their knowledge in the archives of the Holy Inquisition, which we mention in another part of this work. In the archive of Torre do Tombo in Portugal and that of Simancas in Spain, in that previously mentioned in Italy, France and other lands of the world, we find the handwritten original records of countless trials of the Holy Office against Jesuits, Dominicans, Franciscans and monks and nuns of various other religious orders, among them even abbots and dignitaries of the order, who were led over and confessed to have secretly paid homage to Judaism in the peaceful life of the most strict cloisters. All this would appear unbelievable to us if, in addition to those admissions from the Jewish and Freemasonic side, the existence of thousands of inquisitional prosecutions were not able to be quoted which with many details confirm this terrible fact. From these trials are revealed the revolutionary activity and the terrible secret blasphemies of those monks and nuns, who apparently lived with holy dedication according to the rules of their religious order, against our Lord Jesus and the Virgin Mary. In conclusion to this chapter, it seems to us necessary to draw the attention of the organizers of patriotic organizations and political parties to the danger that the Jews and Freemasons join themselves to these organizations, finally control or ruin them. Many simpletons believe that the infiltration by such enemies is not important. Others, no less naive, are of the opinion that it would be easy to hold up this invasion. Those who with regrettable naivete believe the one or other, must reflect that the Catholic clergy and the religious orders are from diverse reasons far more rigid institutions, into which it is more difficult to penetrate than into simple political parties or associations. If it was successful for Jewry, even at the time of the Inquisition, which particularly wished to prevent this by all means, to infiltrate into the church institutions, the synagogue will be able to influence political or social associations even more easily, since they demand neither vows of chastity, poverty and obedience, nor strict monastic life, absolute discipline and all the rest, which in the religious orders have nevertheless held up the deadly infiltration of the enemies of mankind, even if it could not prevent it entirely. The leaders of political movements should thus prevent by all attainable means that the Jews, Freemasons or Communists enter into their ranks, for, if they are not successful in this, the enemy can bring these movements to ruin. We can make the assurance that the possibility of the triumph of a political Christian or pagan association is to the greatest part dependent upon whether it triumphs before the Jewish, Freemasonic or Communist infiltration can prevent this. The necessity to eliminate the Christians of Jewish origin rests upon the fact, proven in the course of centuries, that by far the majority of mock Christians, are Jews in secret, as we have proved by means of indisputably credible documents and sources in this work. We have here to do with a sad political truth, which has been proved to sufficiency, and not with racial prejudices, which we as Christians in no way foster, and as followers of Jesus Christ all men are for us equal before God and the law. It is one thing, however, to have no racial prejudices, but quite another to allow oneself to be surprised knowingly by the fifth column of an enemy who wishes to enslave and destroy us. If we wish to defend ourselves against such an invasion, we are simply making use of our natural right to justified self-defense. Chapter 40. Conspiracies against History and the Rights. The Jews have made the falsification of history into one of the great, perhaps the most important of all, secrets of their successes. Without this, Jewish imperialism would not have been able to control almost the whole world, but would perhaps have been defeated by the threatened institutions and peoples, as it also repeatedly occurred in the Middle Ages, when Holy Church and the Christian nations recognized the enemy who laid in wait and could defend itself against him. Particularly the Church and worldly chronicles and historic studies provided this knowledge and described the true origin of the earlier attempts of Jewry to control the Christians, to rob them, to gain control of their governments, to destroy Holy Church, to call forth schisms, to organize degrading heresies or to conspire against the Christian peoples. Since they recognized the historic truth, the Christian and pagan generations could always identify their principal enemies, take heed before them and bring about the failure of their renewed revolutionary plans for rule. On grounds of the knowledge of historic truth, the priests and dignitaries of Holy Church could exactly recognize that the most bitter enemy of Christ and of Christianity was satanic Jewry, and were thus in the position to defend the Church against all its cunning. For in order to destroy an enemy, one must first recognize him. There is nothing more dangerous than an enemy who can conceal his hostility or his identity, for in these cases he can destroy his victims with decisive surprise attacks. If the victim does not know the aggressive plans of his enemy, he is incapable of preparing a defense or even of recognizing the necessity for this. Not to mention the fact that the presence of the enemy may not even be known. Jewish imperialism grasped this at the right time and therefore it applied enormous powers in a succession of heretical revolutionary movements and in intentions of political conquest, even if these were also bloodily defeated with great losses for the synagogue of Satan. These unfortunate events have taught them to apply a part of their energy really attentively to a long-lasting work of organization, in order to falsify the worldly and religious history of the Christians and to cleanse them all from that is connected with conspiracies, attacks or revolutionary movements of the Jews and finally to attain that in the historical texts every allusion to the participation of the Jews in these enterprises will be left out, which they carry out for centuries, and prepare with a tenacity and energy which would be worthy of a better cause. For examination of these assertions one can for the sake of studies compare the version of the medieval chronicles and historical books and those edited at the present concerning the same factual content. In the comparison one will be able to establish without difficulties, that in the present version every single reference of the medieval chronicles to the participation of the Jews in plots, rebellions, crimes, treachery against the king and of the land in question, etc., have been left out, although nevertheless the modern historical texts should give again the truth, as this is revealed from the sources upon which they support themselves. The same is the case with the historical texts of Holy Catholic Church. The clergy who are interested in this kind of investigation should make a thorough comparison between the histories and chronicles of the Church, the writings of the Fathers, the bulls and the records of the councils, which were written between the 1st and 15th centuries AD concerning events of the time and the edited historical reports in our time. We can predict to them in advance that they will be astounded at the mysterious omissions in the modern church histories of all allusions to the intrusion of the Jews in the heresies and against the church in the movements directed by the popes or their cooperation with crimes and conspiracies against the Christian peoples, which are present in the old chronicles and documents, which serve as basis. Naturally, in the history books of different lands errors occur about one or other fact. But it is highly strange and revealing that in all or almost all modern texts, a remarkable coincidence, that particularly all reports existing in medieval history books, chronicles and documents concerning the revolutionary, harmful interference of the Jews into the historical events of the time were left out. It would be ridiculous to hold that such a universal and persistent circumstance must be due to chance or to some kind of magic which from the historical texts caused only one line to vanish concerning social activities. In fact, the knowledge of this should have made the succeeding generations watchful, so that they defended themselves against Jewry. One thus sees that in the course of centuries an organized work was performed, in order to leave out from the new historical sources everything which could damage the plans for world conquest of the Jews. Every serious researcher can affirm that this mutilation of the chronicles and history books becomes more frequent and general, the more the Jews and principally the false converts to Christianity joined themselves to Christian society and gained an influence in it. As far as church history is concerned, then, the conspiracies increased when the current of secret Jewish and new Christians became greater, who introduced themselves into the clergy of Holy Church in order to gain control of her from within or to disintegrate her through schisms and heresies. Thus, for example, we can observe that up until the 11th century AD in the chronicles and documents the harmful, destructive participation of the Jews in social events and also all other interesting historical events are mentioned. From the 15th century onwards there are historical texts written by Christians and even by Catholic clergy, whose authors were in general converted Jews or descendants of converts, in which carefully the allusions to the wickedness of the Jews were left out. In these texts every revelation concerning the participation of the Jews in various events was left out, and it was even attempted to falsify certain factual contents. The more the secret Jewish historians and chroniclers descended from false converts to Christianity mutilated the historical texts and chronicles of their time, and that is what is serious about the matter. The real Christian historians, who went the most simple way, supported themselves on these already mutilated sources, without consulting the older more credible documents, which represented the events without evil-willed omissions. Thus one can establish that even in the 19th century, scarcely a church relay historian, even when it was a matter of well-believing persons, gives details about the harmful activity of the Jews in the past centuries. We are in the sad situation of having to reach back to the Jewish history books destined for internal use by the synagogue, in order for the greatest part to reconstruct the true history of Holy Church, in the face of the indisputable fact that both church history, which is studied in the seminaries, and secular history, which is studied in the schools and universities, are incomplete and distorted, and in them all that is missing which can give an idea of the most tenacious and very worst enemies of the Church and of mankind. It is urgently necessary that those particularly make efforts who are in the financial position to do so, in order to finance the work of researchers who are free of all suspicion of being accomplices of Jewry, so that they reconstruct the real history of Holy Church and also the true history of Europe. In this way, future generations, both civil and ecclesiastical, will throw off the blindfold obscuring their eyes and be in constant alert, ready to defend against the new attacks and conspiracies hatched by the enemy. In the liturgy and the rites of Holy Church there are constant references to the danger of the Jews, to their falsity and their infamous hatred for Christ and his Church. This warning greatly disturbs the Jews, for it signifies a constant drawing of attention to something which the Jews wish to efface in the memory of Christians, their infamy and danger, from which everyone must take great heed. For this reason they now wish to undertake an unbelievably bold step and to use the next ecumenical council in order, with the help of their fifth column in the bosom of Holy Church, to carry out a total reform of the Church, to alter the liturgy and the rites and to leave out all allusions to the infamy and danger of the Jews. With this the Jews and their accomplices in the clergy wish to throw even more sand in the eyes of Christians and church dignitaries, who then, when they no longer know the principal foe of the Church, have no opportunity to defend themselves. Thus can Jewry easily continue its unexpected advances for enslavement and destruction of the Holy Church of Christ and of mankind. One must bear in mind that all zealous clergy who have carefully worked out the liturgy and the rites, and Holy Church, which in the course of centuries has made these part of itself, had good reason for certain, very clear allusions to the Jews. When Holy Church accepted them, it has in no wise erred, as those assert, who support Jewry, but as divine institution has performed the correct decision. In addition, there exists the plan to abolish tradition as source of revelation, as we already investigated in other chapters and alluded to the fact that the chief aim of this infamous maneuver is to abolish the highly anti-Jewish determinations in bulls and council laws, and to abolish the doctrine of the Fathers as doctrine of the Church, even if other reasons are given for this. Chapter 41. Errors of the Nazis and Imperialists. When Russia was conquered by communism, millions of Christians were murdered by the Soviet Jews, and in Hungary and Bavaria, towards the end of the First World War, Marxist coups d'état took place. Europe was justly disturbed. It saw itself directly threatened by subjection and enslavement through the seemingly irresistible Red Avalanche, especially on account of the complicity of the secret Jewish government in London and the victory of the separatist tendencies in the USA. The visible predominating participation of the Jews, not only in the communist revolution in Russia, but also in the revolutions in Hungary and Germany, opened the eyes of many European patriots and allowed them to recognize that the Red Conspiracy was a tool of Jewish imperialism. Russian monarchist writers had already warned the world, and subsequently Frenchmen, Romanians, Spaniards, North Americans, Germans and others from various parts of the world and of different race and religion have drawn attention to the same danger. When it appeared as if Europe had been conquered by Jewish imperialism and its communist revolution, various patriotic organizations arose on the old continent and attempted to save their lands from the danger threatening them. They would perhaps have been successful in this, if the most important group, the National Socialist Workers' Party of Germany, had not arrived upon false paths, which caused this European revival to fail sorrowfully. All peoples have the right to justify defense against the attacks of Jewish imperialism. If the Nazis had limited themselves to saving their people and Europe in the face of the deadly threat, no one could reproach them, and perhaps they would have had success with such a praiseworthy enterprise. Unfortunately, into the National Socialist movement imperialistic, aggressive tendencies against other peoples and races crept in. Even the Jewish racial hatred would not have been dangerous if it had remained limited to seizing upon internal measures for the betterment of its race or racial union. Even mixed marriages with the Jewish people could be forbidden. Without that, we protested against it. What causes Jewish race hatred to be unacceptable and dangerous, is its aggressive imperialist tendency to conquer and to enslave other peoples, and is made authoritative to the harm of the legitimate rights of other races. The same holds for the Nazi race hatred. No one can deny the great capacities of the Nordic race and refuse the German people the right to improve the good qualities of its race, or better expressed, of the complex of races. No one can also dispute its right to defend itself against Jewish imperialism, unless still Holy Church, which for 19 centuries long has fought tenaciously and heroically against the cunning of the synagogue of Satan. But it is not permissible that a nationalism or a so-called race hygiene strikes out upon imperialist paths and injures the legitimate rights of other peoples or sets itself up above them. The unjust invasion of Poland, the repellent pact with Russia to divide the Polish territory, the violent conquest of Bohemia and Moravia, the attacks against neutral peoples, the overestimation of German superiority and the underestimation of the quality of other peoples, which the Nazis so greatly promoted, and which damaged so much their relations with their allies, were only a logical consequence of the imperialist racial hatred which the National Socialist movement subjected itself to, and in a certain aspect is very similar to the imperialist race hatred of the Jews. Another serious consequence of the preceding were the events in the Ukraine, where the Germans were received as saviors, and which could have been one of their most loyal, most valuable allies against the Kremlin, but soon became an enemy on grounds of the policy of conquest and subjection which the Nazis pursued in this land, for instead of as liberators they came as cruel conquerors. With the race hatred of the Nazis one must certainly very well distinguish between the purely defensive and the aggressive or imperialist aspect. They first wished to drive the Jews from government posts and in general from valuable positions, which they occupied in German society. The Nazis only did what Holy Catholic Church has ordered upon various occasions during the last 14 centuries as a measure to preserve Christianity from the conquest and revolutionary activity of Jewish infiltration. The writings of the Church Fathers as well as various papal bulls and council laws give us evidence of the struggle of Holy Church, in order to depose the Jews from public offices and leading positions in the Christian states, since they have always utilized these in order to destroy Christianity and to subjugate the Christian peoples. We have already investigated how the Church applied all possible means and even attempted to keep the Jews remote from the social and family life of Christians. For this reason we could also not criticize this aspect of the Nazi race policy, for we would as a result blame Holy Church, and as Catholics we could not do this. On the other hand, the aggressive imperialist aspect of Nazi race hatred is absolutely to be condemned and rejected. For if the so-called Nordic race with its great scientific, artistic, and political talent is to preserve, cultivate and apply its outstanding talents to the well-being and service of other races, as the Nazis wished, with such a mode of thought it is incomprehensible that this alliance between Nazi Germany and the Japanese Empire could have been honest and effective. For the Japanese nationalists also founded their movement for freedom upon a racial imperialism, which was just as extreme and dangerous as the Nazistic, and wishes to aid the yellow race to world domination under the leadership of the Japanese. With this fateful ideal in mind they attacked China and fell upon other peoples. How under these circumstances could the two imperialists work together loyally and successfully? To this lack of cooperation on the part of both allies their defeat in the last World War is to be attributed. Even if the Jew Roosevelt, as respected North American patriots have proved, did everything in order to encourage the Japanese attack upon Pearl Harbor, then nevertheless the Japanese government, if it had not had such insane imperialist intentions, would not have fallen into the trap, which international Jewry had laid for it. As we already said in another passage, all great peoples of the world have unfortunately inclined to imperialism and the subjugation of other peoples in favor of their own. The Assyrians, Chaldeans, Persians, Greeks, Carthaginians, Spaniards, Portuguese, Turks, Dutch, French, English, Russians and North Americans did the same in this respect. In connection with imperialism, we could repeat the divine sentence of our Lord Jesus, "He who is without sin amongst you cast first the stone." All men, without difference of race or religion, must understand that every new imperialist enterprise is not only unjust but is also suicidal, for in face of the deadly threat hovering over all religions and peoples of the world from Jewish imperialism and its communist revolution, we have no other choice, as our elementary self-preservation instinct tells us, than at least to join together in the political realm. For only through the uniting of the peoples and the alliance of all religions can a coalition come into existence which is strong enough to save us and mankind from the Jewish communist slavery threatening us all to the same measure. This great alliance can only be concluded, if a real feeling of brotherhood exists among the peoples and a respect of the natural right of each individual. It would be fateful and catastrophic if the movements for freedom against Jewish imperialism and its communist revolution, which arise in different nations of the world, became imperialist nationalisms. For then the defense of the peoples would be impossible, which at these moments is so necessary, in order to triumph over Jewish imperialism. We would once again fail with this perhaps last opportunity, in order to save ourselves, for the Jews and their Freemasonic and communist satellites would skillfully utilize every imperialist tendency of an anti-Jewish liberation movement, in order to set the threatened peoples against it, just as was the case in the last World War. This is a decisive moment in history, and we have only a few years to liberate ourselves from Jewish communist slavery. The liberation movements which in several countries fight against Jewish imperialism, should understand that today such conduct is suicidal and should therefore zealously fight, not only to liberate their peoples from the Jews, but to also unite in a brotherly way with similar liberation movements, so that the whole of mankind can be freed, including naturally the unfortunate peoples, who are already subjected by red totalitarianism. The imperialist Jews would be defeated by a closely allied world, but their victory over a mankind split up on the political realm in national, racial or religious rivalries is certain. National and racial rivalries should be laid aside by way of peaceful negotiations. Differences of opinion in the religious domain should be decided in an honorable, peaceful, theological discussion, which in the long run gives the right to those who deserve it, but prevents that these antagonisms degenerate into religious wars or violent conflicts, which always make impossible a political uniting of the peoples, which is so necessary, in the first place to eliminate the threat by Jewish imperialism and later to secure world peace, which is indispensable for the progress and maintenance of the human race. We have already mentioned another tragic fault of the Nazis, who in their struggle against Jewish imperialism made no difference between the ancient chosen people, which provided us with our Lord Jesus, the Holy Virgin Mary, the prophets and apostles, and the sons of the devil, as Jesus called the sectarians of the synagogue of Satan who denied him, crucified him and have bitterly fought his holy church in the course of centuries. With this erroneous thesis the theoreticians of Nazism take up an anti-Christian conduct, which was to make impossible the traditional highest Christian union of Europe against Jewish imperialism and thus also prevented the victory. Whoever is still so simple as to believe that Christianity can easily be destroyed without divine help, should at least see the facts as they are. For if the mighty Roman Empire was not successful in 3 long centuries of merciless persecution, if the criminal Jews in the Soviet Union did not achieve it in 45 years of bloody terror, then still less will any modern imperialism be successful, which in addition must still simultaneously conflict with the secret, enormous power of international Jewry. We stand at the edge of an abyss, and the unbelievers and even the adherents of anti-Christian tendencies must, if they are not blind to the threatening danger, understand that we must all lay aside our dislikes and our national or religious resentment and must organize a common defense against the deadly enemy threatening us all. If we continue to think in terms of national hatred, revenge for injustice done in religious rivalries, we will all perish in the ever-increasing onslaught of Jewish imperialism and its communist revolution. We must therefore all make efforts to bring about this unity, which is so necessary in order to save ourselves. In this chapter we decline to comment upon the slaughtering of the Jews by the Nazis, for we deal with this in the third and fourth chapter of the part of this book which bears the heading The Synagogue of Satan. We should condemn forever the war between the individual states, because it is first of all catastrophic for all and secondly aids the totalitarian imperialism of Jewry most securely to the final victory. We must ally ourselves against Jewish imperialism and also liberate our own peoples and all the others who are subjected by Jews, so that after victory over the worst form of imperialism which has ever existed in the world, which hypocritically preaches peace but constantly furthers war, all lands of the earth can form a world organization which, with respect for the legitimate rights of all, secures world peace, promotes the truth and the progress of mankind, and raises the living standard of all men, especially that of the economically weak strata, as high as possible and simultaneously fights to bring men nearer to God, the beginning and the end of the whole universe. The failure of the League of Nations and of the UNO is, as we shall investigate further in the second volume of this work, to be traced back to the fact that both institutions, even if they announce the noblest most humanitarian aims, are controlled by the secret power of Jewry and Freemasonry and are used to promote the victory of the imperialist plans of the synagogue. We anxiously call upon the patriots in the USA and England, that in the liberation of their nations from the Jewish yoke they may not enter upon the suicidal path of imperialism. We make the same summons to the heroic-minded President Nasser of Egypt and the patriots of the other nations of the world who fight for the same goal. The struggle for Arab unity is without doubt just. But if it is achieved, it must not pass over from nationalism to imperialism. For by this it would give the Jews of the world the wonderful opportunity of suppressing Arab nationalism, just as they did with Marxist imperialism, which unintentionally gave the synagogue the opportunity to destroy nationalistic Germany. The National Socialists hampered for a time Jewish imperialism and had raised the living standards of the working classes in astonishing degree. Thus the revival of Germany achieved in a few years was once again destroyed through the imperialist ambitions of the very same creators of the revival. The great peoples and leaders easily become egocentric through repeated success in their important enterprises and often devote themselves to suicidal imperialist intentions. Let us think, for example, of Napoleon, who snatched rule over the French Revolution from the dark forces of Jewry, made it into a really national undertaking and completed the miracle of making a destroyed anarchistic France into the most important military power of the world. If Napoleon had not allowed himself to be led by his unlimited imperialist ambition, then his work would have been of longer duration. The successes give the leaders and peoples a feeling of superiority, which drives the one or others to a kind of delusion of grandeur and causes them to forge imperialist plans which finally leads them to collapse, especially in times when Jewish imperialism utilizes all these situations in order to stir up all the other peoples to struggle and war against those powers and leaders who disturb or endanger the plans for domination of the synagogue of Satan. Chapter 42. Popes, Church Fathers and Saints combat and condemn the Jews. The great Pope Gregory VII, the renowned Hildebrand, the great reformer and organizer of the Church, writes in a letter to King Alphonse V of Castile in the year 1081, "We exhort your royal majesty not to further tolerate that the Jews rule Christians and have power over them, for to allow that Christians are subordinated to Jews and are delivered to their whims, means to oppress the Church of God, means to revile Christ himself." However, this great pope was strictly opposed to forcing the Jews to baptism, for he knew how dangerous false conversions were and seized upon measures to avoid this kind of error and protected the Jews against the immoderate zeal of some fanatics. Pope Gregory VII fought uninterruptedly to prevent that the Jews ruled the Christians, for as he said this came close to a repression of Holy Church and elevating of the synagogue of Satan. But in addition he asserted that to please these enemies of Christ, meant to revile Christ himself. What would the members of the fifth column say to this, who at present do exactly the opposite of what Pope Gregory VII ordered? The same thing, which was asserted by this renowned pontifex, one of the most renowned of the Church, is championed today by those who fight against Jewish imperialism and for this reason are called anti-Semites, that is, to prevent that the Jews rule the Christians and as a result vilify Christ and his Church and cause grave harm to the Christian nations. Saint Ambrose, a bishop of Milan, and great church father, said to his flock, that the synagogue was a godless house, a collecting place of wickedness, and that God himself had damned it. And if the host of Christians on grounds of the faithless conduct of the Jews could not hold back their rage and burn the synagogue, St. Ambrose allowed them to enjoy his full support and said in addition, "I declare that I have set the synagogue on fire, or have at least given the crowd the mandate to do it. And if it is said against me, that I should not have personally set the synagogue on fire, I answer that it was burned through the judgment of God." We must also not forget, that Saint Ambrose of Milan is recognized in Holy Church as model bishop and on account of his Christian neighborly love is held to be worthy of imitation. This proves that neighborly love must not be used to protect the evil powers. Holy Thomas of Aquin, who knew the danger of Jews in Christian society, held it to be correct to allow them to live in eternal servitude. A semi-Thophilic writer complains about this and writes as follows: Aquinas based himself upon the standpoint of that time, that they should live in eternal servitude. This opinion of St. Thomas of Aquinas is completely justified. If the Jews, in every land in which they live, constantly instigate conspiracies upon command of their religion, in order to conquer the people which magnanimously offered them hospitality, and they in addition fight to rob it of its goods and to destroy its religious belief, there is no other choice. Either they must be expelled from the land, or they be allowed to live there, but in hard servitude, which binds their hands and prevents them from doing so much evil. Another great genius of the Church, Duns Scotus, the Doctor Subtilis, went still further than Thomas of Aquinas and proposed to Christianity a solution of the Jewish problem on the basis of the complete destruction of this devilish sect. In this aspect the renowned rabbi complains that Duns Scotus instigated the forceful baptism of Jewish children and that parents who refused to be converted should be brought onto an island, where they could practice their religion until the prophecy of Isaac concerning those remaining, who wished to return, was fulfilled. 4.22 As one sees, the idea of banishing all the Jews in the world onto an island, where they should live alone, without being able to harm the remaining peoples, originates not from Hitler but from one of the most renowned authorized church fathers, St. Louis. Ludwig, King of France, exemplary in his saintliness and Christian love of the neighbor, who was so magnanimous as to give back a conquered king the regions conquered by him, which no one in that time did voluntarily, was of the opinion that the Jews, if they mocked the Christian religion, should have a sword thrust as deeply as possible into their body. In order to understand the standpoint of Saint Ludwig, Louis, one must bear in mind that then every revolutionary action and conspiracy of the Jews against the Christian nations then principally expressed itself in heresies or attacks on religion. This is understandable in a time when the religious problem was fundamental and all political affairs were subordinated to it. Jewish imperialism has also still preserved a highly religious foundation in our time, as we have already elaborated earlier. Saint Athanasius, the great church father, asserted that the Jews were no longer the people of God but were lords over Sodom and Gomorrah. Saint John Chrysostom, another great church father, reports concerning all the misfortune which occurred to the Jews at different times, but the Jews say that men and not God had brought them all this misfortune. But exactly the opposite is the cause, for God has occasioned it. If they, the Jews, make men responsible for this, then they must remember that they, even if they had risked it, would nevertheless not have been strong enough, if God had not so willed it. St. John Chrysostom defined approximately 1500 years ago clearly and distinctly the nature of the Jews and described them as nation of criminals, lustful, robbers and avaricious false thieves. Later the great Church Father makes the assurance in connection with the traditional Jewish tactic of lamenting that men declare war on them and destroy them, and of always representing themselves as innocent victims. Always when the Jews say to you, "Men have waged war upon us and have conspired against us," answer them, "Men would not have waged war upon you, if God had not allowed it." St. John Chrysostom even supports himself upon another point of the Catholic doctrine, that God hates the Jews, because God hates evil, and the Jews after they had our Lord Jesus crucified, became the greatest evil. The renowned saint in general defends the thesis, that a man crucified by you is stronger than you and has destroyed and scattered you, and asserts that the Jews must continue to be punished for their crimes until the end of the world. The terrible events in this century, where the Jews erected their communist dictatorship, have confirmed what St. John Chrysostom asserted over 1500 years ago, namely, that the Jews are a band of thieves and murderers, and it is understandable that the just punishment of God is frequently bestowed upon them for their bloody misdeeds. In our days the assertion of this great Church Father, that they always when God punishes them, destroys them or causes the misfortune prophesied in the Holy Bible to come upon them make the rest of mankind responsible for the terrible occurrences which they have provoked through their own crimes. The renowned Bishop of Meaux, Bossuet, writer and sacred preacher, whose position is known in the history of Holy Church, likewise fought the Jews energetically and cursed them from the pulpit. "Accursed people! Your visitation shall pursue you up to your most remote descendants, until the Lord becomes weary of punishing you and at the end of time takes pity on your wretched remains." As one sees, the renowned Catholic theologian was of opinion that at the end of time only a wretched remnant of Jewry would remain, and was of one opinion with St. John Chrysostom and other Church Fathers concerning the catastrophes which the Jews must suffer on account of their murder of God and their wickedness. In his addresses concerning history and in various sermons Bossuet repeatedly described the Jews as a cursed race, upon whom divine punishment has come and will always be destroyed by the other peoples of the world. He also gave the assurance, that the Jews were hated by God. If this devout wise bishop, a genius of the Catholic Church, had lived in our time, he would also have been accused by the secret Jewish clergy of racial hatred and anti-Semitism. Like all Church Fathers, Bossuet knew the Jewish falsehood very well. If the Jews had not behaved in a criminal way in the course of centuries since the crucifying of the Lord, no one would accuse and condemn them on account of their wickedness. Through their mode of action they are solely and alone responsible for the all-sided reaction against them. If a man does not wish to be regarded as a murderer and thief, then he only needs to abandon this kind of crime. But if he robs, kills or conspires, it is not remarkable that the peoples affected reproach him with his crimes. However, the Jews are shameless enough to protest and to raise a great outcry, because their own conspiracies and manifold crimes against other men and nations are held against them. One must have inherited the Pharisaic hypocrisy, in order to tear the priestly garb into fragments, when the truth is spoken into one's face. The holy Pius V, another great saint of the Church, who is renowned on account of his devoutness and Christian neighborly love and was simultaneously one of the most highly regarded of popes, gave energetic expression to his opinion alarmed by the revolutionary action of the Jews that the Jews should be compelled to wear a visible mark, which distinguished them from Christians, so that the latter could protect themselves from their destructive preaching. In the bull of 19th of April 1566 he confirmed the determinations of the earlier papal bulls and holy councils and ordered that all Jews should wear as distinguishing mark a cap for men and a simple sign for women. Quote, "In order to make an end to all doubt concerning the color of the cap and the sign of the women, we declare that the color must be yellow." Unquote. Then he commands the prelates to publish the bull and to maintain this, and continues, quote, "All worldly princes, lords and judges do we exhort, and implore for the mercy of Jesus Christ's sake and utter to them for this forgiveness of their sins, to support in all the foregoing the patriarchs, primates, archbishops and bishops and to further them, and the transgressors with worldly punishments and judgments." Unquote. since in addition the Jews gained power in the pontificate states through deceit and usury of the real estate, this pope, recognized as a saint, saw himself compelled to issue the bull Cum Nos Nuper of 19th January 1567, in the second year of his pontificate, and to confirm the earlier popes, by that he forbade the Jews to acquire real estate, and compelled them to sell these within a short period. If in this respect they once more did not pay heed to the papal bull, these real estates were to be confiscated from them. From this interesting document we take informative parts, since we a short time ago renewed the orders of our predecessor Pope Paul IV against the Jews, and among other things ordered that the Jews both in our city Rome as also in other cities, districts and places, which stand under the worldly rule of the Holy Roman Church, must sell the properties, real estate, in their possession to Christians within a period fixed by a judge. And if these Jews do not carry out this or the proceeding, we order that they be punished by the judges as rebels and as guilty of the crime of lese majest, according to the manner of the crime determined by us, our vicar or other official. And the Christian people shall show them mistrust in accordance with our judgment, of the official and judge. In another part of the bull the Pope orders in connection with the deceit which the Jews had committed, that, since we, as is necessary, wish to remedy this deceit and wish to ensure that that ordered by us had its effect voluntarily, with full understanding and in exercising of the apostolic powers, we withdraw from the Jews and their rule, and recognize no right or claim, all properties, which the Jews have in their possession in this city Rome or other places of our domain of rule. One can imagine how great the usury and swindling of the Jews and the sale of properties must have been, that this devout virtuous Pope saw himself compelled to make these measures for defense of the Christians. One must not forget that Pope Pius V is one of the popes who distinguished himself most of all through his recognized holiness and therefore was also declared holy by Holy Church. If he had lived in our disastrous time, he would have been condemned by the church dignitaries in the service of the synagogue of Satan, of race hatred and anti-Semitism and, if possible, even have been included among the war criminals of Nuremberg, for in our time the fifth column condemns all who defend their peoples or Holy Church against the political or economic imperialism of the Jews. But the holy bulls and their carrying out could not alone hold up the wickedness of the Jews, who in all lands which show them hospitality, become a deadly danger for Christian and pagan peoples. At that time this Pope exemplary in holiness and devoutness had enough energy in order to attack the problem radically and undertook thorough measures. On the 26th of February 1569 he announced the thunderous bull Hebriorum Gens and expelled the Jews from the pontificate states. On account of the inordinate length of this work we only reproduce parts of this valuable document, which seem to us most important of all. In this sense the Holy Pope says, the Jewish people, which was once preserver of the divine word, participated in the heavenly secrets and exceeded so much in favor and dignity the other peoples, fell down later from its height on account of its faithlessness, so that in its period of bloom ungratefully and faithlessly condemned its Redeemer undignifiedly to shameful death. But Christian devoutness came to terms from the beginning with this unannulled fact and allowed that it settled far more comfortably in its bosom. In spite of this its godlessness with the stamp of all possible repellent arts has taken on such forms, that it becomes necessary for the salvation of our own, to prevent such a sickness with force through a quickly effective healing method. If we look away from the countless kinds of usury, through which the Jews have everywhere sucked the property of the needy Christians, then we give judgment that they are visibly protectors and even accomplices of thieves and robbers, who cause the stolen and embezzled goods to come to another or hitherto wish to conceal them. Many desire, under the pretense of their own business affairs, the houses of honorable women and destroy them with shameful flatteries. And the most damaging thing in the matter is, that they attract through prophecy, magical incantations, superstition and witchcraft many incautious and sick people to the deceit of the synagogue of Satan and boast of being able to predict the future, where treasures are concealed and secret things. In addition we know and have exactly investigated, how in an unworthy way this revolting sect misuses the name of Christ and in what measure this is harmful for those who are judged in this name and whose life is threatened through their deceit. On account of this and other grave things, of account of the gravity of the crimes, which unfortunately from day to day more and more increase in our cities, and since we are in addition of the opinion, that the race mentioned, with exception of unimportant groups in the East, is in no way of value for our Republic. We order in the following that in the time limit of 3 months from the publication onwards all Jews of both sexes in our entire worldly realm of justice and in the appertained towns, districts and places, the same in those of the domicile, of the barons and other worldly property lords, including those who only have power, mixed power, power over life and death or any other jurisdiction and freeing must leave these regions without grace. Since the Holy Father Pius V knew that the Jews all over the world usually evade in diverse ways and means such expulsion edicts and, in order to avoid in this case, that they did not respect the statutes of the Holy Bull, he ordered in the same, strict punishments for those, who did not leave the land in the appointed time. After this time limit shall all at the present or in future, who dwell or wander into that city of the region of justice mentioned, and every district or place also of the domiciles, barons, property lords, or other already mentioned, be affected, their property confiscated and handed over to the fiscus, and they shall become slaves of the Roman Church, live in eternal servitude and the Roman Church shall have the same rights over them as the remaining lords over slaves and property. Excepted are the cities Rome and Ancona, where the Jews will be tolerated, who now live there, so that the formerly mentioned memory remains awake. The negotiations with the East and the mutual trade are continued, under the condition that they respect our church laws and those of our predecessor. If they do not do this, they shall suffer all punishments, which are ordered in this law, and which we renew in this document." The Holy Bulls bring an important innovation in reference to the expulsion of Jews from the Christian states, during the earlier centuries. As we recall, the Jews were given the choice, to be expelled or to be converted. The consequence of this was, that the majority, in order to escape expulsion, apparently confessed to Christianity and represented a greater danger for the Church in the Christian states. Holy Pius V without doubt knew this and simply ordered the expulsion from the pontificate states, without leaving them the way out of conversion, which they had always evaded. As one sees, this holy pope knew the Jewish problem better than many worldly and clerical dignitaries before him, but also in his case pressure was exerted on his holiness, so that he excluded Rome and Ancona from the expulsion, so that trade with the East was not damaged. The Jews thus once again made use of this means, in order to partly evade the expulsion. Another renowned saint and an important figure in the first centuries, Saint Gregory of Nyssa, who played such an important role in the philosophic defense of the Christian faith, accuses the Jews in his famous prayer for the resurrection of Christ, murderers of the Lord, murderers of the prophets, enemies of God, men who hate God and despise the laws, enemies of grace, enemies of the faith of your fathers, advocates of the devil, race of blasphemers, slanderers, mockers, men with clouded spirit, Pharisee breed, collection of devils, sinner, infamous men, casters of stones, enemies of honesty. Undoubtedly not even Hitler has in so few words expressed so many accusations against the Jews, as 1600 years ago this holy bishop of Nyassa, the brother of the great church father Saint Basilius, who was also canonized like the latter on account of his capacities. And if he drew the Jews into the prayer mentioned, then he wished like many other saints to warn the Christians to be on their guard against this band of thieves and murderers whose strength lies only in the lack of knowledge of Christians of their danger, and this lack of knowledge the member of the fifth column clergy and laymen wish to promote further, so as in the protection of this lack of knowledge to make possible the successes of Jewry. Therefore is it so easy to establish the identity of the secret Jews in the Catholic action or in the clergy and to recognize them, for when it is a question of the Jewish danger, they assert with suspicious constancy that it does not exist, that it is a myth, an invention of the Nazis or some other unimportant fable. As a result they only wish to conceal and defend the band to which these false Catholics belong in secret, who often as descendants of the Pharisees make an exhibition of their devoutness and adherence to our Church, while on the other side they seek to prevent that it defends itself against its principal enemy. In the struggle against Jewry for defense of Christianity, Pope Gregory IX published on 5 March 1233 his famous bull Sufficere de Bourrat, from which we take the following: "It ought to have satisfied the faithless Jews, that Christian devoutness accepted them again solely and alone from goodwill. They, who persecuted the Catholic faith and have denied the name of the Lord. They do not give thanks for the concessions, forget the deeds of goodwill, pay back this kindness with godlessness, and in return for the concessions they despise us. As was thus ordered at the Council of Toledo and was confirmed at the General Council, no preference may be given to the blasphemers of God, for it is completely absurd, that such should have power over Christians. Nevertheless they are entrusted with public offices, which they utilize to the harm of the Christians. They have in addition wet nurses and women servants in their own houses, where they devote themselves to indescribable things, which with those who know of them, call forth revulsion and horror. Although at the General Council mentioned it was disposed that the Jews of both sexes at all times and everywhere should be distinguished from others through their clothing, nevertheless in Germany the confusion becomes ever greater, since they distinguish themselves through no clothing piece. As it is repellent, that which was reborn through the water of baptism, is spotted through the practices of the faithless and their activity, and the Christian religion is attacked through the power of the false, which would happen, if the blasphemer of the blood of Christ has the liberated in service. We order for all our brothers in the bishopric, absolutely to suppress the mentioned and similar blaspheming of the Jews in your dioceses, churches and communities, so that they do not dare to raise their necks spent under eternal servitude, in order to revile their Redeemer. In addition they should avoid through greater strictness, that they in no way risk to discuss their practices with Christians, so that discussions of this kind give the ignorant no opportunity to slip away through error, which is to be hoped will not occur. For this you should, if necessary, turn to the worthy law for support. As one sees, Pope Gregory IX complains bitterly about the ingratitude of the Jews, who answer kindness with reviling, and poison the conscience of Christians, persecute the Catholic faith, place themselves against the Christians when they occupy public offices, and carry out actions which are despicable and terrible. In short, they do the same as always in the course of the past 1900 years. Therefore it is very praiseworthy that the determinations of the Council of Toledo, which were confirmed through the ecumenical Lateran, were carried out, the Jews excluded from public offices, and that they should live in eternal slavery. The wild beast is laid in chains as a result, so that it can cause no harm. One sees that this time in Germany, where the laws of the councils mentioned were not fulfilled, the beast was freed, and caused harm in the shadow of tolerance. The popes thus lead the defense of Christian society against the Jews, and that should really be their actual task, to defend their sheep against the cunning of the wolf and not to deliver them to it. May the Jews only not come and make the Church responsible for what has occurred to them in the course of history, for they provoked this action through their ingratitude and their imperialist activity. Without doubt Holy Church had and has, like the peoples attacked, always the right to defend itself in a correct way. If the Jews do not wish to bear the consequences of their attacks, they must cease them. When Pope Martin V ascended the papal throne, he was influenced by the intrigues of the Jews, who represented themselves as victims of the Christians and now followed a policy of tolerance fateful for Christians. Therefore the Pontifex Maximus soon saw himself compelled, even if only seemingly, to alter the course, since the clergy dissatisfied with his policy urged him to this. Whatever the reason may have been for the change in the conduct of the Pontifex Maximus, his renowned bull Seds Apostolica gives an idea of how the Jews accepted the protection, which this pope granted to them for a time. The bull mentioned goes back to his policy of goodwill towards the Jews, and then it is stated further, however, we received a short time ago through credible reports knowledge to our great alarm, that various Jews of both sexes in coffers and over cities, lands and places overseas, which fall under the jurisdiction of Christians, are obstinate of mind and, in order to conceal swindling and wickedness, wear no special sign on their clothing, so that they are not recognizable as Jews. They are not ashamed to give themselves out as Christians before many Christians of both sexes of these cities, districts and places mentioned, who could not in fact identify them, and consequently commit shameful things and crimes, among others the crimes of Zaki, Rossi, Alani, Manfredi and Anogsi, who were baptized according to the Greek rite and as Christians buy as many persons of both sexes as is possible to them, then godlessly sell them further at a tenfold price to the Saracens and other unbelievers, and bring these persons as wares into the land of the Saracens or unbelievers. But the ingratitude of the Jews finds even clearer expression, if one reads what Jewry writes officially in its already quoted encyclopedia concerning Pope Martin V. The friendly conduct of Martin was probably to be for the greatest part attributed to the rich presents, which agents made to him. Without immediate payment nothing was wished from him. With the corresponding amount everything was easy to attain. At the papal court friendship ceased, if the money runs out, wrote the German ambassador at the Vatican. Whatever the motive for the papal goodwill may have been, the fact is that it was continued under Eugene IV. 1431–47, in spite of some hostile bulls, which to a certain extent confirmed the old Jewish legislation. Especially his Jude ad Nostrum was hostile and contributed to creating a ghetto atmosphere for the Jewish community. He saw himself compelled to give way to the pressure of the Spanish clergy and of the Council of Ball. Even if one believes that the Jews bought Pope Martin V with gold, then they ought to have kept silent out of a natural feeling of gratitude and not sully his honor in such a way as they do even in an encyclopedia through corresponding allusions. At all events, in this as in other cases the pro-Jewish policy of a pope contrary to the laws of the ecumenical councils, of the bulls and the doctrine of the earlier popes and church fathers had once again catastrophic consequences and brought the church and all Europe in the middle of the 15th century close to disaster. Martin V through his giving way to a half-extent, unchained the beast, which through the energetic policy of the earlier popes and councils had been laid in chains, and simultaneously Jewry in Europe once more gained an enormous power. The great secret Jewish revolution of the Hussites, which one believed to have ended in Constance, took on giant proportions, and threatened to destroy the Church and to swallow the whole of Europe. The alarm of the world bishoprics against the Pope increased in a form which aroused concern, and the thesis, that the ecumenical council stood above the Pope, gained more and more in strength. For it was said, that a man could easier fail than the entire bishopric, and that in addition the support which God granted Holy Church, became effective through the council and not through the Pope. Under these circumstances His Holiness was pressed to fulfill the determination of the Council of Sinai and to summon a new ecumenical council in Ball. It is understandable, that in this situation, as Juan de Ragusa says, the mere word council horrified the Pope enormously. In Immensum Nomen Concilia Abharabat, when the Pontifex had already summoned the council and it was on the point of assembling, Martin V. suddenly died, and the ship of Holy Church steered upon a stormy sea under the leadership of Eugene IV, who suffered from the consequences of his predecessor. The Synod of Ball supported the thesis approved at the Council of Constance, that the Ecumenical Council receives its power direct from God and represented the disputing Catholic Church. For this reason everyone of the faith and also the Pope was compelled to obey it in all questions of belief, the elimination of schisms and in church reform. In addition it was ordered, that every Catholic and even the Pope, who did not respect the resolutions of the General Synod, should be correspondingly punished and that the council could not be dissolved by the Pope. At the Council of Ball not only the doctrine approved in Constance was confirmed but it was also refused the Pope to appoint new cardinals during the duration of the Synod. The situation worsened, when the Pontifex Maximus dissolved the council and subsequently recalled the decree of dissolution, in order to later lift it again. The council on its side condemned the Pope and deposed him. In the midst of this storm the Hussite revolution in Europe which was organized and financed by the secret Jews made shattering progress. All seemed lost for the Church, when divine providence as always stood by her through the work of extraordinary men, who saved her from her fate and were not only able to strengthen her unity but also to completely defeat the synagogue of Satan and its great revolutionary movement in the 15th century. Among these clergy a simple Franciscan, Juan de Capistrano, particularly distinguished himself, who led a tremendous struggle, which had as consequence the complete victory of the Church over Jewry. This devout Franciscan fought the beast with his sermons and also with the sword, which he thrust into the throat of the dragon, until he had conquered it. Therefore the Jews call him the scourge of the Jews. But we can make the assurance that this is saying too much. Saint Wanda Capistrano was the most energetic, most successful, anti-Jewish leader of Catholics after our Lord Jesus and the Apostles. The desolation which he called forth in the synagogue of Satan is regarded by various Jews as the worst of all. But Holy Church has already passed its final judgment on this fighter and canonized him. Saint Wanda Capistrano, who saved the Church in Europe in the 15th century, deserves to be regarded by the patriotic organizations, who at present fight against Jewry, as a guardian saint. In heaven he, who won a similar struggle, will be the most valuable interceder with God and apply himself for those who follow his holy footsteps and in the present fight to defend the Church in their nations against the Jewish imperialism of the synagogue of Satan. Saint Augustine, the great Church Father, asserts and proves in his treatise on the Psalms, clearly and distinctly, that the Jews and not the Romans killed Christ. Melancthon, Bishop of Sardes in Libya and one of the most revered figures of the Church in the 2nd century, asserted, but the Jews as it was prophesied rejected the Lord and killed him. Even if his death was predicted, then nevertheless his guilt was voluntarily recognized. They are lost, but the faithful, to whom Christ preached in hell, and those upon earth, participate in the triumph of the resurrection. Saint Hippolyte of Rome, a contemporary of Virgin, makes the Jews responsible for their misery and misfortune. He was a martyr of Holy Church and was canonized. Saint Thomas of Aquinas recognized the necessity of placing the Jewish beast in chains, so that it did not cause further harm, and declared in his teaching, the Jews must according to the statute of the General Council, wear a distinguishing mark. The Jews may not retain what they have appropriated through usury and are obligated to raise up again those who have destroyed. The Jews live in eternal servitude on account of their guilt. The Lord can therefore take away from them everything and leave them only what is necessary for life, unless it is forbidden through the holy laws of the Church. Without doubt the members of the fifth column who wish to condemn the anti-Semites, would also bring Saint Thomas of Aquinas into the accusation box. In his treatise Advisus Judaeos Tertullian brings grave charges against the Jews. In Scorpius he asserts that the synagogues are the starting points for persecutions of Christians, and in Ad Nationum he mentions, always in connection with the events 1800 years ago, but which coincide astonishingly with those of the present day, from the Jews issue the slanders against Christians. All these blasphemous and slandering campaigns are used today as 1800 years ago, especially by the false Christians or those who have gained important positions in the clergy, in Catholic or worldly associations or in the parties of the right, in order to destroy the anti-communist and anti-Jewish leaders. From the secret gatherings of the synagogue emanated today also as 18 centuries ago the Christian persecutions, which are especially directed against those who successfully fight against communism or Jewish imperialism. Jaime Balmes, the renowned philosopher of the past century, accused the Jewish merchants in France and Spain of importing Calvinist Bibles and French wine bottles, in spite of the zeal of the Inquisition. The great Church Father, Saint Augustine, himself held certain slaughters of Jews for a punishment of God and made the assurance that many Jews were later crucified, because they crucified Christ. Thus Titus during the siege of Jerusalem had 500 Jews crucified daily. Origen also accused the Jews of having nailed Christ to the cross. Pope Paul II refers in his bull Aelius Vides of 12 October 1535 clearly to the Jewish falsehood and condemns the Christians, who pay homage to Judaism in secret. From this important bull we take the following paragraph. We have received knowledge that in the greatest part of the kingdom of Portugal several converts from Jewish falsity called New Christians return to the rite of the Jews. Pope Paul IV says in his renowned bull Cum Nimis Absurdum of 12 July 1555, it is too absurd and pointless that the Jews, whom their own guilt condemns to slavery, under the pretense that Christian piety suffers and tolerates their coexistence, pay back the mercy received from Christians. Accordingly it is ordered in the Holy Bull, that the Jews must wear the determined distinguishing mark and should live in aljamas, ghettos, This renowned pope likewise speaks of Jewish ingratitude and of the necessity of causing them to live in servitude, and mentions how they attempted more than 400 years ago to rule over the Christians and use the magnanimous hospitality, which those show them who tolerate them in their regions. As consequence of this he passed the command to enclose them in homages and ordered that they must wear the famous distinguishing mark, so that they could be identified. If this famous pope had lived in our time, he would have undoubtedly been accused and condemned by the members of the fifth column on account of race hatred and anti-Semitism. More than 700 years ago, Pope Innocent IV declared in his important bull, Impian Judaeorum Perfidia, as follows: "The divine falsity of the Jews, from whose hearts our Savior did not tear the veil on account of their enormous crimes, but caused them to still go blind, as is just, do not pay heed that Christian pity only accepts them out of mercy and patiently bears coexistence with them, and commit acts of shame, which set those who hear of them, in astonishment, and fill those with terror, who receive a report of it." Since this pope assumed that the Talmud and other secret books of the Jews incited them to every possible wickedness, he ordered in this same bull, that they should be burned publicly, in order to confuse the false Jews. Nicholas IV, one of the popes, who fought with the greatest energy against secret Jewry, passed against the Jews his famous bull Turbate's Cord, in which he exhorted the inquisitors, clergy and worldly authorities, to proceed with zeal against them and also against those who defend, favor or conceal them. This bull was one of the firmest foundations of the Holy Medieval Church in the struggle against the Jewish fifth column in Christianity, whether it was now a matter of clergy or laymen, or they were recognized as secret Jews or their accomplices or protectors. Thus anyone needed only to protect a secret Jew or heretic, in order to be prosecuted by the Papal Inquisition. One will understand that while the popes gave their support to the determinations of these and similar bulls and the already studied laws of the councils of the Lateran, the Jews found it difficult to penetrate into the Christian citadel. Only when Martin V and Leo X did not heed these bulls and councils, could the synagogue of Satan at first transiently and later more definitely, divide Christianity. From this interesting bull, Turbate Cord, we take the following: "With troubled heart we hear and bring to mind that many of those converted from the error of Jewish blindness to the light of Christian faith, have fallen back into their former falsehood. Also many Christians have denied the Catholic faith and exchanged it for the Jewish rite, which must be condemned. Proceed with emphasis against all who make themselves guilty of this crime, against the heretics and their promoters, protectors and defenders. As far as the Jews are concerned, who have occasioned Christians of both sexes to their revolting rite or draw them over, they must be punished as they deserve." The Jewish authors explain that these Christians converted to Judaism were in general descendants of the converts who were baptized in childhood and were later secretly introduced into Jewry. Since we must close this work, we see ourselves compelled not to quote from countless bulls of the most famous popes, which condemn repeatedly Jewry or which represent an important episode in the enormous centuries-long struggle of Holy Church against the Jews. In the following part of this book we will study further important documents. We leap over in a moment a great space of time and place ourselves almost in the present. In the following we will reproduce what Jewry says officially in its quoted encyclopedia about Pope Leo XIII, a genius of modern time. Leo XIII, 1878–1903, was one of the most famous popes, but never forgave the Jews, that they supported Italian and European liberalism in general. He placed them equal with the Freemasons and usual revolutionaries and supported the anti-Jewish reactionaries in Austria and France. Here we have once again the firm conduct and the defense of Holy Church and of the Christian world by one of the greatest popes of all times, who clearly knew the Jewish problem exactly and made the Jews responsible for Freemasonic activity, which played an important role with the liberal revolutions. The elaborations in this and the remaining chapters of this volume suffice in order to prove that the members of the fifth column and the clergy, by their condemning race hatred and anti-Semitism, wish to bring into the accusation box not only our Lord Jesus and the Apostles but also the Church Fathers, the most renowned ecumenical and provincial councils and the most respected popes, to put it briefly, the entire Church. Their infamous intentions are incited through the ignorance which unfortunately prevails in the clergy, which does not know the true church history. These Judas Iscariots of the 20th century believe under shield of this ignorance to catch in their mousetrap the most devout and good-willed church dignitaries. But we know that divine providence will prevent such a terrible crime and will never allow that its holy church is silently condemned by its own dignitaries. We have, following the example of Saint Bernhard, held it necessary to contribute with our grain of sand, so that the victory of the conspiracy will be prevented, according to the old motto, God helps those who help themselves. The mere fact that the Holy Chair would contradict the doctrine established by Holy Church in the way and manner revealed by us and would declare that the infamous Jews are loved by God, as the synagogue of Satan plans in the shadows, as well as give way and conclude an alliance with them, which neither our Lord Jesus nor the Apostles, nor Holy Church did in almost 20 centuries, would be not only a visible degradation and simultaneously condemnation of the doctrine and the policy of our Savior, of the Apostles, the popes, saints and councils, who fought so much against the synagogue of Satan, but would bring the Church into a false position. Her enemies could then prove that what she once held for bad is now good, and what was once black is now white, which would have catastrophic consequences as one can easily imagine. But this cannot occur. The faithless Jews, who already believe they control the Holy Chair and base themselves upon a group of cardinals and prelates, which is strong enough in order to destroy the essential tradition of the Church and to open the doors to communism and to carry out reforms, which prepare the decline of Christianity and hasten the fall of the free world, do not reckon with the fact that God supports His Holy Church, among whose dignitaries a present-day Irenaeus, Athanasius, Chrysostom, Bernhard or Capistrano will arise, who with help of divine providence, will once again save her from the storm. Chapter 43. Jewish Christian Brotherhoods, Freemasonic Lodges with a new stamp. The Jews have murdered millions of Christians in the communist states and still do it today. They have imprisoned millions more and enslaved them. Everywhere they organize revolutionary movements and civil wars, which constantly call forth cruel bloodshed. And since all criminals have a panic-stricken fear of punishment, they attempt by squandering millions of dollars in the free world to avoid that the natural anti-Jewish revolution becomes strong, which prevents the triumph of the communists through an effective attack at their head, and in order to additionally make it impossible for them to punish the guilty and to prevent that they cause mankind so much evil. In order to prevent that mankind can defend itself effectively against its deadly enemies, they found brotherhoods or associations for Jewish-Christian friendship with enormous expenditure of money in all countries. In the communist world it is not necessary to squander money upon such bagatelles, for every Christian attempt at defense against the Jews is explained as anti-Semitism and punished by the Soviet courts as also by those of the satellite states as counter-revolutionary crime and in grave cases punished with death or in lesser ones with long imprisonment. In the USA even mixed churches have been founded, where Jews and Protestants unite. The same is now intended with some modifications, to be transferred to Catholicism with help of the secret infiltration into the clergy, which allows them to have dedicated agents there. Generally these Jewish Christian brotherhoods or associations are founded under the twofold protection of a Jewish rabbi and of a Catholic cleric. In fact, they flatter and deceive many priests and dignitaries of the Church, win them over with attentions and presents or exert pressure upon them in different manner and compel them to give way, without many knowing the real intentions, which they pursue with these Jewish Christian brotherhoods or associations. But it is beyond doubt, as the Holy Inquisition and all dignitaries of the Catholic Church established, who have learned the problem in the course of centuries, that all priests and dignitaries who constantly join in the game of the synagogue of Satan, must be suspected as being secret Jews, for whoever supports the worst enemies of Christ and even denies the truth and deceives the Christians must be one of those Jewish enemies of Christ, even if he also conceals his wickedness with a soutane or even the cardinal's hat. If one assumes of an individual, who constantly supports a band of thieves and murderers, that he belongs to the band or is at least their accomplice, then it is also logical, that those who, in the clergy, even set their churchly career at stake by their supporting the wickedest band of criminals and thieves which has ever existed in the world, be held to be members of the dark band, with aid of their accomplices in the clergy, who deceive many of the true faith. It is successful for the Jews to found these Jewish Christian brotherhoods, whose apparent harmless aims among others, are as follows: I. To teach Jews and Christians, with mutual respect and honest friendship, to maintain brotherly relations to one another. 2. To further a better understanding and mutual respect between Jews and Christians. 3. To strengthen the spiritual approximation between Jews and Christians. 4. To promote the knowledge of the mutual confessions of faith, traditions, culture and ways of life. V. To strive for brotherly love in both groups, which rests upon learning to know each other mutually and constant intercourse. And then it is declared in astonishing manner, vi. Parallel to the already mentioned intentions, Judaism and Christianity should unite in their spiritual ideals their forces against the constant offensive of present-day materialism, which unites the spiritual or ideal values, which we Jews and Christians have always asserted in the course of centuries, etc. These aims are apparently admirable and suited to capture well-meaning people who do not know the Jewish problem. However, in secret they conceal deceit and lies, the favorite weapons of the sons of Israel. A fair dose of cynicism is necessary in order to assert that the Jews must unite with the Christians in order to fight against present-day materialism. For, as was already proved in this work, the Jews are the principal spreaders of this materialism. No less cynical must one be in order to declare that the Jews wished for brotherly relations with the Christians. This they must first prove and free the unfortunate Christians, whom they have imprisoned both in the Soviet Union as also in the other communist states and caused to live in hard servitude, and cease to murder them. In reality the Jews and their accomplices in the Catholic clergy wish to capture the incautious with these brotherhoods and make them into satellites of Jewry, so as later to use them as tools for attacking and destroying the anti-communist or nationalistic Catholic organizations, which defend their country and their religion from the blows of communism, of Freemasonry and in general from the secret Jewish power, which directs the two already mentioned organizations. Against facts there is no argument, from the report number 5 of the year 1960 according to our calendar and 5720 of the Jewish calendar, which was published by the Jewish Christian Brotherhood in Costa Rica, from which we take some of their very brotherly and harmless aims. We now give the following information about their activity and that of similar brotherhoods. Costa Rica, Pater Idoate reports to us concerning anti-Semitic movements and retaliatory actions, February to March 1960. 1. The anti-Semitic movements, which have appeared regularly and periodically during the last months in different parts of the world, have also occurred hesitantly and artificially in our beloved Costa Rica. The Jewish Christian Committee has resolved to speak out publicly against them. Our president, the priest Francisco Herrera, sent to the press a declaration of principles by a party, from which a not only unjustified anti-Semitic conduct emanates but which is also contrary to the ordinations of God and Christian demands. This protest of our brotherhood in the name of their president, had a great effect upon society in Costa Rica. And called forth a succession of magnificent manifestations in support of the unjustly attacked Jewish cause. Uruguay, the Jewish Christian Brotherhood in Uruguay has sent various interesting newspaper cuttings from Montevideo, which illustrate in a detailed way the splendid demonstrations of solidarity, which took place there in large theaters, in order to reject the anti-Semitic manifestations. It thus becomes clear what the real aim of these associations of Jewish Christian rapprochement is, to capture the greatest possible number of Catholics, who are to serve the Jews as blind tools in combating and destroying the political movements of other Catholics in defense of their country, the Church and mankind. These associations are similar to the former Freemasonry lodges, for they're also the brotherhood of the peoples, peaceful coexistence of the various confessions of faith. A friendly Jewish-Christian rapprochement was discussed, but in reality the domination of the Jews over Christians was achieved. Also in the Freemasonic lodges the Jews made use of Catholic priests, abbots, bishops and even cardinals, who as Freemasons served as bait, so that honest Catholics fell into the trap. The years pass, but the classical tricks of Jewry remain the same. In the same way and manner they fooled the incautious with the enticements of Freemasonic banquets and feasts with glittering speeches about friendship and brotherhood, while the Jews, who secretly directed Freemasonry, used these masses for infamous aims and could reckon with the Freemasonic Catholic clergy, who stand in service of Jewry, exactly as upon the clergy, who today lead these apparent movements of Jewish-Christian friendship. Finally, in these societies of Jewish-Christian rapprochement and friendship, it is assured that the Jews explain their religion and their thought to Christians and show them books and brochures, even forgeries of the Talmud, so that the naive Catholics do not regard the Jewish religion as something bad but as equally as good or even better than the Christian. The Jews swindle them, just as the Freemasonic Jews did with the neophytes of the first Freemasonic degree, to whom they introduce a harmless doctrine, which has nothing to do with that which they follow in the highest grades and still less with the real intention of the Jews, who direct this Freemasonic sect. This intention is never revealed to the Christians, who serve them as satellites and tools. The Jew was always the father of lies. It is only incredible that there are so many simpletons, who always fall again and again into his net. Chapter 44. Friendly Jewish-Christian Approaches. If Holy Church concludes an alliance with Jewry, then it would contradict itself and lose its respect in the eyes of the faithful, since it would offend against the determinations of other councils of the Church, bulls of the popes, who define the doctrine and unified thesis of the Church Fathers, as we have already seen. But in the following we will investigate whether it is not at least possible to come to a rapprochement with Jewry, and if possible to at least conclude an armistice in this 1,000-year-old struggle. When we spoke of the conversion of the Jews, we have already seen how they use such a sublime striving of the Church only as cunning propaganda in Catholic circles, in order to create an atmosphere of sympathy. In its protection they then attempt to attain through deceit, concessions which may certainly seem harmless at the moment, but have fateful consequences for Holy Church in the Christian world. It is not far away, when the Jewish agents in the hierarchy of the Church will raise anew at the next ecumenical council the problem of the conversion of the Jews, and as a result create an atmosphere of sympathy, which makes it possible for them to seduce the Holy Synod to resolutions, which are extremely dangerous for the future and the constancy of Holy Church. As one has experienced, they attempt to put through a kind of statute, in which the relations between Jews and Catholics shall be laid down, on the foundation that the Jews do not attack Holy Church and the Christians do not attack Jewry. But although such a proposal may seem clever for those who are not familiar with the Jewish problem, and especially for those who do not grasp it in its entire range, but are also timid and hence tend to form their image of the world according to their own wishes on the basis of a beautiful peace, in which the so mighty Jewry allows Holy Church to live peacefully and would not fight against her. At least now must we learn from history and recall to ourselves that Jewry never keeps its alliances, swindles everyone and promises what it has no intention of keeping, and concludes agreements which it violates as soon as it is favorable, solely and alone to weaken its opponent. The classical tactics of communism, which in fact consists in never fulfilling its agreements or alliances, is only one revelation of the Jewish policy of lies and of swindling. This is also not remarkable, for Marxist communism was conceived by Jews, organized by Jews, directed by Jews, and is the greatest work of modern Jewry. If no one, who holds himself to be rational, believes the word of a communist or trusts to agreements and armistices with the communist because their fatal consequences are already known, with equal or even greater justice must every armistice, peace or agreement with Jewry be regarded as useless, since it is the father of communism and the instigator of its false policy, which distinguishes itself by not fulfilling international agreements. From Jewish sources one knows that it is only desired to attain with this statute planned in dark synagogues and high circles of Freemasonry, that the relations between Christians and Jews are regulated, and that it will be laid before the next ecumenical council by the agents of Jewry and the higher clergy, so that Jews and Christians obligate themselves not to mutually attack each other, and thus the hands and feet of Catholics will be bound in the defense of their nations or their Christian families against the destructive activity of Jewry, which on its side apparently does not attack the Church and Catholics directly, but will do it with its classical system of casting the stone and concealing the hand. For this it uses Freemasonry, communism and other revolutionary sects, which serve this purpose. Put briefly, while the synagogue of Satan will continue to attack Catholicism and the free world through their Freemasonic, communist, etc., sects and will hypocritically announce that it has nothing to do with this and that it is innocent of their deeds, it will be successful for it to bind the hands and feet of Catholics, so that they do not even have the possibility of defending their natural human rights against the Jewish conspiracy, which when once the Christian defense is crippled finally destroys everything. While therefore the Christians held the time limit agreed upon, the friendly rapprochement or the concluded peace, they were violated by the Jews, who would use the self-chaining of the Catholics in order to easier control them and to be able to attain their goal, the destruction of Holy Church, the annihilation of its clergy and the enslavement of mankind. All these Jewish wiles are to be traced back to the fact that they have become alarmed at the anti-communist movements which have arisen in the USA, in Latin America, in all countries of Europe, in the Islamic world, in the other states and especially in North America. If these movements unite, they can save the world from the communist danger and Jewish rule, for many are aware that behind communism, Freemasonry and behind every action which is directed at the destruction of Christian civilization, stands Jewry as head of the octopus, which must be destroyed, if one wishes to effectively defeat the arms communism, Freemasonry, socialism and the other sects. For if the head of the octopus is not attacked, the arms can grow again. The knowledge of the existence of these political defensive movements which, in many places, especially in the U.S.A. in spite of constant slanders which the Jewish press and propaganda sling against them, which describes them either as fascistic, clerical or Nazistic, take on significant extent, disturbs Jewry most of all, so that efforts are being made by it for a worldwide campaign not only in the bosom of the Catholic but also of the Protestant or other thinking confessions and in other social domains. This movement will apparently conclude alliances between Jews and Christians, bring about apparent approaches between the one and other, which could deceive only the believing Christians and men in general concerning the character of the real head of the conspiracy, so that they avoid attacking it, and the latter can lead with force to the final victory, the ultimate triumph of Jewish communist slavery. History has shown us, that if the head of the dragon, that is, Jewry, is effectively attacked and destroyed, this has neither time nor possibility while on the defensive to organize revolutions or to successfully carry out its destructive activity. Thus the Jews who wished to survive had neither time nor rest in the critical moments of the Visigoth repression to organize heresies. The same was the case in times when they were effectively repressed through the Inquisition and Jewry had to vanish. In order to be able to conveniently carry out their revolutionary activity, the Jews must be certain that no one attacks them, and they avoid losing energy and money for their own defense, which they need for the revolutionary action and enslaving of the world. Therefore they have sought means and ways so that they do not attack the Christians in their own defense, and have conceived all these cunning proposals of rapprochement and Jewish-Christian friendship, mixed societies, non-aggression pacts, etc. If in the apparent attempts of Jewry to attain a reconciliation between Jews and Christians one saw only a slight possibility of honesty, of getting to know one another better and of sitting at the negotiating table in order to clear friction out of the way and at first to attain an approaching a lasting peace, we would be the first who accepted this proposal of understanding and of peace. Naturally this must not in any form contradict the statutes of the popes, church fathers or of the holy councils. But unfortunately one knows only too well, and we have also proved it in this book, that Jewry always uses this apparent goodwill in these offers of friendship or rapprochement in order to weaken and cripple the defense of those who allow themselves to be deceived by its promises and fall into the traditional centuries-old trap. If anyone doubts and believes that this criterion is exaggerated, then we give them the possibility of experiencing it themselves. If the church dignitaries who serve the Jewish fifth column in the church as still stand for a rapprochement and that non-aggression pact which is intended to promote the peaceful relations between Jews and Catholics, it would first be essential to examine the honesty of Jewry and to demand in relation to possible negotiations, revealing proofs that the synagogue is really resolved not to attack Holy Church or the Christian nations, and also not to violate the natural rights of the peoples or to attempt to destroy Christian civilization. If Jewry in this respect gave clear proofs of its honesty, negotiations could be carried on with some prospect of success. But there is only one way for Jewry to prove that it really wishes for a reconciliation, close approach and peace. It must be prepared to immediately put into effect the following measures. 1. Effective dissolution of Freemasonry all over the world and abandoning of its anti-Christian action. 2. Effective dissolution of the communist, socialist Marxist parties and those controlled by Freemasonry, which fight in order to undermine Christian institutions and to lead the Christian states openly or secretly into the socialist dictatorship of Jewish communism. 3. Direct holding of free elections in Russia, Poland, Cuba, Czechoslovakia and the other Christian lands which are cruelly tyrannized by Jewish communism, as well as in China, where thousands of Christians live under repression. Direct reform of the constitutions of these states, re-establishment of freedom, among other things of freedom of religion, cessation of atheistic and materialistic propaganda, with which the Jews poison the conscience of the young generation of Christian families. 4. Immediate withdrawal of the Jewish Russian troops from the East European lands which they have occupied. If the Jews proved through the really honest carrying out of these measures, that they long for a friendly approach to Holy Church and to Christianity in general, we would be the first who wish that negotiations be opened for bringing both sides together, and we would give congratulations on this most important step on the way to world peace. This would prove that finally the hearts of the Jews were softened, as prophecy of their future conversion to the religion of our divine Redeemer. But if they on the contrary come with their deceit and make the assurance that communism is not a Jewish cause, that there are communist and anti-communist Jews, that they neither control nor lead Freemasonry and that they cannot prevent that these sects continue to attack Holy Church, if they say that they can do nothing in order to liberate the Christian peoples from the Jewish communist yoke, through which the Christian churches are also destroyed and persecuted, then one will clearly see what the synagogue intends with its apparent approaches, with an armistice and a mutual pact, which is intended to establish the Christian-Jewish relations. Then it would be clear that with this line proposal they solely and entirely wish to bind the hands of Catholics, so that they do not attack the head of the dragon, Jewry, while its claws, communism, Freemasonry, socialist parties, etc., etc., continue their destructive work against Holy Church, Christianity and the free world. Non praevalebant. It stands written in the divine gospel that the gates of hell shall not triumph. It lies in us to defend ourselves, and with God's help we will do it. End of the book. Plot against the Church.